Chapter 33. Wu Xing opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. The current him was no longer as arrogant as before. In front of Qin Yu, who could forcibly raise the grade of spiritual tools, he didn't have the slightest temper. Miss Yun Shi, it's not that our myriad weapon pavilion wants to go back on our word, but this primal chaos stone is something that Master Tianxiong needs. If it's taken away, Deacon Duan's face turned bitter. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have allowed Wu Xing to act recklessly. Now, if he didn't leave the primal chaos stone, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Master Tianxiong. If they took the primal chaos stone, their myriad weapon pavilion's reputation and credibility would be greatly reduced in the Imperial City. Nonsense. When I came last month, this primal chaos stone was clearly for sale. Yun, she said in disbelief. This is absolutely true. The reason why Master Tianxiong came back early is because of the primal chaos stone. It's said that Master Tianxiong is preparing to use the primal chaos stone to refine a high-grade, earth-grade spiritual tool. He even specially asked for hundreds of precious spiritual materials from the Imperial City. Deacon Duan quickly said. Hearing this, Yun Shi frowned slightly and looked at Qin Yu. If this primal chaos stone was really something that Master Tianxiong wanted, then Qin Yu wouldn't be able to take it away. Offending Master Tianxiong for an or was definitely not a wise move. Where are they? Why aren't they refining tools? Where are they? Just as Qin Yu was about to speak, an old and dignified voice sounded. It's Master Tianxiong. What's going on today? Master Tianxiong actually came personally. Those apprentice blacksmiths woke up and left the refining room. In the next moment, a tall figure entered the refining room. It was a gray-haired old man with a dignified face and a dignified face. This old man was the true martial dynasty's king of tools, Master Tianxiong. Master Wu Xing and Deacon Duan, who were a little pale, quickly went up to greet him respectfully. Master Tianxiong. Yun Shi also went up and bowed. It's you, little girl. How is it? The Sky Star Spear. Not bad, right? Master Tianxiong smiled when he saw Yun Shi. Yun Shi smiled and nodded, not knowing how to answer. However, Master Tianxiong did not notice Yun Shi's strange expression. He turned to look at Deacon Duan and said, I went to the treasury earlier, and they said you took out the Grand Chaos Essence Stone? Yes, yes. Deacon Duan's face turned pale. Primal Chaos High Essence Stone is an extremely rare artifact refinement spirit material. What are you blindly taking it out for? Where's the Primal Chaos Supreme Essence Stone? Master Tianxiong scolded unhappily. This is in the hands of that young master. Deacon Duan pointed at Qin Yu. You sold it? Master Tianxiong's face darkened, and the air in the crafting room froze. No, young Master Wu lost the bet. Deacon Duan was so scared that his body trembled violently, and his face turned pale. Lost the bet. Master Tianxiong glanced at Qin Yu, whose expression was as usual, and then turned to look at Wu Xing, whose head had been lowered all this time. His expression suddenly calmed down. Tell me what happened. However, when Wu Xing and Deacon Duan heard Tianxiong's calm tone, their hearts turned cold. They knew that Master Tianxiong was really angry. Immediately, Wu Xing didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately told Master Tianxiong what had happened. The Star Spear's grade has been upgraded to the 3rd level of the Profound grade. How is that possible? Master Tianxiong, who was originally intimidating, was stunned. He had refined the Star Spear himself, so he clearly knew the grade of the Star Spear. As soon as he said that, Master Tianxiong realized that the Star Spear was in front of him. Girl, let me see the spear. He directly took the Star Spear from Yun Shi's hand. It's really the 3rd level of the Profound grade. and the newly inscribed formation completely avoided my 3 formations and didn't cause the slightest damage. Hiss, did he completely see through my inscribing method? After taking a closer look, Master Tianxiong took a deep breath. He was known as the King of Weapons in the Zhenwu dynasty, and his attainments in crafting were naturally far superior to others. He knew how many profound methods were needed to inscribe this formation pattern. Did you really inscribe this formation? Master Tianxiong raised his head and looked up and down at Qinyu. The shock in his eyes was hard to hide. A 16-year-old boy actually had such a method of inscribing. This was too amazing. Of course. Qinyu nodded slightly. How did you do it? Master Tianxiong couldn't help but ask. First, I used my genuine qi to sense the spiritual lines of the 3 formations. When I inscribed the new formation pattern, I just had to avoid it. Qinyu said lightly, but Master Tianxiong's face became more and more shocked. One had to know that the most important reason why a spirit artifact could allow true energy to cover the entire spirit artifact was because of the inscriptions that covered the entire spirit artifact. If not enough space was left in advance, it was impossible to inscribe a new formation pattern. But now, someone had inscribed a new formation in the middle of the 3 formations he had inscribed, and it was a profound level formation. Even he, who had personally refined the star spear, couldn't do this. Young friend, may I know who your master is? Master Tianxiong's attitude became quite amiable. For Qinyu to have such astonishing attainments in artifact craftsmanship at such a young age, it was easy to imagine how powerful the person who taught him was. Hearing Master Tianxiong's words, Yun Shi, Wu Xing, and Deacon Duan were all shocked. Master, there was actually a Grandmaster artifact craftsman behind Qinyu. Sorry, I can't tell you this. Qinyu smiled faintly. However, his calm appearance further confirmed Master Tianxiong's guess. He thought that there must be a master behind Qinyu, or even a superforce. Senior, you're a master of refining. I think you should accept the fact that you lost, right? Seeing this, Qinyu tossed the grand primal chaos crystal in his hand and chuckled. It's a matter of course to accept the fact that you lost, but the grand primal chaos crystal is related to the earth-level spiritual weapon I'm refining this time. Young friend, can you change your bet? Master Tianxiong said domineeringly, in the 1,000 Weapons Pavilion, you can exchange for anything you like. Qin, you shook his head slightly. I'm only here for the grand primal chaos crystal. Master Tianxiong frowned. Since he became a master of refining, no one had ever refused his conditions. If it weren't for Qinyu's amazing inscription technique, he wouldn't talk nonsense with Qinyu. I just heard from Deacon Duan that Senior has prepared hundreds of top spiritual materials for the earth-level spiritual weapon you're about to refine. Qinyu looked at Master Tianxiong, who didn't look too good, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, Tianxiong nodded. It seems that Senior has never used the grand primal chaos crystal to refine a spiritual weapon before, right? Hearing this, Qinyu laughed. What do you mean? Master Tianxiong raised his eyebrows. Why did Qinyu's tone sound like he was laughing at his ignorance? Senior, do you know how the grand primal chaos crystal is born? Qinyu asked again. How it's born? Master Tianxiong was stunned. He only knew that the grand primal chaos crystal was a very precious spiritual material. In the history of the Sky Dragon continent, someone had used the grand primal chaos crystal to refine a supreme spiritual weapon with earth-shattering power. As for how the grand primal chaos crystal was born, he really didn't know. Chapter 34. The primal chaos stone is born in a place of primal chaos. It contains both primal chaos chi and primal essence chi. Master Tian nodded. So, Tianxiong didn't quite understand, but he naturally knew the attributes of the primal chaos stone. Only when the primal chaos chi and primal essence chi are in a balance can the primal chaos stone be born. Therefore, once other spiritual materials are mixed in, the primal chaos stone will immediately explode. Qin Yu tossed the primal chaos stone in his hand. How is that possible? There's no record of this in the Xian weapon manual. Master Tianxiong was shocked. This was the first time he heard of it. If you don't believe me, you can ask around and see if other spiritual materials have been mixed in with the primal chaos stone. Qin Yu said. Master Tianxiong fell silent. He seemed to be pondering whether or not Qin Yu was trying to scare him. Since you need the primal chaos stone to forge a spiritual weapon, are you planning to use the primal chaos chi or primal essence chi to neutralize the energy of other materials? Seeing Master Tianxiong pondering, Qin Yu spoke again. Master Tianxiong didn't know that the primal chaos stone couldn't be mixed with other spiritual materials. Then the biggest possibility was that he was planning to use the primal chaos chi and primal essence chi. That's right. Master Tianxiong raised his eyebrows and nodded slowly. Obviously, Qin Yu was right. Senior, are you planning to neutralize spiritual materials of any attribute? I've been following my master since I was a child, and I'm quite knowledgeable about the art of merging spiritual materials. Qin Yu smiled faintly. Is that so? Then this old man would like to ask for some advice. Master Tianxiong's expression changed when he heard Qin Yu mention his master. He said, I've used hundreds of spiritual materials to forge an earth-grade spiritual weapon this time. But among them, the attributes of the heavenly frost stone, leaf fire crystal, and dark nether iron have been conflicting with each other, and they couldn't be merged into the embryo. Little friend, do you have a solution? Master Tianxiong looked at Qin Yu with a hint of hope in his eyes. This problem had troubled him for a long time. He had left the Zhen Wu dynasty some time ago to participate in a meeting of craftsmen in the Great Eastern Territory. He wanted to see if he could get any inspiration from other craftsmen. However, it was a pity that he came back empty-handed. Previously, when he learned that the primal chaos high essence stone had disappeared, he immediately rushed back. The heavenly frost stone contains the chi of cold ice, while the fire-leaving crystal contains the power of fire. These two are like fire and water, and the dark nether iron contains the power of dark nether. This is indeed troublesome, Qin Yu said with a pensive tone. When Grandmaster Tianxiong saw this, he was immediately disappointed. It seemed that Qin Yu was also helpless. Senior, if I can help you solve this problem, then what about the primal chaos supreme essence stone? However, after Qin Yu took a glance at Master Tianxiong's expression, he started to laugh. As long as you can solve this problem, this primal chaos supreme essence stone will naturally belong to you. Master Tianxiong's eyes lit up as he hastily replied, Give me a brush and ink. Qin Yu said. Wu Xing moved his right hand and immediately took out a brush, ink, and paper. As Master Tianxiong's disciple, these were necessary things. Qin Yu quickly wrote down the method of neutralization and handed it to Master Tianxiong. 5 elements cinnabar, mysterious-ine water, light congealing stone. After reading it, Master Tianxiong's expression changed drastically. Sometimes he frowned and pondered, sometimes he was enlightened, and sometimes he was overjoyed. Senior, I'll take my leave first. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come to the Imperial Sacred Institute to find me. Qin Yu didn't stay any longer. He put away the primal chaos supreme essence stone and left. Yun, Shi, Wu Xing, and Deacon Duan's eyes twitched when they heard this. Qin Yu actually asked Master Tianxiong to find him. His words weren't ordinary. Okay. After this refining is completed, I'll definitely pay you a visit. However, to their surprise, Master Tianxiong actually personally saw Qin Yu off after he came back to his senses. Looking at his attitude, it was as if he was treating Qin Yu as an equal. This made the people in the Thousand Weapons Pavilion who saw this scene so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. They wondered who that white-clothed youth was. How could he be treated so respectfully by the King of Weapons, Master Tianxiong? After leaving the Thousand Weapons Pavilion, Qin Yu bought hundreds of kinds of medicinal materials in the Imperial City and headed to the Sacred Institute. Along the way, Yun Shi followed Qin Yu with unconcealable curiosity in her bright eyes. Senior Sister Yun Shi, if you look at me like this, will it give people an illusion? Qin Yu tilted his head and smiled at Yun Shi. Junior brother Qin Yu, who are you? Yun Shi pondered for a moment and couldn't help but ask. She came from one of the top forces in the Great Eastern Domain and had seen countless geniuses. However, it was the first time she had seen a monster like Qin Yu. A 16-year-old youth was actually instructing Master Tianxiong in refining. If this spread out, who knew how many people would be stunned? Qin Yu smiled and didn't say anything. However, in Yun Shi's eyes, this appearance was even more mysterious. Yun Shi didn't ask further. She just looked at Qin Yu curiously, as if she wanted to see through Qin Yu. After returning to the Sacred Institute, Qin Yu immediately returned to his residence and closed the door. He couldn't stand Yun Shi's gaze. After entering the secret cultivation room, Qin Yu prepared and began to inscribe on the Primal Chaos Supreme Essence Stone. 5 days later, the Primal Chaos Supreme Essence Stone turned into a 9-palace array disc covered with countless mysterious spiritual patterns. A first-grade spiritual array disc. The grade is a bit low and can't accommodate the entire heaven punishment array. In the ancient seal of the dragon god, the dragon soul looked at the spiritual array disc and said, "I can't help it. I'm only in the earth martial arts realm now." The grade of the spiritual array disc depended not only on the array pattern, but also on the host's cultivation. In a sense, the spiritual array disc was Qin Yu's original Dharma artifact. It could increase its grade and power with Qin Yu's continuous nurturing. With a thought, Qin Yu's spiritual array disc entered the ancient seal of the dragon god and appeared in front of the celestial extermination painting. Withdraw. Qin Yu once again released the killing intent of the heaven punishment array, and the soaring killing intent raged. As Qin Yu formed a seal with both hands, the killing intent of the heaven punishment array merged into the spiritual array disc. However, when it reached the 10th killing intent, the spiritual array disc trembled slightly and reached its limit. 10 killing intents of the heaven punishment array. Qin Yu summoned the killing intent of the heaven punishment array, and a smile appeared on his face. Although it couldn't accommodate the entire heaven punishment array, with these 10 killing intents of the heaven punishment array, he had enough power to protect himself in the Zhenwu dynasty. After the spiritual array disc successfully accommodated the killing intent of the heaven punishment array, Qin Yu began to refine spiritual pills. Soon, grade 3 spiritual pills flew out of the cauldron one after another. In the following time, Qin Yu cultivated the ancient battle dragon art while taking spiritual pills to cultivate. When a month had passed, Qin Yu's cultivation had increased by 3 levels. A cultivation of the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm could only be considered at the bottom of the Imperial Sacred Academy. Even among the new students, this cultivation was not considered eye-catching. However, if someone judged Qin Yu's strength based on his cultivation, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. Chapter 35. On this day, when the sun had just risen, a long bell rang throughout the Imperial Sacred Academy. The freshman assembly of the Imperial Sacred Academy was finally here. Figures walked out of the 4 academies of the Imperial Sacred Academy. At this moment, the The square where the freshman assembly was held was filled with countless martial artists from different forces. Even the royal family would send people to watch the freshman assembly of the Imperial Sacred Academy. No way. I'm the only one from the Northern Academy this year. Qin Yu, who was in seclusion, was called out by Jianglong, Yunxi, and other disciples of the Northern Academy. To be honest, Qin Yu had no interest in participating in this freshman assembly. With his current strength, even students in the sky martial arts realm were no match for him, let alone those freshmen who had just entered the Sacred Academy. Humph, those short-sighted guys. It's useless even if there are more of them. Jiang Long snorted and put his arm around Qin Yu's shoulder, saying, Qin Yu, you must make the Northern Academy proud in this freshman assembly. After saying that, he pulled Qin Yu, who was somewhat helpless, to the square of the Sacred Academy. When the lonely Qin Yu stood in the open space representing the Northern Academy, bursts of laughter sounded around the square. Junior brother Dongfang, that guy is Qin Yu. Don't let him go so easily. However, those who laughed did not include the Eastern Academy. Last time in the cultivation formation conflict, a student in the Earth martial arts realm of the Eastern Academy was defeated by Qin Yu alone. This had been spread around the Sacred Academy for a long time, and the Eastern Academy had lost face. The one who spoke at this time was Lu Shanha. In front of Lu Shanha, there was a youth in white with a cold and arrogant face. Third grade Earth martial arts realm? I'm not interested. If you want to play house, go ahead. This youth in white was the 9th grade martial vein genius that the Eastern Academy had recruited this time, Dongfang Wentian. Dongfang Wentian's arrogant attitude made Lu Shanha's eyes darken, but he did not say anything. In the Eastern Academy, Dongfang Wentian's status was far above his. He was a seedling that was focused on training. The strongest opponent this time should be Dongfang Wentian. Among the new disciples of the West Branch, a burly young man looked at Dongfang Wentian with battle intent in his eyes. This muscular young man was also a genius with a 9th grade martial vein, Wan Fenglei. This freshman competition will be the starting stage for me to become famous in the Great Eastern Territory. Among the disciples of the Southern Domain, a young man with a cold expression and a white fan in his hand spoke confidently. The surrounding new disciples all subconsciously distanced themselves from him. That was because the cold aura emanating from that young man's body was too shocking. This icy young man was the 9th grade martial vein genius of the Southern Campus, Chu Han. This year's freshman assembly officially begins. The competition is divided into 2 segments, the mixed battle and the top 4 battle. The rules are simple. We'll use an elimination system. Elders of the inner sanctum will be spectating the competition this time. Therefore, all of you must give it your all. When the bright red sun rose into the sky, a martial emperor elder appeared to preside over the freshman competition. After the simple announcement of the rules, the students of the 4 campuses went to draw their number plates. There were more than 100 new students participating this time. These 100 or so people would be divided into 4 regions. In the first round of the mixed battle, the students of each region would fight against each other. The person who won in the end would be qualified to advance to the top 4 battle. The top 4 battle would be the battle for the title of Newcomer King. The person who won in the end would be this year's Newcomer King. Almost all of the previous Newcomer Kings of the Battling Heavens Sacred Academy had become famous geniuses in the Empire. Soon, more than 100 new students were evenly divided into the 4 regions. No one knew if it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement. Today's 4 9th grade martial vein geniuses were separated in this round. Let's begin. With the order of the martial emperor elder, the 4 regions immediately erupted into a mixed battle. Get out of here, Shadowless Sword. In the first region, Dongfang Wentian held a sword and attacked brazenly. Streaks of shadowless sword light flashed in the void. The battle had just begun, but 7 or 8 new disciples in the first region were struck and eliminated. Although these new disciples were seriously injured, they did not lose their lives. This was because at the critical moment, the martial Emperor Elder made a move and sent the new disciples flying. In the mixed battle of the 4 regions, there was not a single casualty. Lightning Wind Palm. In the second region, Wan Fenglai was also domineering. The lightning wind true qi on his body vibrated as he struck out with his lightning wind palm. Wherever the lightning wind palm passed, the new disciples would be eliminated. Clang, clang. In the third region, Chu Han's white fan was flickering with ice spiritual runes. As he waved his white fan, a solid ice blade swept out in all directions. The number of ice blades was so great that the new disciples could not withstand them and were eliminated one after another. Bang, bang, bang. In the fourth region, Qin Yu, who was originally lazy, stepped out and charged into the new disciples when he saw them attacking him. Wherever Qin Yu went, the new disciples would be sent flying. It was like a giant beast had crashed into them, causing them to lose the ability to fight. Even though Qin Yu did not use his full strength, his physical strength of 100,000 plus the enhancement of the battle dragon energy is simply not something these new students can withstand. As expected of a genius with a 9th grade martial vein, the ordinary new disciples are not on the same level as them. Around the square, the eyes of the spectators fell on Dongfang Wentian, Wan Fenglai, Chu Han, and Qin Yu. From the looks of it, it was clear that this year's best newcomer king would be one of them. Whoosh! In the first region, an invisible sword light flashed, and the last new disciple was sent flying. Dongfang Wentian advanced. Piece of cake. In the second region, Wan Fenglai's lightning wind true qi dissipated. There were no more new disciples around him. A bunch of ants. In the third region, Chu Han closed his white fan, and the surrounding wind blades turned into cold air and dissipated. Bang! In the fourth region, Qin Yu threw out a punch. A substantial fist force exploded, and the 5 new disciples who had joined forces to attack were sent flying back while vomiting blood as if they had been hit by an ancient beast. At this point, the winners of the 4 regions had all stood out. The semifinals will now begin. The rules are simple. Those who lose will be eliminated. After resting for half an hour, the semifinals began. Qin Yu and the other 3 would fight in pairs. The 2 who won in the end would fight for the title of the new king. After the lots were drawn, the first battle of the semifinals was between Wan Fenglai and Chu Han. The second battle was between Dongfang Wentian and Qin Yu. "You're not my opponent," Chu Han said coldly as he looked at Wan Fenglai on the battle stage. "Huh, that's what I should say," Wan Fenglai said with a smile. "You're overestimating yourself." Chu Han sneered as a powerful icy aura swept out from his body. "That's true yuan?" "No, it hasn't completely condensed into true yuan." Half-step to the sky martial realm. The spectators were shocked. A new disciple, who had just entered the academy, had already reached the half-step to the sky martial realm. Chu Han's talent was extraordinary. Chapter 36. Half-step to true origin. Wan Fenglai's face froze. He didn't expect Chu Han's strength to reach such a level. Even Dongfang Wentian's eyes were filled with shock. There was a divide between the earth martial realm and the sky martial realm. When true qi turned into true origin, there would be a qualitative increase in power. Although Chu Han was only half-step to true origin, it was enough for him to look down on the earth martial realm. Only Qin Yu was still standing there lazily, as if he didn't see Chu Han's half-step to sky martial realm cultivation. Boom! At that moment, Chu Han stomped on the ground and charged towards Wan Fenglei with a gust of cold wind. So what if you're half-stepped to Sky Martial Realm? As long as you're not in the Sky Martial Realm, there's nothing to be afraid of. Seeing Chu Han charging towards him, Wan Fenglei's aura exploded, and his wind-lightning true chi swept out. Wind-lightning palm. As his wind-lightning true chi vibrated, Wan Fenglei's hands continuously clapped. Streams of wind-lightning energy condensed and continuously attacked Chu Han. Child's play. Disdain appeared on Chu Han's face, and he waved the white fan in his hand. The inscriptions on the fan flickered, and an ice-cold wind blade shot out like 10,000 arrows and instantly collided with the wind-lightning palm. After a series of explosions, all of the wind-lightning palm was shattered. The power of half-step to true origin and true chi was revealed. Wind-lightning escape. Wan Fenglei naturally wouldn't fight Chu Han head-on. In that instant, Wan Fenglei used an extremely fast wind-lightning movement technique, and in a few steps, he leapt to Chu Han's left side. Wind-lightning destruction palm. Wan Fenglei took the opportunity and immediately attacked with all his strength. He clapped his hands, and dozens of streams of wind-lightning energy condensed and formed a wind-lightning palm. With the power of wind-lightning, it shot towards Chu Han. Looking at the violent fluctuations of the wind-lightning palm, even if a true Sky Martial Realm cultivator was hit, he would definitely be severely injured. Ice blade. Chu Han sneered and took a step back with his left foot. He didn't dodge and faced the wind-lightning palm head-on. Immediately after, Chu Han's right hand moved, and the white fan in his hand slashed horizontally. An ice blade emitting a frightening cold aura was formed and slashed out at an astonishing speed. With a piercing sound, the wind thunder palm was directly cut apart. Wan Fenglei, who was extremely close, was unable to dodge in time and was sent flying by the ice blade. If it weren't for the protective spiritual armor on his body, he would have been cut in half. Whoosh! Chu Han's figure flashed. Before Wan Fenglei could land on the ground, he quickly chased after him. The white fan in his hand, which was overflowing with cold air, was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Puff! A tearing sound appeared in the air as Chu Han's attack missed. It was the Inner Institute elder who had saved Wan Fenglei. Chu Han wins the first round of the semifinals. When the Inner Court elder saved Wan Fenglei, it meant that Chu Han had won. So strong, this is a complete suppression. Half-step Zhen Yuan is indeed far superior to Zhen Qi. Apart from that, Chu Han's control over half a step into true energy is also extremely proficient. I'm afraid that he will be able to truly step into the heaven realm soon. A 16-year-old in the Sky Martial Realm? He's a peerless monster. The spectators of the freshman competition were all incomparably shocked. Chu Han's strength had shocked them. Looking at Chu Han, who had calmly stepped down from the stage, the shock in Dongfang Wentian's eyes was replaced by a trace of graveness. Chu Han's strength made him feel extremely pressured. That Chu Han's strength is already enough to completely crush an Earth Martial Realm. Jiang Long, Yun Shi, and the others who were originally confident in Qin Yu's strength were somewhat shaken. Although Qin Yu had the prison-suppressing divine spear in his hand, Chu Han had defeated Wan Fenglei in just 2 moves. Obviously, Chu Han had not used his full strength. Qin Yu wanted to win the title of newcomer king and win glory for the Northern Institute, but there wasn't much hope. The second round, Dongfang Wentian of the Eastern Institute versus Qin Yu of the Northern Institute. Under the Inner Institute elder's voice, Dongfang Wentian and Qin Yu both leaped onto the stage. Clang! Dongfang Wentian unsheathed his sword. Vaguely, there was a sharp sword aura emitting from it. Qin Yu, on the other hand, stood there indifferently. There was nothing in his hand. You're not going to use a spiritual artifact? Dongfang Wentian frowned. He had no interest in fighting Qin Yu, who was only in the 3rd grade Earth Martial Realm. However, Qin Yu's arrogant manner of not even taking out a holy weapon made him somewhat displeased. He didn't believe that Qin Yu didn't have a spiritual artifact. As a 9th grade martial vein cultivator, and the only student of the Northern Institute, there was no way that the elders of the Northern Institute wouldn't prepare a spiritual artifact for Qin Yu. If I use a spiritual artifact, I'll be bullying you. Qin Yu smiled faintly. The true qi of the battle dragon surged in his dragon vein, and the blood in his body started to boil. You're only in the 3rd grade Earth Martial Realm. Do you think that you're so arrogant after defeating a few seniors? The corner of Dongfang Wentian's eyes twitched. He gives a cold laugh. With a movement of his body, he leaps towards Qin Yu like an eagle. Swish, swish, swish. Before he landed, Dongfang Wentian slashed with his sword and executed the shadowless sword art. Streaks of blurry, shadowless sword light broke through the air like a gust of wind, without any order at all. With a few light steps, Qin Yu dodged all of the shadowless sword rays in an extremely skillful manner. Perhaps in the eyes of other students, Dongfang Wentian's shadowless sword art was extremely troublesome. But for Qin Yu, it was a piece of cake. If Jiang Long hadn't dragged him to the freshman competition, he wouldn't have wasted his time on it. How is this possible? Dongfang Wentian's face changed when he landed on the ground. Even someone in the sky martial realm wouldn't be able to see through the shadowless sword art so easily. How did Qin Yu do it? How dare you look down on me? When Dongfang Wentian saw Qin Yu calmly walking towards him with a calm expression, his face twitched and the anger on his face became even more intense. Qin Yu's arrogant appearance had completely infuriated him. 9 stars linked moonsword. This time, Dongfang Wentian rushed forward and waved the sword in his hand. Cold and sharp sword aura intertwined and turned into a sword aura bright moon. Around the sword aura bright moon, there were 9 shadowless sword aura, 1 bright and 1 dark, overflowing with killing intent. Break. However, Qin Yu merely threw out a punch. An incomparably tyrannical fist energy burst forth like a violent storm. The sword aura bright moon and the 9 shadowless sword aura were all scattered by the fist energy the moment they collided. Not good. Dongfang Wentian's face changed, and he immediately blocked with his sword. But he couldn't defend against the violent fist energy, and was sent flying out of the arena while vomiting blood. Qin Yu won with 1 punch. No way. A 3rd grade Earth Martial Realm warrior sent a warrior at the peak of the Earth Martial Realm flying with 1 punch. Although his genuine chi fluctuation is only at the 3rd grade Earth Martial Realm, the power of his punch doesn't seem like something a 3rd grade Earth Martial Realm warrior can throw out. What's going on? This young man is amazing. If he reaches the peak of the Earth Martial Realm, I'm afraid he can challenge a real Sky Martial Realm warrior. The battle between Qin Yu and Dongfang Wentian shocked the spectators of the Sacred Institute once again. It wasn't that they hadn't seen people of a higher level than themselves, but someone like Qin Yu, even in the Imperial Academy, had never appeared before. Damn it! Looking at the glorious Qin Yu, Lu Shanha's eyes were even colder. Originally, he wanted Dongfang Wentian to teach Qin Yu a lesson and clear the name of the East Courtyard. Who would have thought that Dongfang Wentian would become Qin Yu's stepping stone? This made him even more unhappy with Qin Yu. Qin Yu, I'll kill you. Among the students of the East Courtyard, there was a gloomy and murderous gaze staring at Qin Yu. This person was naturally Zhou Tianlang, who was seriously injured by Qin Yu and couldn't participate in the freshman competition. Since he was almost killed by Qin Yu, With one punch, Zhou Tianlong's murderous intent towards Qinyu had reached a point where he couldn't suppress it. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely tear Qinyu into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. Chapter 37. You were actually defeated by a mere third-grade Earth martial realm with a single punch. Looks like my expectations for you were too high. Looking at the defeated Dongfang Wentian, the contempt on Chu Han's face deepened. Dongfang Wentian was the most famous among the freshmen this year. But who would have thought that he would be defeated by Qinyu, who wasn't famous at all, with a single punch? Looks like he didn't live up to his reputation. Qinyu is too ferocious. Looking at the victorious Qinyu, Jianglong and the others from the Northern Institute were excited. It looked like the Northern Institute, which had always been at the bottom of the four institutes, could rely on Qinyu to make a comeback. It's your turn now. Come up. On the battle stage, Qin, you didn't get down from the stage. Instead, he lazily said to Chu Han, after dealing with this guy, he would go back to cultivating. He came to the Imperial Sacred Institute for the myriad poison inky snake. Now, he had to quickly increase his strength and become an inner institute student. Then, he could enter the secret realm. You really think you're something. A cold light flashed in Chu Han's eyes. He took a step forward and jumped onto the battle stage with a gust of cold wind. So, you're not just at the half-step true essence stage. No wonder you're so confident. After looking at Chu Han carefully, Qinyu seemed to have discovered something and chuckled. Swish, swish, swish. After the Inner Institute elder gave the order, Chu Han immediately rushed out. He waved the white fan in his hand, and countless ice blades attacked like a storm. Qinyu's figure slightly swayed and dodged all the ice blades. He took large strides towards Chu Han. You're quite capable. Seeing this, Chu Han's eyes became even colder. The shocking cold air faintly affected this part of the world. Swish! The white fan in Chu Han's hand was like a saber. He slashed horizontally and vertically in the air. Two large ice blades formed a cross and slashed out with lightning speed. Break! Qinyu didn't stop and threw out a punch. The fist force exploded, and the cross ice blades couldn't resist the power of the fist force. It's actually so powerful. Chu Han's face was filled with shock. Only when he felt the power of Qinyu's fist at such a close distance did he realize just how terrifying the power of Qinyu's fist was. As soon as the cross-shaped frost blade was broken, Qinyu took a flying step forward and directly appeared in front of Chu Han. Then he threw out another punch. Ice shield. Chu Han immediately waved his white fan, and a thick ice shield formed in front of him from the half-step quintessential essence seat. Bang! However, the ice shield was directly shattered. Ice shards flew everywhere, and a terrifying fist energy slammed into Chu Han's body. Puchi! Chu Han's body shook violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, just as he was about to fall onto the battle stage, he waved the white fan in his right hand with all his might. A gust of icy wind burst out, and with the help of the recoil, he flipped over and landed on the battle stage. Even Chu Han, who was half a step into the heaven realm, vomited blood from a single punch. What kind of genius did the northern campus find this time? That's blood energy, right? Indeed. Qinyu's punch contained a shocking amount of blood energy. I estimate it to be at least a few thousand pounds. Qinyu's continuous punches had caused the surrounding spectators to be endlessly shocked. At the same time, they were also able to tell that Qinyu possessed an extremely astonishing physical strength. A 16-year-old youth with a physical strength of a few thousand pounds was comparable to a savage beast. It was likely that Chu Han would also be defeated by Qinyu in this battle. I didn't think that the rumor was true. It was you who took the hell-suppressing divine spear, right? Chu Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the coldness in his eyes became denser. That's right. Qin Yu nodded. I was caught off guard by you. Now, I won't give you another chance. Chu Han took a deep breath, and his aura became even stronger. A shocking amount of cold air quickly spread out. Could it be that Chu Han was still hiding his strength? The spectators, who originally thought that the outcome of the battle was already decided, started discussing again. You're finally going to use your dual martial veins. Qin Yu chuckled when he heard this. How did you know? Chu Han was shocked. This was his secret, and not many people in the Imperial Sacred Institute knew about it. Of course I can tell. Qin Yu's eyes were sharp. He could tell that Chu Han had dual martial veins with just a glance. Since, then take out the hell-suppressing divine spear. Once I use my dual martial veins, you won't be able to take a single blow from me if you don't use your full strength. Before he finished speaking, a shocking amount of cold air rushed out from Chu Han, freezing the air wherever it passed. Dual martial veins. This is dual martial veins. Chu Han actually has dual martial veins. No wonder he reached the half-step to the sky martial realm at such a young age. After a short moment of silence, the spectators began to discuss fervently. At this moment, Chu Han's icy aura was several times stronger than before. He actually has dual martial veins. Yunshi was stunned. Not only does he have dual martial veins, but he also has dual martial veins of the same attribute. Jiang Long squinted his eyes. Dual martial veins not only increased one's cultivation speed, but also allowed one to awaken another attribute of true qi. If the attributes were of the same attribute, then the power of dual martial veins wouldn't be stacked. Even the inner court elder looked at Chu Han with a smile on his face. Even in the Imperial Sacred Academy, dual martial veins geniuses were rare. Furthermore, Chu Han was a 9th-grade martial vein cultivator. His talent was even rarer. Are you not going to take out the hell-suppressing divine spear? Or are you not going to take out the hell-suppressing divine spear? The coldness in Chu Han's eyes deepened when he saw that Qin Yu was still empty-handed even though he had dual martial veins. I already said that I would be bullying you guys if I used a spiritual weapon. Qin Yu lightly smiled. His relaxed appearance did not show the slightest bit of pressure. Don't regret it when you lose. Chu Han roared. His figure flashed, and he rushed out with a gust of cold wind. Whoosh! Whoosh! The instant he charged out, Chu Han raised the white fan in his right hand. As the spirit inscriptions on the surface of the fan glowed, the surrounding cold air quickly gathered towards the white fan and turned into a bone-chilling cold hurricane. Then, it violently swept towards Qin Yu. Ka-ka-ka! Wherever the ice hurricane passed, a thick layer of ice would appear on the battle arena. Its power could be seen from this. Destructive fist. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth curled up into a smile, and he did not retreat at all. He clenched his right hand into a fist and took a step forward with his left foot, lowering his body slightly. Inside the 2 dragon veins in his dantian, the battle dragon True Qi was roaring like a giant dragon. Inside his flesh and bones, tens of millions of qi and blood energy gathered in his right hand like rivers flowing into the sea. Destroy. Immediately after, Qin Yu's right fist suddenly shot out through the air. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound rang in everyone's ears like a clap of thunder. Everyone could only feel their ears buzzing, and they couldn't hear anything else. In their eyes, Qin Yu's right fist contained a vast and majestic fist energy. It was like a demonic dragon had been born, and it instantly shattered the powerful ice hurricane. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Chu Han. Looking at the destructive aura, if one was hit by the attack, they would definitely die. Boom! In the eyes of Chu Han, whose face was filled with shock and was suppressed by the terrifying fist energy, the destructive fist energy suddenly exploded. At this moment, the battle arena directly collapsed. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, and the arena turned into ruins. Chapter 38. When the dust settled, the onlookers were all dumbfounded. In the middle of the arena, there was a huge pit that was at least 30 meters wide. In the deep pit, he could still clearly sense a destructive fist force raging about. Plop! Suddenly, Chu Han, who was pale and covered in cold sweat, collapsed to the ground. In front of him, the inner court elder stretched out one hand, and a solid wall of true essence quietly disappeared. If it weren't for the inner court elder's help, Qin Chu wouldn't even have bones left. Top heaven level martial arts technique. This kid is a peerless genius. In the future, he will definitely be able to walk out of the imperial court and become famous in hundreds of countries. The inner court elder couldn't hide the astonishment in his eyes. Third stage Earth martial arts realm cultivators could completely master a top heaven level martial arts technique. Qin Yu's martial arts talent is so strong that even he is extremely shocked. In addition to cultivation talent, martial arts talent was also very important to a warrior's talent. The former determined the level of cultivation, while the latter determined the strength of battle. Looking at Qin Yu's appearance, it was obvious that he had both. This naturally surprised the inner court elder. He's really only in the third stage Earth martial arts realm. This power is no weaker than the Sky martial arts realm. God, what kind of monster is this? The sound of Chu Han sitting on the ground caused the stunned onlookers to recover their wits. A clamor that soared to the sky continuously resounded. A super genius with dual martial veins had been completely crushed. This year's freshman competition was no less exciting than the previous 4 academy competitions. Qin Yu didn't pay attention to the heated discussion around him. He withdrew his fist and left the square under the admiring, envious, and jealous gazes. Qin Yu didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion about winning the title of freshman competition. Of course, Qin Yu didn't feel anything, but Jianglong and the others from the Northern Court were excited. The Northern Court had a freshman king this year, so the cultivation resources of the Saint Court would definitely be more focused on him. In less than half a day, the news of the battle of the freshman king of the Imperial Court spread throughout the Imperial Court. Because of this, Qin Yu's name became famous in the Imperial dynasty, and countless factions were investigating Qin Yu's background. With such amazing talent, he would definitely become a famous expert in the 100 Nations in the future. Royal Sacred Academy, Outer Court, East Court. I can't wait any longer. I have to get rid of Qin Yu as soon as possible. Zhou Tianlang walked all the way back to his room in trepidation. His eyes flashed with fear, horror, resentment, and murderous intent after witnessing Qin Yu's battle today. Zhou Tianlang's desire to kill Qin Yu grew stronger, and he could not get rid of it. Qin Yu's talent was too terrifying, so terrifying that it made him unable to eat or sleep in peace. The Shui clan, one of the super families in the Imperial City. Qin Yu? Could this person be the Dragon Spirit City's Qin Yu that the Emperor mentioned before? In the Shui clan, a middle-aged man looked at the report in his hand and raised his eyebrows. Yes, young Master Tianwu ordered us to report immediately when he arrived at the Imperial Court, but young Master Tianwu is in seclusion trying to break through to the martial king realm. A muscular man knelt on one knee and respectfully replied. Third grade Earth martial realm, but his battle strength is comparable to a Sky martial realm cultivator. He can even pick up the hell-suppressing divine spear of the Northern Court. He also has a 9th grade dual martial vein that is close to a spirit vein. This person can't be left alive. After the middle-aged man read the report on Qin Yu, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. A 16-year-old 3rd grade Earth Martial Realm cultivator, was not very outstanding in the Imperial City. But in his hand was Qin Yu's detailed report. He knew that Qin Yu's martial vein had been stolen and his cultivation scattered. After sleeping for 2 years, he had awakened with a second martial vein. In just a few months, he had risen to the top and reached the 3rd grade Earth Martial Realm. Wasn't such talent a little too terrifying? If it wasn't for the matter of Shui Yutong of the Dragon Spirit City branch, the Shui family would definitely try to rope in such a genius. But since Shui Tianwu had already formed a grudge with Qin Yu, the Shui family naturally could not let Qin Yu grow. In the imperial court, Qin Yu did not know what was going on in the outside world. Even if he knew, he would not care. After the freshman competition ended, Qin Yu returned to his loft and cultivated in seclusion. The reward for the newcomer king was delivered the next day: a heaven-rank cultivation technique and martial skill, as well as many high-quality spirit pills. Qin Yu did not care about these rewards. After cultivating in seclusion for nearly a month, with the help of the 2 dragon veins and the spirit pills, Qin Yu's cultivation broke through continuously and reached the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm. With the increase of the battle dragon Truchi, Qin Yu took the opportunity to condense a 3rd dragon vein. Now, his cultivation speed had already increased by more than 3 times. On this day, when Qin Yu was cultivating, Jiang Long of the Northern Court came to his door. Academy mission? After hearing Jiang Long's words, Qin Yu frowned slightly. He did not even have enough time to cultivate now. How could he have time to go out and carry out missions? This is the rule of the sacred court. The flowers in the greenhouse cannot withstand the wind and rain. So, whether it is the outer court or the inner court, every once in a while must leave the sacred court to carry out missions. This way, they can hone their combat strength. Jiang Long said, "Okay." Qin Yu wanted to refuse directly, but after thinking about it, he agreed. Instead of staying in the imperial court and being disturbed from time to time, it was better to just leave and cultivate in the outside world. Anyway, he did not need to rely on the cultivation resources of the imperial court. This is the mission of the Northern Court. Jiang Long handed the mission to Qin Yu. Exterminate bandits. The mission of the Northern Court was to exterminate a group of bandits at the border of the Zhen Wu dynasty. That group of bandits had been roaming around the border, robbing and killing ordinary people. According to the intelligence, the highest cultivation of that group of bandits was only in the Earth Martial Arts realm. So, the outer court students in the Earth Martial Arts realm were enough to deal with them. After reading the mission, Qin Yu prepared a little and left the imperial court with the other students of the Northern Court. After Qin Yu left the sacred court, 2 pieces of news quickly spread out of the imperial court. Ha ha ha! This news came at the right time. Zhou Tianlang, who was carrying out a mission outside, looked at the intelligence in his hand with a ruthless look in his eyes. This person can't be allowed to go back to the imperial court alive. The middle-aged man of the Shui clan gave a gloomy order after receiving the news. Now, the imperial court did not focus on protecting Qin Yu. This was a great opportunity. If Qin Yu managed to escape this time, the Imperial Sacred Academy would definitely be alerted. It would not be so easy to do it again in the future. 7 days later, on the spacious official road, a group of Earth Martial Arts realm warriors was galloping fast. This group of people was Qin Yu and other students of the Northern Court who came to exterminate bandits. According to the intelligence of the Imperial Court, the bandits are in front of us. Everyone, cheer up. The leading young man of LV9 of the Earth Martial Arts realm looked at the map in his hand and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the students of the Northern Court were all shaken. There's a smell of blood. At this time, Qin Yu's nose twitched slightly as he smelled the strong smell of blood coming from the front. After passing through the official road, they came to the place where the smell of blood was coming from. It was a small town. The situation of the small town was extremely miserable. The houses had collapsed, and in the ruins, corpses were lying in pools of blood. There were old people and children, but no one was alive. Obviously, there had been a massacre. Chapter 39. Damn those bastards. They didn't even spare the elderly and the children. After walking around the small town, the students of the Northern College were seething with anger and killing intent. We didn't find the woman's body. She must have been taken away. The young man in the lead walked around the town and met up with the students of the Northern Campus. Judging from the blood and the corpses, it seemed to have happened 2 hours ago. We just need to find the right direction. If we chase after them now, we should be able to find them. But the problem is that there are horse hoof prints all around the town. Which direction should we go? The students of the Northern Campus talked to each other. The horse hoof prints must have been left by the bandits to prevent them from being tracked. They're heading east. Chinyu, who had been silent all this time, looked east. East? Junior Chinyu, are you sure? The students of the Northern Campus looked at Chinyu. Although Yu was not the leader of their group, his strength was definitely the strongest among them. I'm sure. Chinyu immediately gets on his horse and chases east. Seeing this, those Northern Courtyard students follow him one after another. After chasing for dozens of miles, they followed the horse hoofprints and came to a mountain range. In the ancient forest at the edge of the mountain range, there was a simple tent. Waves of wild laughter, and the shrill voice of a woman could be heard. Those bastards! Hearing those voices, the students of the Northern Campus naturally knew what the bandits were doing. Without wasting any time, they unsheathed their spiritual weapons, jumped off their horses, and rushed over. Whoosh! 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 Chinyu did not move, but he flicked his right hand and shot out 3 darts. The bandit, who was hiding in the dark and aiming at the students of the Northern Campus with a crossbow, was killed instantly. Who's there? Come out, there's an enemy attack. The murderous aura of the students of the Northern Campus attracted the attention of the bandits. Figures rushed out of the tent. Although their clothes were disheveled, they seemed to be well trained. Seeing this, Chinyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Those bandits didn't look like bandits. Instead, they looked more like soldiers in the army. Could they be from the 100 Battles dynasty? This mountain range was the border between the Zhenwu dynasty and the Baijian dynasty. It was indeed possible for the warriors of the 100 Battles dynasty to disguise themselves as bandits and cross over to kill and loot. Clang! Clang! The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Although the Northern Campus students outnumbered the bandits, they had the upper hand in the battle and firmly suppressed the bandits. Oh no, they are the geniuses of the Zhenwu dynasty's Imperial Academy. Run! Facing all of the Earth martial arts realm, the bandits quickly couldn't hold on and turned to flee. Pum pum pum. However, at this moment, a series of shockingly powerful fist radiances continuously blasted through the air, accurately bombarding the bodies of the fleeing martial artists. Following a series of violent explosions, the cultivators exploded one after another. None of them survived. You making a move thoroughly crushed the hopes of those martial artists. One by one, they were defeated swiftly. Leave a few alive and bring them to the authorities to interrogate them. The leading youth of the Northern Campus seemed to have discovered these martial artists. After instructing them to leave a few alive, he rescued the women in the tents. At this point, their mission could be considered to have been successfully completed. These captives and these women would be arranged by the authorities directly under the imperial family. Boom. However, just as they were about to leave, A huge fireball of 10 feet in size suddenly shot out from the mountain range. Wherever the fireball passed, the ancient trees and boulders were incinerated one after another, leaving a terrifying fire path on the ground. It's the martial king realm. The dragon soul in the dragon god ancient seal immediately sensed it. Hell, suppressing divine spear. Chinyu took a step forward and rushed towards the fireball head-on. The hell-suppressing divine spear shot out, and man and spear became one, like a dragon emerging from the sea. Whoosh! A pure chi and blood energy turned into a fist-thick spear radiance at the tip of the spear and split the fireball in half. Rumble! The fireball split apart and rushed past Chinyu on both sides. Then it exploded violently. Raging flames that were as violent as molten lava swept out, with a loud rumble. In an instant, the area within a radius of dozens of feet turned into a sea of flames. Even the Earth martial arts realm students of the Northern Campus found it difficult to resist the power of the true origin fire. Those ordinary women and captives were instantly turned into ashes in the rolling flames. There are 5 martial kings and 20 sky martial arts realm. A cold killing intent appeared in the dragon soul's huge eyes. Looking at the casualties of the Northern Campus students, Chinyu narrowed his eyes. It was impossible for martial kings to be reduced to bandits. Moreover, 5 of them appeared at once. This was definitely not a coincidence, and the true origin fireball just now was clearly locked onto him. Could it be that they were specifically targeting him? Thinking of this, Chinyu held the hell-suppressing divine spear in his right hand, and a spiritual array disc appeared in his left hand. He flew into the ancient forest. His target was the place where the 5 martial kings were hidden. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Chinyu rushed out, true origin fireballs appeared one after another. They appeared in an orderly fashion, and even formed a fireball formation that surrounded Chinyu. 100 shadows' demonic footprints. An afterimage appeared. Chinyu's body flashed through those frighteningly powerful true essence fireballs. After flying over 30 feet, Chinyu finally saw the 5 martial kings and 20 sky martial arts realm students. Indeed, the clothes that these people wore were completely different from the bandits from before. He has some ability. No wonder the young master values him so much. A rank 5 martial king crossed his arms and stared at Chinyu with a sinister smile on his face. Don't underestimate him. The young master said that Wu San's disappearance is very likely related to him. A sturdy martial king beside the rank 5 martial king spoke. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly get rid of them. The rank 7 martial king leading the group gave a sinister order. Even though their target was Chinyu, since they had run into the Northern College students, they naturally could not let them go. As for Chinyu, there was a rank 4 martial king and a rank 5 martial king locking onto him. Boom. But just as the 10 sky martial realm students appeared, a huge creature landed on the ground. It was the blood-flamed Qilin. The young master said that this brat has a sky martial realm demonic beast. It seems that it's true. The rank 7 martial king, leading the group, revealed a sinister smile. He gestured to the other 10 sky martial realm students to surround the blood-flamed Qilin. Brat, prepare to die. The 2 martial kings who have their eyes on Chinyu, engulfed in their majestic elemental energy, fiercely attacked Chinyu. Judging from the power of the attack, even a martial emperor realm cultivator would not be able to survive the attack. Just in time, Chinyu's eyes flashed with a cold light. He retreated and allowed the 2 martial kings to approach him. Then he threw 2 palm strikes at them. Boom, boom. The profound spiritual runes on the spiritual formation plate lit up. Then Two streams of heaven-punishing killing intent instantly shattered the true origin attacks of the two martial kings and entered their bodies. Following this, the two martial emperor realm cultivators, whose faces were filled with murderous intent, exploded instantly and died without a doubt. Chapter 40. How is this possible? The eyes of the three martial kings, who had their arms crossed and were watching the show with cold eyes, bulged out. Their eyes were filled with shock. Two martial kings were crushed by a rank 5 Earth martial realm cultivator with one palm. Even though such a shocking thing happened right in front of their eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Chinyu's figure flashed. After taking the two Sumeru rings, he rushed towards the three martial kings like lightning. When a cultivator reached the martial king realm, they could fly. That was Chinyu's biggest weakness right now. Therefore, he had to kill these three martial emperor realm cultivators before they could react. Not good. Feeling the terrifying killing intent from Chinyu, the three martial kings felt a chill run down their spines. They subconsciously formed wings with their true origin and prepared to fly into the air. Die. However, at this moment, Chinyu's speed abruptly increased by several times. He turned into an illusory shadow and rushed before them like lightning. Bang! Bang! Of the three martial kings, other than the rank 7 martial king, the other two were instantly killed by Chinyu. Dragon Soul, seeing that rank 7 martial king flying at an extremely fast speed with a thought from Chinyu, he also jumped high into the sky. Rumble! The Dragon Soul understood, and the huge blood flame Qilin immediately rushed over. It jumped up and fiercely collided with Chinyu, who was in the air. Chinyu, who stopped his momentum, stepped on the blood flame Qilin with the tip of his foot. Borrowing the huge collision and rebound force, he quickly chased after the rank 7 heavenly martial realm cultivator with cold sweat on his face. Boom! When they were 20 meters apart, Chinyu's left hand suddenly shot out. Within the spiritual formation plate, two heaven-punishing killing intents overlapped. Like a hurricane of destruction, they crossed the distance between them and fiercely bombarded the rank 7 heavenly martial realm cultivator. As expected, the rank 7 heavenly martial realm cultivator also exploded. With a flash of true origin, Chinyu swept away the Sumeru ring and flipped in the air. He was caught by the blood flame Qilin in the air and safely landed on the ground. Huff! Chinyu exhaled slightly. Fortunately, those martial kings were frightened by his means. Otherwise, if 3 martial kings were to attack him from the sky, he would have no choice but to flee. Not good. Run. He's definitely not in the Earth martial arts realm. When the 20 Heaven Realm warriors saw that Chinyu landed safely, they were already scared out of their wits, and they all fled for their lives. In their hearts, Chinyu was already able to stand shoulder to shoulder with experts like the Martial Emperor. Looking at the North Campus student lying in a pool of blood, a cold light flashed in Chinyu's eyes as he activated Ghost Shadow Demonic Track. Puff! Puff! Those Sky Martial Realm cultivators didn't even get far before they were all killed by Chinyu's heaven-punishing killing intent. But at this moment, a great sense of danger suddenly appeared in Chinyu's mind. Almost without thinking, Chinyu immediately used 100 Shadows' demonic steps and dodged to the side. Crack! The moment Chinyu moved to the side, the ground where he was standing suddenly cracked, and 2 stone pillars rushed out of the ground. The Dragon Soul's reaction was a step too slow. The blood flame Kirin's head was pierced, and its life force was exhausted. It's a martial emperor. The Dragon Soul immediately returned to the ancient seal of the Dragon God and warned, apart from the Zhou family, are there any other forces that sent people to kill me? Chinyu's eyes flashed. Obviously, the martial emperor who attacked him was not a martial emperor from the Zhou family. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him not to save the three martial kings. In any force in the Zhen Wu dynasty, a martial king was definitely a force that couldn't be ignored. Shui family. A thought flashed in Qin Yu's mind. In the imperial city, apart from Zhou Tianlang, only Shui Tianwu had a grudge with Qin Yu. Previously, Qin Yu had found it strange that Shui Tianwu, who was arrogant in the past, didn't do anything after he came to the Imperial Sacred Institute. Who would have thought that it was not that Shui Tianwu did not make a move? Instead, he had been preparing his trump card in the dark. As soon as he made a move, he immediately sent out a martial emperor. While Qin Yu was thinking, a figure appeared in the air. He was about 200 feet above Qin Yu and looked down at Qin Yu coldly. Now that the heaven-punishing killing intent has been exposed, it won't be easy to kill this person. The dragon soul looked at the martial emperor and said, "Unless you can get close to him." Judging from his appearance, he won't give me a chance to get close to him. I can only run. Qin Yu glanced at the martial emperor, who kept a distance of 200 feet from him. He knew that the martial emperor must have carefully observed his previous battle, so he immediately ran away. He was forced to run away by a martial emperor. The dragon soul's killing intent was dense. It felt like a tiger that was bullied by dogs, or a dragon that was teased by shrimps in shallow water. How could Qin Yu not feel this way? He was the dragon god emperor of the Qinyun domain, whose name shook the world. Unfortunately, no matter how strong he was in his previous life, he was only a level 5 earth martial arts realm now. Boom. Boom. Seeing this, the martial emperor flew into the air and chased after him. Streaks of earthy yellow true essence that contained terrifying power rained down like a torrential storm. With Qin Yu as the center, the area within 100 feet radius was indiscriminately attacked. Qin Yu relied on the Earth-class spiritual weapon, the hell-suppressing divine spear, and the fire-thunder dragon body to avoid the vital essence attacks. If it was too difficult to dodge, he would use the heaven-punishing killing intent to shatter it. The power of the heaven-punishing killing intent was so strong that even a martial emperor would most likely die if he was hit directly, let alone break through the attack of a martial emperor. However, the 10 streaks of heaven-punishing killing intent stored in the spiritual array disc had been used up when he fought against the Zhou clan's martial king and the heaven martial arts realm. Qin Yu could only rely on the strength of his body to withstand the damage caused by the explosion of the heaven-punishing killing intent in the fairy extermination painting. Under the continuous use of the heaven-punishing killing intent, even the level 1 fire thunder body had bloody wounds on his hands, which were dripping with blood. But it was also because of this that Qin Yu managed to avoid fatal injuries. Sensing the surrounding terrain, he flew into the depths of the mountain range. Only by using the complicated terrain could he possibly get rid of the martial emperor. However, that martial emperor had clearly also sensed Qin Yu's intention. Streaks of vital essence attacks accurately locked onto Qin Yu, making it impossible for him to get rid of them. After a martial artist entered the martial emperor realm, he would have the initial awakening of the soul power. It would not be easy for Qin Yu to get rid of them. Such a terrifying killing intent, yet it can be unleashed continuously. What kind of treasure does this kid have on him? At this moment, the eyes of the martial emperor, who was chasing Qin Yu, were filled with greed. From the time Qin Yu fought with the 5 martial kings to now, when he was being chased, he had released the terrifying killing intent nearly 40 times. The killing intent was powerful enough to make him feel the threat of death, but Qin Yu seemed to be inexhaustible. This made the martial emperor feel a strong sense of greed. As long as he could obtain that treasure, he could become one of the few experts in the Zhenwu dynasty. Cave. At this moment, Qin Yu, who was escaping in a sorry state, suddenly changed his direction. His eyes lit up. Soon, Qin Yu arrived in front of a pitch-black cave. Qin Yu turned his head and looked coldly at the martial emperor who was chasing him. His figure flashed as he directly entered the cave. This caused the martial emperor who was chasing after them to frown. After Qin Yu entered, the aura fluctuations on his body immediately disappeared. He could not sense it, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Preparing to kill him? Looking at Qin Yu, who had used the dark shadow aura holding technique to hide behind the shadow of a sharp stone, as if he had fused with that sharp stone, the dragon soul saw through Qin Yu's plan. Of course, Qin Yu's chest trembled slightly as he circulated his breathing. His gaze was simple and calm. He did not show any signs of life, as if he was just a stone. So what if you are a martial emperor? How dare you chase after me? You are tired of living. Chapter 41. I'm just afraid that he won't dare to come in. Thinking of the caution of the martial emperor, the dragon soul said, if this dragged on, they would be in danger if the martial emperor had other helpers. No, he'll come in. Qin Yu sneered in his heart. He had already noticed the greed in the martial emperor's cold eyes. As a martial emperor, he would definitely not let go of such a treasure in the hands of an earth martial realm cultivator. As long as that person could not suppress the greed in his heart and entered the cave, he would be dead. The situation was just as Qin Yu expected. After a short hesitation, the martial emperor flew to the entrance of the cave. The martial emperor was obviously still very afraid of the danger of the heaven-punishing killing intent. After landing, a layer of true essence several feet thick appeared around his body. A thick shield appeared in his left hand, and a few talismans appeared in his right hand, shining faintly. Looking at his solemn posture, it seemed that he was not dealing with an earth martial realm cultivator, but a martial venerable. Ka. After some preparation, the Sumeru ring on the martial emperor's hand flashed. A wooden puppet beast landed on the ground and walked into the cave. On top of the puppet beast's head, there was a dazzling white light emitting. The situation in the cave was clear and bright. The martial emperor looked around carefully and saw a line of footprints on the ground. It was obvious that he had rushed into the depths of the cave. Humph! Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you restricted flying? The martial royal realm expert sneered and slowly walked into the cave. Under such a bright light, Qin Yu had nowhere to hide. In his opinion, Qin Yu rushing into the cave was undoubtedly forcing him into a dead end. The killing intent was indeed terrifying, but the cave was so big. With his current speed and defense, he could completely avoid being hit directly. As long as he avoided the first attack, Qin Yu would definitely die. For a martial emperor to kill a puny earth martial realm cultivator was no different from crushing an ant. Whoosh! However, just as the martial emperor walked to a small sharp stone, the martial emperor suddenly stopped. A streak of black light, which was inconspicuous even under the illumination of the white light, flashed and rushed to the martial emperor's side. Not good. The martial emperor's pupils constricted, and he immediately prepared to use his movement technique to dodge. But in that instant, a powerful soul force attack pierced through his true origin shield like a sharp knife, piercing into his mind. The martial emperor's body trembled, and his eyes clearly became vacant. Bang! In the next moment, Qin Yu struck out with his palm. A monstrous, murderous aura wildly erupted. A tunnel that was dozens of feet deep was blasted open on the stone wall of the cave. Cough, cough. Qin Yu finally felt relieved after turning the martial dominator realm cultivator into a headless corpse. At this moment, his face was deathly pale and bloodless. His aura was weak, and he was coughing nonstop. There was a faint trace of blood accompanying his coughing. It will probably take me a few months to recover my soul power and heaven-punishing killing intent. The dragon soul inspected Qin Yu's injuries. The secret soul technique had exhausted almost 90% of Qin Yu's soul power. Qin Yu's opponent this time was a martial dominator realm cultivator, not the earth martial arts realm cultivator. Ordinary secret soul techniques would not be able to knock him out. In addition to the great depletion of his soul power, Qin Yu's left hand's flesh, bones, meridians, and internal organs had suffered a great backlash from the heaven-punishing killing intent. After all, Qin Yu had used the heaven-punishing killing intent too many times to fight with the martial emperor. It was fortunate that his physical body had not collapsed. In the heaven-punishing formation, there were only 57 of the original 99 heaven-punishing killing intent left. Although the killing intent could gradually recover as long as the original killing intent did not collapse, it needed to absorb the killing intent. In other words, the killing intent of the heaven-punishing formation could only be completely recovered in a fight. Luckily, I found it interesting and cultivated the dark shadow aura, holding skill. Qin Yu naturally knew about his injuries. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and consumed a few advanced spiritual pills. The dark shadow aura, holding skill, was an assassination skill in the dark world of the Qingyun realm. After cultivating it, not only could one completely restrain one's life force, true qi, soul, and other fluctuations, but one could also merge with the surrounding shadows. Even the slightest bit of black light could be hidden in it. The assassin Di Zun, who tried to assassinate Qin Yu, had almost succeeded. I have to step into the martial king realm as soon as possible. The dragon soul's expression was grave. To a certain extent, luck played a big role in being able to kill the martial emperor this time. If there were 2 martial emperors next time, or a martial honorable who was stronger than the martial emperor, they would not be able to escape. Yes, Qin Yu nodded. Increasing his strength was indeed the most important thing now. Even with the heaven-punishing killing intent, it was not enough for him to be safe now. 2 hours later, Qin Yu's injuries had mostly recovered. After destroying the martial emperor's body, Qin Yu filled the spiritual array disc with the heaven-punishing killing intent and quickly left. Hey, Dragon Soul, did you sense it? Qin Yu, who was running through the mountain range in search of a secret place to heal, slightly changed his expression. It's the aura of the dragon scale fruit, and it's gradually ripening. The dragon soul's huge eyes were filled with joy as it immediately sensed it. Southeast. Qin Yu immediately changed his direction and flew away at an extremely fast speed. The dragon scale fruit was rumored to be a strange fruit that contained dragon blood. There was once a martial artist who had swallowed the dragon scale fruit and awakened the dragon bloodline in his body. For ordinary people, these were just rumors. However, Qin Yu knew that the dragon scale fruit did indeed contain the power of dragon blood. This was because the dragon scale fruit could only grow after absorbing dragon blood. More importantly, the dragon scale fruit only existed for a quarter of an hour after it had ripened. This also made the dragon scale fruit extremely rare. Unless one encountered it on the spot and swallowed it, it was impossible to get a dragon scale fruit on the market. Unexpectedly, there was a dragon scale fruit here. This made Qin Yu and the dragon soul overjoyed. Half an hour later, Qin Yu crossed more than half of the mountain range and arrived in front of a deep canyon. Following the aura of the dragon scale fruit, Qin Yu came all the way to the depths of the canyon and finally saw the dragon scale fruit. On the stone walls of the canyon, there were vines the size of a baby's arm. They were like dragons flying in the sky, crisscrossing and covering more than half of the stone wall. In the center of those vines, there was a palm-sized fruit with a pale golden body. On the surface of the pale golden fruit, dragon scale-like patterns could be clearly seen. Sure enough, it's about to ripen. What a good opportunity! Qin Yu's eyes lit up. A dragon scale fruit was equivalent to thousands of spirit pills. After all, no matter how good spirit pills were, one could not always use them to accumulate cultivation. This was a big taboo. Sneak attack. Suddenly, Qin Yu's ears twitched slightly. His eyes turned cold, and he quickly moved aside. Ka. 3 sharp arrows with a sharp sound shot straight into the stone wall. If Qin Yu had not noticed just now, he would have been killed by the arrows. Not bad. A mere earth martial arts, realm martial artist can avoid my attack. A sinister laugh sounded. A young man in his early 20s, wearing a long bow and wearing a luxurious robe, entered the canyon with a team of guards. The person who shot the arrows just now was obviously him. Chapter 42. He glanced at the longbow-wielding young man and the others. The longbow-wielding young man's cultivation had reached half-step Martial King. The 3 bodyguards of the young man were all Martial Kings. One was a rank 5 Martial King, and the other 2 were rank 4 Martial Kings. As for the other bodyguards, they were all in the Heaven Martial realm. Just by looking at them, one could tell that the longbow-wielding young man's background was not small. It seems that you've also taken a fancy to the dragon scale fruit. A trace of killing intent flashed through the longbow-wielding young man's eyes. It seems that you don't plan to give it to me. Qin Yu said indifferently, "You're courting death. You dare to fight with me?" The longbow-wielding young man drew his bow, and 3 arrows were aimed at Qin Yu. "I'll give you a chance. If you cripple your own cultivation now, I can still spare your life. Otherwise what?" Qin Yu smiled, but the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. "Die." The longbow-wielding young man smiled sinisterly. The 3 arrows were covered with true energy and shot towards Qin Yu in an orderly fashion, sealing off Qin Yu's escape routes from both sides. With just you. This time, Qin Yu did not dodge. He flipped his right hand, and the Hell-suppressing divine spear appeared. The Hell-suppressing divine spear was thrust forth angrily. Before those 3 sharp arrows could even approach Qin Yu, they were all shattered by the Hell-suppressing divine spear. Earth-rank spiritual artifact. The longbow-wielding young man was stunned. Then, greed appeared in his eyes as he stared at the Hell-suppressing divine spear. The Hell-suppressing divine spear was emitting a terrifying fluctuation. It was the spiritual might that only an earth-rank spiritual artifact would have. "Young master, I'm afraid that this person's background is not small." The rank 5 Martial King's eyebrows twitched as he quietly said to the longbow-wielding young man, "Qin, you looked like he was in his 20s, but he had an earth-rank spiritual artifact on him. It was clear that he had a great power behind him. So what? He disappeared in the Shadow Moon Mountain range. Who can find out that it was us?" The longbow-wielding young man's eyes were already filled with greed. No matter how great Qin Yu's background was, he still wanted to kill him and rob him. An Earth Martial realm coming out with an Earth-rank spiritual artifact was a typical person who was tired of living. Kill him. Without wasting any time, the young man with the longbow immediately gave the order. When the accompanying Sky Martial realm received the order, they all surrounded and attacked Qin Yu, dragon battling the 9 heavens. Qin Yu was not afraid in the slightest. He held the Hell-suppressing divine spear in his hand and used a profound spear technique. He was like a dragon god coming into being, and he killed all the heaven realm cultivators who were rushing over. 120,000 gene of strength, coupled with the battle dragon true chi, and the power of the king level martial skill, the 9 heavens dragon spear art, easily swept through the Sky Martial realm without any effort. "All of you go and slaughter him." The longbow-wielding young man was not angry at all. Instead, the joy on his face was even more obvious. The stronger the Hell-suppressing divine spear was, the happier he was. As for those heaven realm warriors, They were just some useless trash. It didn't matter how many of them died or were injured. Hand over your life. Immediately, the two level 4 warriors of the Earth martial arts realm were like wild beasts coming out of their cages. They fiercely pounced on Qin Yu with an extremely frightening power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qin Yu still did not move in the slightest. In his left hand, two glowing talismans turned into two rays of light and collided with the two martial kings. Boom! Seeing this, the two martial kings casually used their true origin energy and shattered the talismans. Two deafening explosions resounded, and the entire canyon faintly trembled. However, after the explosions, the two martial kings were completely obliterated. It was as if they didn't exist. How could this be? The rank 5 martial king's face was filled with shock. There was even a trace of fear in his eyes. It's a rank 6 talisman. The longbow-wielding young man was quite knowledgeable, and he recognized it. A rank 6 talisman that only martial monarchs can refine. After the initial shock, the rank 5 martial king came to a realization. A rank 6 talisman contained the power of a martial monarch. It was no wonder that the two talismans were able to kill martial kings. Of course, this also meant that there was an 80 to 90% chance that there was a martial emperor behind Qin Yu. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to carry so many rank 6 talismans with him. The power is pretty good. Seeing the power of the talismans, Qin Yu lightly nodded his head. Naturally, there was no martial monarch behind him. The rank 6 talismans he used earlier were all obtained from the martial monarch. Originally, that martial monarch had wanted to use the talismans to kill Qin Yu. However, he was instead instantly killed by Qin Yu. Rank 6 talismans are indeed very powerful. However, with his Earth martial realm cultivation, it is impossible for him to instantly ignite the true origin energy within them. As long as he dodges, he will be a turtle in a jar. The longbow-wielding young man said with a gloomy expression. He did not care about the number of heaven martial realm cultivators that died. However, the death of two martial kings caused him to feel heartache. However, he had already lost two martial kings. Naturally, he would not stop. He must obtain the hell's suppressing divine spear. Immediately, the rank 5 martial king, with cold killing intent in his eyes, understood. He immediately flew into the air and began to frantically bombard Qin Yu with astonishing true origin energy attacks. Whoosh! 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 Qin Yu leapt into the air and used the 100 shadow demonic steps. He left behind a series of afterimages as he leapt towards that martial king. Boom! With a palm strike of frightening killing intent that could destroy the heavens, and the earth burst forth. Half of the martial emperor realm cultivator's head was smashed into pieces, causing him to fall from the sky. What is that power? The longbow-wielding young man who was originally staring at Qin Yu with a gloomy expression had turned deathly pale. Even without using a rank 6 talisman, Qin Yu was actually able to kill a rank 5 martial king with a single palm strike. This caused him to be in disbelief. He was unable to believe what he had just seen. Qin Yu did not give the longbow-wielding young man any time to react. After he landed on the ground, he quickly rushed towards the longbow-wielding young man like a cheetah hunting its prey. Whoosh! 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 The longbow-wielding young man turned pale with fright. He shot out 5 arrows in succession. However, they were all either deflected or shattered by the hell's suppressing divine spear. They were unable to threaten Qin Yu at all. Boom! 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 When the longbow-wielding young man saw this, he hurriedly turned around and fled. While he was fleeing, he exploded many powerful true origin pearls. They were enough to kill a martial king. Clearly, They were used to protect his life. Unfortunately, Qin Yu's 100 shadow demonic steps allowed him to dodge them one by one. He quickly caught up to the longbow-wielding young man. "Don't kill me! You can't kill me! I'm the young master of the Heavenly Star County." Seeing Qin Yu's cold gaze approaching him, the longbow-wielding young man, who was enveloped by a strong sense of death, cried out in fear. "Pooh!" With a swing of the spear, the longbow-wielding young man's hands were pierced. The longbow-wielding young man fell to the ground, and he let out a miserable shriek. "Do you think your identity is useful here?" Qin Yu's gaze was cold. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his gaze. I can tell you a secret. A huge secret." The longbow-wielding young man's face twitched as his hands were pierced. He was drenched in cold sweat. "A huge secret." Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. "Let's hear it." "You have to agree first. You can't kill." The longbow-wielding young man was about to state his conditions, but before he could finish his sentence, his left shoulder was pierced by the spear. His entire body was covered in blood. This caused the longbow-wielding young man to howl even more miserably. He, who had been pampered since he was young, had never suffered such pain before. He didn't care about the conditions and immediately told him the big secret. After Qin Yu heard this, he was slightly surprised. After repeated interrogation, he was even somewhat moved. As for the longbow-wielding young man, Qin Yu naturally didn't spare his life. The world of cultivators had always been one where the strong preyed on the weak. Showing mercy was tantamount to digging one's own grave. If he didn't have many tricks up his sleeve, the person lying dead on the ground would be him. If what he said is true, then that 7-star secret realm space might have been left behind by a Wusheng. After killing the longbow-wielding young man, the dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal spoke. "Since there is the pressure of the realm of heaven and earth, at the very least, it should be Wusheng." Qin Yu also nodded slightly. The big secret that the longbow-wielding young man spoke of was the 7-star secret realm in the Heavenly Star County of the 100 Battles dynasty. Chapter 43. In the 7-star secret realm, there was a 7-star pagoda, which contained countless treasures. The 7-star secret realm opened once every 10 years, and there were 2 conditions. Only martial artists below the martial royal realm and under the age of 20 could enter. Therefore, every time it opened, more than half of the young experts of the Baijian dynasty would gather. For this reason, the Tianqing County would hold a big martial gathering. Only the top 100 who stood out from the martial gathering were qualified to enter the 7-star secret realm. This is an opportunity. If it's really the place where Wusheng died, maybe his saint soul will be left behind. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Wusheng's saint soul was a great supplement for him now. "How do you plan to get in?" The dragon soul asked. The martial gathering held by the Tianqing County was only open to martial artists of the Baijian dynasty. Therefore, to participate in the martial gathering, one had to be recommended by the forces of the Baijian dynasty. "Qin, you did not know anyone in the Baijian dynasty. Isn't there a ready-made one in front of me?" Qin Yu looked at the longbow-wielding young man lying in a pool of blood, and his face was filled with joy. "Aren't you afraid that the Tianqing County will find out?" The dragon soul understood Qin Yu's meaning. "Oh, who would believe that I, a 5th-grade Earth martial realm, can kill them?" Qin Yu chuckled and flicked his finger. The battle dragon genuine Qi broke through the air and swept up the Sumeru rings of the longbow-wielding young man and the others. From the Sumeru ring, Qin Yu saw the longbow-wielding young man's crown prince token. This identity token was much more useful than the recommendation letter. More importantly, Qin Yu also got a 7-colored ancient token. This 7-colored ancient token was the big secret that the longbow-wielding young man had mentioned. After completely destroying the bodies of the martial artists of the Tianjin County, Qin Yu began to wait for the dragon scale fruit to ripen. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The fragrance of the dragon scale fruit was even stronger, and it was shining faintly. Finally, it was completely ripe. Puchi, after killing the cyan python that was attracted by the dragon scale fruit, Qin Yu's figure flashed and caught the dragon scale fruit that fell to the ground. Rumble! After leaping into a remote cave, Qin Yu did not hesitate and immediately swallowed the dragon scale fruit. The dragon scale fruit melts as soon as it enters Qin Yu's mouth. A pure medicinal power as vast as a river instantly fills Qin Yu's entire body. Qin Yu felt that all the blood in his body was boiling violently, as if it was being burned by raging flames. It was shockingly hot. Devour! Inside the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul did not rest. It immediately devoured all of the dragon blood contained in the dragon scale fruit. Not long after, strands of light golden-colored blood appeared from the divine dragon ancient seal and fused with Qin Yu's boiling water like blood. After a full 6 hours, the boiling blood in Qin Yu's body gradually calmed down. However, the blood that was originally scarlet had turned a faint golden color. Dragon blood awakening. Rumble! Qin Yu opened his eyes and clenched his fists. With the ancient divine dragon seal, refining the energy of the dragon scale fruit, Qin Yu successfully awakened his dragon blood. Rumble! This meant that Qin Yu's physique was about to change and become a true spirit body. A spirit body was an existence even higher than a spirit vein. It was the true darling of heaven and earth. Of course, Qin Yu was not a spirit body yet. It would take a lot of time for it to change. I'm at the peak of the earth martial realm. After awakening his dragon blood, Qin Yu's cultivation had broken through several levels and reached the peak of the earth martial realm. If he were to cultivate normally, even if he had 3 dragon veins in his body, it would still take him a few months. I might as well directly enter the sky martial realm. The martial meet of the 7-star secret realm will be held in 10 days. Let's go to the Heavenly Star County first. Qin Yu thought for a while and shook his head. Although he could refine the soul-refining pill and break through to the sky martial realm, he did not do so. To a martial artist, the foundation was very important. Therefore, when he entered the sky martial realm, his true qi turned into true essence. He could not be careless. Immediately, Qin Yu stood up and left the valley, entering the 100 Battles Dynasty's territory. 9 days later, Qin Yu arrived at the center of the Heavenly Star County, the Heavenly Star City, where the martial meet was held. Qin Yu's cultivation was at the peak of the earth martial realm. Rumble! 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 Those who dared to participate in the martial meet of the 7-star secret realm were all in the sky martial realm. After changing his appearance, Qin Yu passed the recommendation with the longbow-wielding young man's crown prince token. At this moment, Qin Yu did not know that the Heavenly Star Duke's mansion was in chaos. The reason was that the martial meet was about to begin, but the longbow-wielding young man had not returned. In the hall of the Heavenly Star Duke's mansion. It's been more than 10 days. Where did my brother go? A burly young man paced back and forth anxiously in the hall. The burly young man looked similar to the longbow-wielding young man. He was the crown prince of the Heavenly Star Duke's mansion, Xing Yufeng. Crown Prince, there's news. At that moment, a guard of the sky realm hurriedly entered the palace. Tell me, Xing Yufeng's eyes lit up. Someone took the crown prince's crown prince token and came to participate in the martial meet. He said he was recommended by the crown prince. The sky martial realm warrior said, Where is he? Xing Yufeng frowned. The 7-star secret realm was such an important event. His brother would not participate, but recommend someone else. This made Xing Yufeng feel strange. Soon, Xing Yufeng and the others found Qin Yu, who was waiting for the martial meet. "My brother gave this to you?" Xing Yufeng took the crown prince token and stared at Qin Yu. "Yes." Qin Yu nodded. "Who are you? Why would my brother give this token to you?" Xing Yufeng sized up Qin Yu. Qin Yu was young, but he was at the peak of the earth martial realm. His talent was not weak. "My name is Jiang Dali. I'm a disciple of the Giant Spirit sect. The Crown Prince said that as long as I could enter the 7-star secret realm, he would let me enter the Duke's mansion to cultivate. After that, the Crown Prince went to the Shadow Moon Mountain range." Qin Yu's words were half true and half false. The Giant Spirit sect existed. However, the Giant Spirit sect was only a small sect located at the edge of the Heavenly Star County. No matter how fast Xing Yufeng and the others were, it would take at least a few days to track it down. By then, Qin Yu would have entered the 7-star secret realm. In the past couple days, Qin Yu had made proper preparations. Shadow Moon Mountain Range. Could it be? Hearing Qin Yu's words, Xing Yufeng's expression changed slightly. A few days ago, his brother did say that he had found a treasure in the Shadow Moon Mountain Range. For this, he had specially brought 3 Martial King Realm cultivators. Could it be that something had happened and he was delayed in the Shadow Moon Mountain Range? Thinking of this, Xing Yufeng took a deep look at Qin Yu and turned to leave. He sent people to the Shadow Moon Mountain Range. As for Qin Yu's qualification to participate in the martial meet, he did not stop him. Recruiting geniuses back to the prince's mansion to nurture their cultivation was a common practice among the noble princes. The next day, the martial meet was held like this. Although the Heavenly Star Duke's mansion was the host, the young geniuses who had gathered now were all people with great backgrounds. The Heavenly Star Duke's mansion naturally would not delay the martial meet. The Duke's mansion had cultivated many genius powerhouses. Chapter 44. Dong dong dong. After the heavy bells sounded, all the geniuses who came to participate in the martial gathering gathered in the center of the city. The rules of the martial gathering were quite simple. If you lost, you would be eliminated. Of course, those young geniuses who had entered the Martial King realm did not need to fight. There were a total of 34 young geniuses in the Martial King realm. In other words, there were only 66 spots for the other geniuses to enter the secret realm. Boom, boom, boom. On the various arenas, fierce battles unfolded one after another. The scale of this martial gathering was only weaker than the annual 100 Battles assembly in the 100 Battles dynasty. An Earth martial realm cultivator coming to participate in the martial gathering, isn't he too ignorant? Qin Yu's opponent was at the 3rd level of the Heaven martial realm. When he saw Qin Yu, he smiled as if victory was in his hands. Bang! But in the end, he was sent flying by Qin Yu, who was wearing a glove spirit weapon with a punch, and was eliminated. This glove was obtained from the martial monarch. It was a top-grade profound rank spirit weapon. He can easily win against someone who is 3 levels above him. This time, I've recruited a good seedling. Xing Yufeng, who had been paying attention to Qin Yu, was a little surprised. Then he nodded slightly. Qin Yu's true qi was quite strong, and his physical strength was also very strong. It was obvious that his talent was not bad. I heard that the disciples of the Giant Spirit sect have astonishing attainments in body refinement. It's true. Besides Xing Yufeng, a martial king old man said. Soon, Qin Yu welcomed the 2nd round, the 3rd round, the 4th round. Almost every round, Qin Yu would fight against a Heaven martial realm cultivator. However, he won every battle in a domineering manner, and this attracted the attention of many experts. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or good luck, but every time Qin Yu encountered a Heaven Martial Realm cultivator, their strength was not very strong. He did not need to go all out to easily win. However, this was enough to shock people. After all, it was very rare to be able to repeatedly defeat a Heaven Martial Realm cultivator with Earth Martial Realm's true Qi. 6 hours later, when the fiery red sun was in the sky, the 66 spots were selected. Except for Qin Yu, who was at the peak of the Earth Martial Arts realm, the rest were all at the high level of the Sky Martial Arts realm. When evening came, a golden starlight descended from the sky and landed in the center of the heavenly star constellation. At the place where the golden starlight landed, there was an altar. On the altar, Qin Yu and the 100 people who had emerged victorious were neatly arranged. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the golden light fell, the air rippled like water, and then a golden door of light appeared in a flash. Inside the golden light gate, one could see a golden ancient star standing tall. At the top of the golden tower, there were 7 golden stars revolving around it. Remember, you can only stay in there for 3 days. After 3 days, no matter which level of the 7-star ancient pagoda you reached, you must leave. In the Tianqing Commandery Prince's mansion, the old martial king solemnly said to the 100 people, "Go in." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu and the rest of the 100 people jumped into the light gate, one after another. The moment he entered the door of light, Qin Yu felt a space-time force appear and pull him into the 7-star ancient pagoda. There is indeed the fluctuation of a sacred soul. The moment they entered the 7-star ancient pagoda, Qin Yu and the dragon soul were shocked. At the top of the 7-star ancient pagoda, they felt a powerful fluctuation of soul energy. Qin Yu looked around and saw the situation around him. The first level was a huge square. There were wooden and stone puppets on the square. Aside from Qin Yu, there were 9 other cultivators here. Out of the 9, 8 were in the 9th grade Sky Martial Realm, and 1 was a half-step Martial King. There are still 50 Sky Martial Realm wooden and stone puppets. I've heard that the 7-star Ancient Pagoda's test is extremely difficult. It really lives up to its reputation. The expressions of the 8 cultivators at the 9th level of the Heaven Realm all slightly froze. The 7-star Ancient Pagoda had a total of 7 levels. On the first level, they had to deal with 50 Sky Martial Realm wooden and stone puppets. One could imagine how difficult it would be after that. You're scared by 50 puppets? What a bunch of useless trash. A mocking laugh sounded out. It was the half-step Martial King youth who looked arrogantly at Qin Yu and the others. That youth looked to be around 18 years old. He held a profound spiritual artifact in his hand, and there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual artifact on his body. It was clear that he was wearing a defensive spiritual armor. It's Qian Peng from the Qianyuan Commandery Prince's palace. The Sky Martial Realm cultivators seemed to know who the half-step Martial King youth was, but they didn't dare to say anything. Not to mention the difference in their status. They weren't a match for him in terms of strength. If you want to pass, listen to me from now on. Qian Peng looked at the Sky Martial Realm cultivators arrogantly, but when he looked at Qin Yu, he was stunned. It's said that only the top geniuses can enter the martial gathering of the 7-star pagoda. How come there's a piece of rat shit this time? Qian Peng looked at Qin Yu with disdain. You're only in the Earth Martial Realm, yet you're able to get a spot. Who are you to the Tianqing Commandery Prince's palace? The Sky Martial Realm cultivators also looked at Qin Yu. During the martial gathering, although Qin Yu had the power to fight those above his level, his opponents weren't strong. Naturally, they suspected that there was something fishy going on. You'd better get lost while I'm in a good mood. Qin Yu glanced at Qian Peng. A half-step martial king dared to call him a piece of rat shit. He must be tired of living. Ha! A mere Earth Martial Realm cultivator dares to be so arrogant. Qian Peng's eyes twitched, and he laughed in anger. Brat, you have to pay the price for being arrogant. Before he finished speaking, Qian Peng suddenly charged out with icy true essence and sent a palm strike at Qin Yu's dantian. Looking at his posture, Qian Peng was planning to destroy Qin Yu's dantian and martial veins with one strike, making him a cripple for the rest of his life. You're courting death. Killing intent flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he used the 100 shadow demonic steps. Over 20 lifelike illusions appeared. 1,000 demon hands. Qian Peng was startled. He couldn't tell if those illusions were real or fake, so he could only use a wide-range attack. Incomparably violent true essence hands continuously slapped out in all directions. In an instant, all the illusions were shattered, but Qin Yu's true body was nowhere to be seen. This made Qian Peng's heart turn cold. Boom! In the next moment, a deep collision sound rang out. Qian Peng was sent flying 30 meters away, as if he was hit by an ancient beast. He crashed into the wooden puppets. Those puppets, which were motionless, immediately moved and covered Qian Peng. Numerous miserable and painful howls continuously emitted from Qian Peng's mouth. He actually destroyed Qian Peng's martial veins. How ruthless! Who is this person? The 8 heaven martial realm cultivators stared blankly as a chill ran down their spines. Qin Yu, who was in the earth martial realm, defeated a half-step martial king with one punch. This was enough to shock them. However, Qin Yu showed no mercy and destroyed Qian Peng's martial veins. This made them feel even more terrified. Qian Peng was the heir of the Qianyuan Commandery Prince's mansion. Qin Yu actually dared to destroy him. Was he not afraid of the Qianyuan Commandery Prince's mansion taking revenge? Fortunately, they didn't provoke Qin Yu. Otherwise, they would have ended up worse than Qian Peng. Chapter 45. Qin Yu did not pay attention to them. When the 8 sky realm cultivators saw the puppets, they were all lured over by Qian Peng. His body flickered, and he instantly passed through the puppet area and entered the 2nd floor. Damn it! I will definitely kill that bastard and wipe out his entire family. Why are you still standing there? Why aren't you saving me? I'm the heir of the Qianyuan Palace. If you don't save me, do you know what the consequences will be? Seeing that Qin Yu had left, Qian Peng, who was unceasingly letting out mournful cries, immediately roared at the 8 heaven stage experts. Although his martial vein was destroyed, and his dantian's true essence was gone, the defensive spiritual armor on his body gave birth to a true essence shield that blocked the attacks of the puppets. When the 8 sky realm cultivators heard that, they looked at each other and planned to attack. The puppets on the 1st floor would not harm people's lives. If they did not attack now, there would be big trouble when Qian Peng looked into it in the future. Bang! But just as they were about to move, a violent explosion suddenly appeared in Qian Peng's body. A wave of berserk and destructive true essence wreaked havoc. Its power was so strong that even the sky realm puppets were directly blown to pieces. Hiss! The 8 sky realm cultivators all fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air and froze on the spot. They stared blankly at Qian Peng, who turned into a bloody mist and exploded. This was the backup plan that Qin Yu left behind. Since he already destroyed Qian Peng's martial vein, then Qin Yu naturally would not let Qian Peng live. On the 2nd floor, Qin Yu arrived at an illusory space. These lifelike illusory spaces did not affect Qin Yu in the slightest, and he easily passed through them. After passing through the illusory space, Qin Yu arrived in front of an ancient palace. At that moment, there were already many martial kings and sky realm cultivators exploring the palace. After arriving at the 2nd floor, the 100 cultivators that were separated from each other gradually started to meet up. Qin Yu did not have any interest in exploring the palace and directly headed to the 3rd floor. Following that, the fourth floor, the fifth floor, the sixth floor, Qin Yu did not stop for a moment. There might be many treasures in the seven-star pagoda, but Qin Yu only cared about the Saint Soul. A few days ago, during the battle with the martial king, Qin Yu had consumed a lot of his soul. Now, he had not recovered much at all. He urgently needed that holy soul. Boom! A berserk killing intent exploded as a martial emperor realm figure was smashed into pieces by Qin Yu's palm. At this point, Qin Yu had successfully passed the seventh stage. When he reached the top of the seven-star ancient pagoda, the scenery around him changed. Qin Yu arrived at an ancient cave. Inside the cave, there was a golden figure sitting with his legs crossed. 7 mysterious golden ancient talismans floated around the figure. That is, the eyes of Qin Yu and the dragon's soul flickered slightly when they saw the 7 ancient golden symbols. After waiting for hundreds of years, someone has finally come. At this moment, an aged voice came from the golden figure. Qin Yu sensed that a consciousness within the golden silhouette had awakened. Its gaze landed on him. Fated One, it's up to you whether you can obtain my succession. Come here, the aged voice said in a tempting tone. However, Qin Yu did not move. Instead, he burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? The elderly voice within the golden figure seemed to be a little puzzled. Nothing. I just feel that you're too unlucky. Qin Yu's eyes flickered as he looked at the golden figure. Too unlucky? The old voice was obviously startled. Of course, you've waited for hundreds of years, but I'm the one who has come. Qin Yu said with a smile. What do you mean? Don't you want to obtain my succession? The old voice sounded even more astonished. I'm not interested in your succession, but I can't let go of your saint soul. As he spoke, Qin Yu started to form hand seals with his hands. A profound soul imprint started to condense between his brows. Soul-devouring art, who are you? Why do you know such a forbidden evil art? The elderly voice suddenly became terrified. Even the golden light figure began to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Although I don't know why you've given birth to a new consciousness after you passed away, I'll have to give up on your plan of being reincarnated. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious seal on Qin Yu's forehead shot into the golden figure at lightning speed. Amidst a terrified cry, the golden figure suddenly exploded, revealing a skeleton inside. The 7 golden ancient symbols flashed and merged with the skeleton, causing the skeleton to gradually shine with golden light, as if it was made of gold. Return. As Qin Yu's hand seal changed, the mysterious seal returned to his sea of soul with a golden saint soul. The golden skeleton was indeed Wu Sheng when he was alive. The 7-star ancient pagoda was also left behind by him. However, for some reason, Wu Sheng had given birth to a new consciousness after he passed away. Therefore, the 7-star ancient pagoda, which was originally used to leave behind his inheritance, had become his plan of being reincarnated. Unfortunately, he was too unlucky. The one who had come was Qin Yu. In the end, not only had his saint soul been taken away, but his saint soul had been completely destroyed. Qin Yu immediately sat down with his legs crossed, and his consciousness sank into his sea of soul. Refine. With a thought, Qin Yu's soul power immediately turned into millions of evil dragons and pounced on the saint soul. Immediately, the strong saint soul was disintegrated and refined. Qin Yu's soul power, which had been greatly depleted, was quickly replenished. The aura on his body also became stronger. Time passed slowly. After 6 hours, a wave of soul power that seemed to have materialized rippled out from Qin Yu's body. If one could see through it, one would see that there was an additional gray soul seed in Qin Yu's sea of soul. He actually condensed a soul seed. Could it be that his soul power has awakened? The dragon soul in the ancient dragon god's seal exclaimed in surprise when it sensed the fluctuation of soul power from Qinyu. I've only awakened a single cycle of soul power. A smile appeared on Qinyu's face. With his cultivation as a martial emperor from his previous life, it was easy to imagine how much his soul power had increased after awakening a single cycle of soul power. After all, martial monarchs had only just begun to awaken their soul power. They could only use it to sense. Only after reaching martial exalted level would they be able to use their soul power. If Qinyu used his soul power to attack now, there would be no need for him to use the Soul Path secret technique. There would also be no aftereffects. This skeleton? Qinyu, who had just stood up, suddenly looked at the skeleton that was shining with golden light. This is a puppet spirit artifact refined from Wusheng's skeleton. The dragon soul said. However, its fighting power is very weak. It's only comparable to a rank 7 martial king. If Wusheng's skeleton was refined properly, it could even reach the peak of his strength when he was alive. However, this Wusheng skeleton only had the fighting power of a rank 7 martial king. From this, one could see how weak the refinement was. This should be something that the awakened consciousness refined on its own. Qinyu examined the golden skeleton carefully. If a new consciousness was born from the skeleton, the consciousness would also die if the skeleton was reduced to dust before the possession. Thus, in order to prevent the consciousness from dissipating, it refined its skeleton into a puppet spirit artifact. There's still a lot of room for improvement. Not bad. After examining the skeleton, Qinyu used his soul power to form a soul imprint on the skeleton. Da-da-da. Right at this moment, the sound of rushing wind could be heard. Following that, 8 figures rushed into the cave. Someone actually beat us to it. The treasure of the 7-star ancient pagoda must have fallen into his hands. When the 8 people that entered saw Qinyu, who had arrived first, their gazes all turned gloomy. Killing intent filled their eyes. Chapter 46. I never thought that someone would actually pass the 7th floor this year. Qinyu was slightly surprised. The 7th floor of the 7-star ancient pagoda was easy for him. However, it was extremely difficult for other martial kings. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken hundreds of years for someone to pass the 7th floor. Peak of the Earth martial realm? Brat, how did you get here? After seeing through Qinyu's power level, the eyes of the handsome young man, who is the leader of those 8 people, are filled with killing intent. They had paid a huge price to reach the top floor, but in the end, an ant in the Earth martial realm had taken their peaches. Naturally, they couldn't accept it. Of course, I walked all the way here. Qinyu smiled, as if he didn't see the killing intent in their eyes. The 8 of them were all in the martial king realm. The cultivation of the leading handsome young man was the strongest. He was a rank 5 martial king. As for the other 7 people, they were all rank 3 martial kings. Being able to reach this stage before the age of 20 was enough to show how talented they were. That means that the treasure on the top floor is also in your hands. The chilling killing intent on the bodies of the handsome young man and the other 7 grew even denser. I was just about to take it when you guys came up. Qinyu waved his right hand, and a 7-colored ancient token appeared in his hand. The fluctuation of that ancient token is exactly the same as the one in the 7-star ancient pagoda. The eyes of the 8 martial emperor realm cultivators were filled with greed after seeing the 7-colored ancient badge. Qinyu gives a faint smile. He turns around and walks towards the depths of the cave, where there is a rock wall flickering with a 7-colored light. He ignored the greed in the eyes of the 8 youths. You're courting death. Kill him. That handsome youth's killing intent bursts out. Like an eagle soaring through the sky, he grabs at Qinyu with a violent killing intent. The 7 martial emperor realm cultivators followed closely behind, unleashing their raging true chi. Bang, bang, bang. However, right at this moment, a golden light appeared before the 8 martial kings like a bolt of lightning. A series of explosions could be heard as the 8 martial emperor realm geniuses were knocked back. Shockingly, it was Wu Sheng's skeleton that made the move. Rank 7 martial king. True Kong elemental energy. When they saw the golden skeleton blocking their path, the expressions of the handsome young man and the others turned grave. The golden skeleton's cultivation was only 2 levels higher than theirs. However, the gap in their combat strength was incomparably huge and difficult to bridge. This golden skeleton wasn't just a puppet spirit artifact. It was more important. The true essence power of the puppet had already turned into true spirit energy. Could it be that this skeleton was a martial emperor when he was alive? The same thought appeared in the minds of the 8 martial king youths. After a martial artist enters the sky martial arts realm, their true chi turns into true essence. When he entered the martial king realm, his true essence chi would condense into an inner core, and his true essence would give birth to righteous force. Only when one reaches the martial emperor realm and awakens their soul power will they be able to replace their true origin with true Kong origin energy. At this moment, Qin Yu held the 7-colored token and easily entered the 7-colored stone wall. Inside the stone wall was a simple and unadorned secret room. The secret room wasn't big, only about 10 feet wide. There were wooden shelves inside, on which there were cultivation techniques, martial techniques, secret manuals, etc. In addition, there were many spirit artifacts, the worst of which was a profound artifact. There were even a few earth-rank spirit artifacts, but no heaven-rank spirit artifacts. Qin Yu swept everything clean. If these cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and spirit artifacts were brought back to the Qin clan, it would allow the Qin clan's foundation to reach the level of a super clan. Anyhow, this is Wu Sheng. It can't be that he only has this much wealth. The dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal said, "It is indeed strange." Qin Yu nodded slightly. He looked at the empty secret room and spread out his soul power. Secret compartment. Immediately, Qin Yu found a secret compartment in the secret room. After easily breaking through the seal formation array that was hidden above, Qin Yu opened the secret compartment. Heaven grade 9. Qin Yu and the dragon soul's eyes lit up. In the secret compartment, there was a small 7-colored ancient pagoda. The 7-colored ancient pagoda was only the size of a palm, and it emitted 7-colored starlight. Its spiritual power was shocking. It was a heaven artifact, and a top grade 9 heaven artifact. It's a ceiling-type spiritual artifact. Qin Yu picked up the 7-star ancient pagoda and poured his true yuan into it. His face was filled with joy. Although the 7-star ancient pagoda couldn't increase one's offensive power, it could suppress an area. In other words, anyone who entered the area covered by the 7-star ancient pagoda would be greatly suppressed. The sealing ability of the 7-star ancient pagoda was even rarer and more terrifying than an offensive-type spiritual artifact. With a full harvest, Qin Yu left the private room contentedly. However, the moment he left the secret room, the space in the cave became distorted. In the next moment, Qin Yu appeared in a huge square. Other than Qin Yu, all the martial artists who entered the 7-star ancient pagoda appeared in the square. What happened? This seems to be the exit of the 7-star ancient pagoda. No way. Didn't they say that we have 3 days to explore? Yeah, it hasn't even been a day. The young martial artists who were teleported out of the 7-star ancient pagoda were confused and started to discuss among themselves. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. He understood the reason. It was most likely because he had taken the 7-star ancient pagoda. It's time to leave. Qin Yu thought. A golden light flashed across the sky, and Wu Sheng's skeleton flew toward him. It's flying that way. Get out of my way. Don't even think about running away. However, along with the martial saint skeleton, there were also 8 aggressive young martial kings. That's Qi Changhong, the crown prince of the Scarlet Cloud Palace. Rumor has it that Crown Prince Qi Changhong has awakened a grade 4 heavenly vein. He's a rare talent in the 100 Battles dynasty. That's weird. That brat is only in the Earth martial realm. Why would he be targeted by Crown Prince Qi Changhong? The surrounding young geniuses, including the martial emperor realm geniuses, glanced toward them curiously. Brat, hand over the treasures in the 7-star ancient pagoda. Otherwise, don't even think about walking out of here alive. After Qi Changhong and the others appeared, they immediately split up and surrounded Qin Yu. Did he get the treasures in the 7-star ancient pagoda? That can't be. He's only in the Earth martial realm. How could he pass the test of the 7-star ancient pagoda? Look at that golden skeleton. It's a puppet, and it's a rank 7 martial king. Could it be that he relied on the golden skeleton to enter the 7th floor? Qi Changhong's words caused a commotion among the young prodigies in the surroundings. Numerous greedy and fiery gazes landed on Qin Yu's body. As the geniuses of the 100 Battles dynasty, they naturally wouldn't think much of a mere Earth martial realm cultivator. If it wasn't for Qi Changhong and the others from the Scarlet Cloud Palace, they would have already snatched the treasures. If you want to keep me here, we'll have to see if you have what it takes. Even though he was surrounded by numerous enemies, Qin Yu's expression was indifferent. He was not moved in the slightest. Chapter 47, A Mere Ant in the Earth Martial Realm. Do you think that I can't do anything to you with this golden skeleton? Qi Changhong sneered. I'll let you know that killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. The 7 martial king, youths surrounding Qin Yu, immediately pounced at the golden skeleton. At the same time, Qi Changhong's figure flickered, and a fist of origin energy flew towards Qin Yu. Under normal circumstances, with his cultivation as a rank 5 martial king, he could kill an Earth martial realm cultivator with a wave of his hand. Unfortunately, the opponent that Qi Changhong encountered this time around was Qin Yu. Let's see who's going to be slaughtered like a dog. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. A spiritual array disc appeared in his right palm. Taking a step forward, Qin Yu sent out a palm strike at the incoming Qi Changhong, which was covered in quintessence energy. Danger! Qi Changhong's expression changed, and a chill appeared in his heart. He immediately retreated. At the same time, an ancient talisman appeared in his hand and turned into a thick shield. 100 Shadows' demonic footprints. However, Qin Yu seemed to have sensed his movements in advance. Numerous afterimages appeared and chased after him like lightning. Boom! Under Qi Changhong's terrified and despairing gaze, a monstrous destructive killing intent instantly swallowed him up like a divine dragon that could destroy the world. The surrounding geniuses were all dumbfounded. The genius who had awakened a rank 4 heavenly vein and whose name shook the 100 Battles dynasty disappeared before their eyes. Furthermore, the killing intent didn't diminish in the slightest. It continued forward and killed the 3 martial king cultivators who were attacking Wu Sheng's skeleton. Whoosh! In an instant, the surrounding young geniuses came to their senses and hurriedly retreated far away. The greed and fiery passion in his eyes had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by deep fear and alarm. A single palm strike killed a rank 5 martial king and 3 rank 3 martial kings. Was this something an Earth martial realm cultivator could do? Not to mention Earth martial realm cultivators. Even martial king cultivators wouldn't be able to do this. Only a martial emperor could have Such a shocking combat strength. Crown Prince. Let's go. The faces of the 4 surviving martial kings paled when they saw Qi Changhong's corpse. As Qi Changhong's personal bodyguards, they would not be able to escape the wrath of the king's manor if Qi Changhong died. But now, if he continued to stay here, he would immediately be killed by Qin Yu. Qin Yu's figure flashed. He grabbed Wu Sheng's skeleton and chased after them. Boom, boom. Under the terrifying, destructive, murderous intent, 3 more of the 4 martial emperor realm cultivators were killed. However, one of them used a powerful secret technique and flashed out of the square. You sure run fast. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and descended from the sky. He put away Wu Sheng's skeleton and strode out of the square. After passing through the light screen at the edge of the plaza, Qin Yu appeared in Heavenly Star City. But as soon as he appeared, a terrifying, murderous intent pressed down on him. Qin Yu looked up and saw several figures with powerful auras standing in the air in Heavenly Star City. Their murderous intents were locked on him. The insignia on their bodies indicated that they were from the Celestial Star Commandery Prince's mansion. They were all martial kings, and the stronger ones were even martial emperors. There is no Jiangdali in the giant spirit sect. Who are you? Where is my little brother? Xing Yufeng, the leader, stepped out in the air and stared coldly at Qin Yu. You found out so quickly. Qin Yu was slightly surprised. Looking at the scorching sun in the sky, it was only 10 o'clock in the morning. It had only been a little more than a night since he entered the 7-star ancient pagoda. The Heavenly Star Duke's manor acted a little too quickly. Qin Yu did not know that before the people from the Heavenly Star Duke's manor went to the Giant Spirit Sect to investigate, they met the elders of the Giant Spirit Sect in Heavenly Star City. With Qin Yu's cultivation and talent, he only needed to ask once to immediately know that it was a fake identity. You don't need to know who I am. As for your little brother, I'm sorry, but he has already died in my hands. Qin Yu spread out his hands. I didn't want to kill him, but he asked for it. Little bastard, how dare you kill my little brother? Hearing this, Xing Yufeng's face twisted hideously. I will exterminate your 9 generations and tear you into pieces. Kill. Practically at the same time Xing Yufeng gave the order, the martial monarchs and martial kings in the sky had already made their moves. Many horrifying quintessence attacks exploded like a violent storm. Just in time. 7-star ancient pagoda. Seal it. Since Qin Yu dared to admit it in front of everyone, he naturally had enough confidence. A 7-colored starlight suddenly appeared, and the 7-star ancient pagoda rose into the air. It turned into an ancient pagoda that was 100 feet tall, standing tall in the air. The 7-colored starlight carried with it a surging spiritual power. It was mighty and overflowed, suppressing everything. After the martial emperors and martial kings were enveloped by the 7-colored starlight of the 7-star ancient pagoda, they felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire, and their speed was greatly reduced. More importantly, their combat strength was suppressed by nearly 30% at this moment. The power is not bad. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. If they were at the same level and their combat strength was suppressed by 30%, they would be completely crushed. More importantly, Qin Yu was only in the Earth martial arts realm, so he could not completely unleash the power of the 7-star ancient pagoda. When his cultivation became stronger, the sealing power of the 7-star ancient pagoda would definitely be more powerful. If you want to tear me into pieces and exterminate my 9 generations, I will send you out of the way first. Seeing that the martial kings and martial emperors were about to rush out of the 7-colored starlight, Qin Yu's eyes turned cold. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, Qin Yu used his powerful soul perception to avoid the violent attacks and immediately used the 100 shadow demonic steps. As dozens of shadows flashed through the void, The martial emperors and martial kings whose speed was suppressed could only watch helplessly as the incomparably terrifying killing intent rushed towards them with unstoppable force. In the blink of an eye, all the strong cultivators were reduced to ashes. The martial emperors and martial kings were as weak as ants. Hiss! The martial kings and martial emperors who were watching the battle from afar saw Qin, who was like a god of death descending into the world. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were emitting cold air. What did they see? Martial emperors and martial kings were killed in the blink of an eye? Who exactly was that Earth martial arts realm youth? Could he be a martial honorable? There are only 9 strands of heaven-punishing killing intent left. Within the ancient dragon seal, the dragon's soul reminded Qin, the previous continuous battles had consumed a lot of heaven-punishing killing intent. 9 strands is enough. Hearing that, Qin indifferently looked to the deathly pale and incomparably frightened Xing Yufeng. Who dares to be impudent in my heavenly star city? Right at the moment when Qin fixed his eyes on Xing Yufeng, an imposing and vast loud shout suddenly exploded in the horizon. Martial honorable! Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He couldn't be bothered to attack Xing Yufeng. He called back the 7-star ancient pagoda and took Wu Sheng's corpse out of Heavenly Star City. The current him couldn't deal with a martial honorable. The surviving martial emperors and martial kings did not dare to step forward to stop Qin Yu. They could only watch as Qin Yu swaggered off. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a destructive tornado appeared, and a figure appeared in the battlefield. It was a man wearing a long green robe and emitting a terrifying and majestic aura. Chapter 48. Father! Seeing the man in the green robe, Xing Yufeng, who was originally terrified, immediately went up to him. This man was the Lord of Skystar County, the Skystar Commandery Prince. He was also the only martial venerable expert in Skystar County. What's going on? The Skystar Commandery Prince, who had just come out of seclusion, saw the broken bodies on the ground. His face suddenly darkened, and a terrifying aura shrouded the entire Skystar County. The martial artists in the city were all terrified, as if they were being stared at by a peerless, ferocious beast. Seeing this, Xing Yufeng immediately explained what had happened. Before Xing Yufeng could finish, the Skystar Commandery Prince's face darkened, and a murderous aura filled the air. A majestic soul power swept out, and in a flash, he rushed out of Skystar County. Surprisingly, that direction was precisely the direction that Qin Yu had fled to. Xing Yufeng and the other martial artists of the Skystar Commandery Prince's mansion hurriedly broke through the wind and flew away. The onlooking martial artists also followed one after another. However, when Xing Yufeng and the others caught up with the Skystar Commandery Prince, they saw him standing on a mountain peak, motionless, with a ghastly expression. On the mountain peak, there was a mysterious and complex array on a huge stone open space. Some of the martial artists who were proficient in arrays could tell at a glance that it was a teleportation array. However, when they saw that the teleportation array was broken, they knew that it could no longer be used. What a shrewd person! When the martial artists who were chasing after him saw this, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. This was a backup plan that had long been prepared to escape, so the Skystar Commandery Prince's mansion could not chase after him. I've issued a must-kill order. Whoever brings me his head will be rewarded with 10 million spiritual stones. The Skystar Commandery Prince's words were chilling to the bone. The little prince had been killed, the treasures in the 7-star pagoda had been taken away, and the murderer had escaped unscathed. This time, the Skystar Commandery Prince's mansion had lost all its face. In just a few hours, Qin Yu's disguise and characteristics had been completely spread throughout the Baijian dynasty. Half a day later, the Commandery Prince's mansion of Qian which was more powerful than the Commandery Prince's mansion of the celestial star Commandery Prince's mansion, also issued an arrest warrant for Qin Yu. This made Qin Yu, who was only at the peak of the Earth martial realm, become a hot topic in the Hundred Battles dynasty. There were all kinds of rumors about him. It was so much so that even the neighboring empires had heard of Qin Yu's deeds. However, it was a pity that Qin Yu had completely disappeared after that and never appeared again. Half a month later, at the border of the Zhenwu dynasty, boom, within a hidden cave, Qin Yu, who was originally sitting cross-legged with his hands forming hand seals, suddenly emitted a solid blade-like energy that swept out with a loud bang. Crack, crack, crack. The cave shook violently, and cracks appeared on the walls of the cave. In the next moment, Qin Yu's qi and blood surged as a massive qi and blood dragon vaguely condensed behind him. It raised its head and let out a soundless roar, exuding a supreme dragon's might. Sky Realm. Qin Yu opened his eyes. A golden dragon's silhouette flashed through his eyes in an instant. After half a month of closed-door cultivation, Qin Yu had finally refined all the genuine qi in his body into genuine origin. Qin Yu opened his 5 fingers, and a battle dragon genuine origin appeared in his palm. However, Qin Yu's genuine origin carried a dark power. This was Qin Yu's dark devouring attribute. After entering the sky martial realm, Qin Yu's dark devouring attribute had become stronger and stronger. If a sky martial realm cultivator of the same level fought with him, more than half of his genuine origin would be devoured. During the transformation of his cultivation, the awakened dragon blood in Qin Yu's body also changed a lot. It kept merging with his flesh and bones, making the dragon blood qi in his body stronger and stronger. It's almost time to return to the Saint Academy. Calculating the time, it had been more than a month since he came out to carry out the mission of the Saint Academy. After leaving the cave, Qin Yu left the barren mountain where he was and walked toward the true martial imperial city. In order to prevent being tracked, Qin Yu did not leave through the Shadow Moon mountain range after being teleported away from the Heavenly Star County. Instead, he went around the Shadow Moon mountain range and hid in this barren mountain range. Rumble! 2 days later, Qin Yu, who was hurrying on his way, suddenly heard a shocking explosion in the distance. Qin Yu stopped for a moment and took out Wu Sheng's skeleton. He flew into the air and looked into the distance. In the distance, billowing smoke rose into the sky, and countless flames splashed in all directions like fireworks. Volcano! Qin Yu's eyes lit up. What good luck! The dragon's soul grinned. Qin Yu's fire thunder dragon body needed to be tempered by fire and thunder. This volcanic eruption was a good opportunity to temper it. Immediately, Qin Yu landed on the ground, put away the ancient saint skeleton, and quickly ran into the distance. Wu Sheng's skeleton had been seen by many warriors in the Heavenly Star County. Although Qin Yu had already returned to the true martial dynasty's territory, he still would not use it easily. If the Heavenly Star County and the Qian County knew his true identity, there would be a lot of trouble. The 2 county kings' mansions, which had martial venerables, were not a joke. Qin Yu, who was running at full speed using the 100 Shadows demonic steps, finally saw that 10,000 feet large volcano after flying for over 2 hours. At this time, the volcano had calmed down. The area within a radius of hundreds of miles around the volcano had been turned into ruins by the eruption of magma and firestones. However, to Qin Yu's surprise, there were many figures in the ruins, as if they were collecting firestones. When Qin Yu approached, he found that the people in the ruins were ordinary people. Only a few of them had cultivation, and there were even many old people and children among them. Qin Yu glanced at them and recognized them. These people, who were dressed in rags, were obviously mining slaves. Now, they were obviously looking for the volcanic ores that had been spewed out with the eruption of magma. Under the high temperature of the flaming ores, the mining slaves were sweating profusely. Many of them even had obvious burn marks on their bodies. However, they did not dare to stop at all and shuttled back and forth in the flaming area. Keep your spirits up. Whoever misses a piece of fire iron, or I'll break their legs. Why are you all so slow? A bunch of useless rice buckets. You only know how to eat every day. Whoever dares to be lazy, I will whip him to death. Curses could be heard one after another. From time to time, the sound of whips, lashing out, and painful howls could be heard. Chinyu tilted his head and saw a few warriors in the Xian martial realm holding long whips, walking back and forth among the mining slaves. From time to time, they would whip those miners fiercely. Most of the absentee workers had bloody whip wounds on their bodies. Even the elderly and children had such wounds. What are you thinking about? Seeing Chinyu standing still, the dragon soul asked with some doubts. Nothing. Chinyu came back to his senses and waved away the memories of his childhood in his previous life. He retracted his gaze and planned to climb the volcano. Bang! However, at this time, a hunched and withered old man, carrying a basket of flaming ores, accidentally fell to the ground, and the ores in the basket scattered on the ground. Chapter 49. Damned old thing, it's your fault again. I'll whip you to death today. When a profound martial realm supervisor saw this, he immediately walked over fiercely and lashed out with his whip as if he was going to beat him to death. The old man howled in pain as he rolled back and forth on the ground. Grandfather! Don't hit my grandfather! At this moment, two anxious voices sounded. Two thin and small figures hurriedly threw down the oars in their hands and ran over with crying voices. The two figures were a 7 or 8-year-old boy and girl. What are you doing? You two little bastards, are you trying to rebel? When the profound martial realm supervisor saw that the little boy and girl were still running over, his face revealed a sinister killing intent. Since you're tired of living, then I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the whip in his hand surged with true chi. Like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, it viciously pounced towards the two children. Looking at the power of the whip, if they were hit, they would die without a doubt. Don't come over. The old man covered in wounds wanted to stop it, but he couldn't even stand up. He could only watch as the true chi whip approached the two children with tears in his eyes. When the other profound martial realm saw this, they crossed their arms in front of their chests as if they were watching a good show. Whoosh! Just as the true chi whip was about to hit the two children, a sharp sound rang out. A sharp sound pierced through the air as a small stone struck the whip, causing it to miss. Who is it? The profound martial realm was startled and then became furious. His killing intent swept across the surrounding cultivators before finally landing on Chinyu. Little bastard, was it you who launched a sneak attack? The profound martial realm's face was incomparably gloomy as he stared at Chinyu with cold, killing intent. When the other profound martial realm supervisors saw this, they also gathered with unfriendly expressions. Chinyu's gaze turned cold as killing intent surged in his heart. Within the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul was slightly surprised. Chinyu actually had killing intent. Was it because of those two children? Reckless dog, you dare to sneak attack me? See if I don't whip you to death. The face of the profound martial realm that was hit by the stone was dark and cold. Wait, Lama, many of my slave miners have been killed recently. Ask him where he came from and capture his whole family as mine slaves. At that moment, a sturdy, profound martial realm cultivator seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, "Why don't you take it easy? It hasn't even been a month, and you've already killed dozens of people. be careful that you don't complete the mission on time. A Xian martial realm cultivator laughed. Hee, they're just lowly commoners. We can capture as many as we want. What's the big deal about beating a few dozen of them to death? Our Lei family is now a relative of the emperor. That strong cultivator of the Xian martial realm burst into loud laughter. He didn't care about the lives of the slaves at all. Don't worry. Since he dared to ambush me, even death by 1,000 cuts wouldn't be enough to appease the hatred in my heart. How could I let him die so easily? The profound martial realm cultivator's expression became even more sinister. Whoosh! The whip in the profound martial realm cultivator's hand was covered in chi, and it was like an arrow piercing through the air as it flew towards Qin Yu's head. When the other slaves saw this, they couldn't help but turn their heads away. They had seen many people being whipped by a profound martial realm cultivator. That youth probably wouldn't be able to escape death. Boom! An explosion sound was heard. However, the scene of Qin Yu's head exploding as everyone expected did not appear. At the moment when that whip was about to hit Qin Yu, it suddenly exploded. What's going on? That Xian martial stage expert holding the tail of the whip is startled and looks at Qin Yu in a daze. The other profound martial realm supervisors also didn't react. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Yu made his move. He pointed his finger at the profound martial realm supervisor, and a faint black origin energy flashed in the air and entered the profound martial realm's body. What is this? It hurts. Save me. The profound martial realm cultivator's body trembled as he suddenly let out a miserable howl. His entire body turned red at this moment. There seemed to be countless insects crawling under his skin as his face became sinister. His hands were constantly scratching his face, as if he wanted to pull something out of his body. However, he only left behind a trail of blood. What did you do to him? The faces of the profound martial realm cultivators changed as they looked at Qin Yu with fear. They originally thought that Qin Yu was just an ordinary youth that could only be dealt with as they wished. But now, it seemed that this handsome youth wasn't as simple as he seemed. He wanted to kill me, so I made him wish he was dead. That's all. Qin Yu said with an indifferent voice. You know who we are? We are from the Flaming Cloud City's Lei family. Our young miss is the wife of the second prince. If you dare to kill someone from the Lei family, then wait for your entire family to be annihilated. The burly, profound martial realm supervisor felt a chill run down his spine. He could tell how much pain the lightning horse was suffering from just by hearing its miserable cries. Flaming Cloud City's Lei family? Second prince. I've never heard of it. However, I'm not happy with what you said. Qin Yu flicked his finger and a faint black origin energy entered the burly profound martial realm supervisor's body. Immediately, the burly profound martial realm supervisor crawled like a worm as his miserable howl resounded through the sky. Not good. Run. When the other profound martial realms saw this, their faces changed and they immediately ran. No matter how blind they were, they knew that Qin Yu's strength far surpassed theirs. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to cripple two profound martial realms with just a flick of his finger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The moment the profound martial realm supervisors moved, streams of origin energy broke through the void and ended their lives. What strength! The slave miners, who thought that Qin Yu was dead for sure, were all dumbfounded. He actually killed those ferocious, profound martial realm supervisors with just a flick of his finger? Big brother, thank you. The little boy and girl helped the old man up. Their eyes were filled with yearning. Here's some money. Take it and leave this place as soon as possible. Qin Yu flicked his finger and a small amount of money appeared. Now that the supervisors were dead, the Lei family behind them would definitely not let this matter rest. The other slave miners might be able to escape this calamity, but the old man and the other two wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. And you guys, if anyone investigates this matter, tell them that the one who killed them is Qin Yu from the Dragon Spirit City's Qin family. Qin Yu said to the slave miners, who were still in a daze, before he headed for the volcano that was emitting shocking fire runes. Although the Flaming Cloud cities, Lei family seemed to have some relationship with the royal family, Qin Yu wasn't worried about the Qin family's safety with Master Guyuan in the Dragon Spirit City. You are a little strange. The dragon soul asked Qin Yu in astonishment. In his impression, Qin Yu never meddled in other people's business. But today he had the intention to kill for these slave miners. It was simply too abnormal. Chapter 50. Qin Yu's style of doing things in the heaven realm had always been to do as he pleased. It could be said that he was both good and evil. In the past, countless disasters had happened in the heaven realm, and countless lives had been lost, but Qin Yu had never wavered. So, why was he sympathizing with these slave miners today? It's nothing. It's just that seeing them reminded me of my past life situation with Xing Luo when I was young. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. Situation when you were young? Were you also slave miners when you were young? The dragon soul asked with interest. When Qin Yu had cultivated its intelligence, Qin Yu had already become the famous Shenron Great Emperor, and Xing Luo had also become the Mad Dragon Great Emperor. Later on, the two of them advanced even further, reaching the Emperor realm. The dragon soul was very curious about what Qin Yu and Xing Luo were like when they were young. Not slave miners, but herb slaves. The dragon soul was stunned. What was a herb slave? A herb slave was a slave that specialized in testing medicine for alchemists and herb collectors. A newly discovered herb or a new pill had to be tested by someone to know its specific effect. That was why herb slaves were called herb slaves. The mortality rate of herb slaves was much higher than that of slave miners. Qin Yu was born as a herb slave, but he was able to become the Dragon God Emperor. One could imagine how difficult it was for him. No wonder you couldn't believe it even after Xing Luo attacked you. The dragon soul understood why Qin Yu trusted Xing Luo so much in his past life. It also understood why Qin Yu pursued martial arts wholeheartedly. Now that I think about it, my past life was really laughable. Qin Yu laughed self-deprecatingly. In his past life, he treated Xing Luo as his brother, but he was betrayed and fell to his current state. In order to pursue stronger martial arts, he chose to ignore Fairy Shuelan's feelings. In the end, he regretted it now. As long as I'm not dead, the regrets of my past life can be made up for in this life. The dragon soul could understand Qin Yu's thoughts. That's true. Qin Yu regained his usual calmness and spread out his soul perception. Soon, he found a passage into the volcano. Looking at the tunnel, it seemed that it was dug out by the slave miners. With a flicker, Qin Yu disappeared into the tunnel, heading deeper into the volcano. The volcano had just erupted, and the heat waves it emitted were like flames. Ordinary people would not be able to enter. Relying on his soul perception, Qin Yu arrived at the bottom of the volcano and saw the violently churning lava. Perfect! Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, and after a thin layer of true essence covered his body, he directly stepped into the lava lake and sat down cross-legged, with only his head exposed outside. Previously, in the fog swamp, Qin Yu's cultivation base was not high enough, so he only dared to absorb the earth fire chi. But now it was different. Zhen Qi had already transformed into Zhen Yuan, and the power of the two could not be compared. The current Qin Yu was completely capable of directly entering the magma fire lake to temper his body to the greatest extent. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu's face turned red, and white mist rose from his head. It was easy to imagine the kind of pain one would have to endure if one were to directly enter the magma fire pool. Even if Qin Yu's fire lightning dragon physique had reached the first level, he would still be unable to endure it. However, Qin Yu's expression did not change in the slightest, as if he did not feel the intense pain coming from his body. As Qin Yu continued to circulate the fire lightning dragon physique, strands of astonishing flame aura surged back and forth in his flesh, bones, meridians, and organs quietly fusing together. The blood aura on Qin Yu's body clearly became stronger a day later. When Qin Yu was training in the magma fire pond in this volcanic region, Qin Yu was in a daze. The Lei family already knew that the profound martial realm supervisors had been killed. A large group of Earth Martial Realm and Sky Martial Realm warriors of the Lei family whistled over. Ninth Elder, the matter has been investigated clearly. The person who killed the supervisors is said to be from the Dragon Spirit City's Qin family, a brat called the Qin family. However, I've heard of the Dragon Spirit City. It's only a small city. That brat killed people and still dared to leave his name, so it might be fake. On the empty ground of the lava lake, an Earth Martial Realm warrior respectfully reported to an old man in the Heaven Martial Realm. In front of the old man in the Heaven Martial Realm were the profound Martial Realm supervisors, whose heads were pierced through. There were also 2 corpses that were covered with bloody claw marks. Their faces were sinister and twisted, but there was also a hint of relief. Didn't they say that the brat never came out after entering the double-headed volcano? Have you found him? The old man in the Heaven Martial Realm asked with a cold expression. We've searched all the Earth tunnels, but we didn't find any traces. Unless he hid at the bottom of the volcano, but right now, even Heaven Martial Realm warriors cannot stay there for long. The Earth Martial Realm warrior shook his head. From his point of view, since he dared to kill people from the Lei family, he must have escaped long ago. How could he still stay there and seek his own death? But he didn't expect that not only did Qin Yu enter the bottom of the volcano, he even hid in the lava lake to cultivate, issue an arrest warrant, and capture the 3 slave miners that escaped. Also, send someone to the Dragon Spirit City to investigate the identity of this Qin Yu. The old man in the Heaven Martial Realm eerily gave the order. Then, Ninth Elder, how should we deal with these slave miners? The brawny man in the Earth Martial Arts Realm looked at the shivering slaves and asked. A group of lowly slave miners actually caused the death of several clansmen of my Lei family. Execute them all. The Ninth Elder threw down those words with dense killing intent and mounted his horse. Understood. The Earth Martial Realm warrior revealed a sinister smile. Time passed day by day. After 12 days, a boundless aura exploded from Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in the lava. The surrounding magma was instantly swept away and pushed away. Qin Yu's true body was revealed. At this time, Qin Yu's skin turned light red with a hint of gold. Even faintly, one could see a mysterious flame spirit pattern appearing. 4th Revolution Fire Thunder Dragon Body. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Golden light flickered in his pitch-black eyes. In these 12 days of cultivation, his Fire Thunder Dragon body had directly broken through to the 3rd level, and his physical strength had reached a terrifying 400,000 gene. More importantly, he had also condensed a fire pattern, which would allow his physical defense to reach a level where it could resist ordinary spirit artifacts. The Fire Dragon pattern has already been condensed. The Fire Thunder Dragon body's cultivation will need to be tempered by thunder. The Dragon Soul's voice was also filled with joy. The Fire Thunder Dragon body had a total of 10 levels, and the power of fire and thunder each had 5 levels. If one wanted to cultivate to the peak, they had to combine fire and thunder. Indeed, It's already very difficult to reach the 5th level with just the power of fire. Qinyu leaped and left the lava. Then, he took out a set of clothes from the Sumeru ring and put them on. If he wanted to completely condense the fire dragon pattern, he had to fuse with the power of thunder. Just like if he wanted to condense the thunder dragon pattern, he had to absorb the power of fire. Therefore, if Qinyu continued to cultivate, it would be difficult for him to make any progress in the tempering of the fire-thunder dragon body. Qinyu, who had just come out of the volcano's passage, suddenly narrowed his eyes. In the open space in front of him, there were figures tied to wooden stakes. Chapter 51. Could it be Qinyu's eyebrows twitched slightly as he leaped over and stopped moving? He saw that those who were tied to the wooden stakes were indeed the slave miners. They all died from exposure after their limbs were broken. The dragon's soul took a look and said, "It seems that this is revenge for you torturing the Tu Xian martial realm." His gaze swept across the faces of the dead slave miners. Qinyu's eyes flickered with a cold light. At this moment, a burst of weak footsteps entered Qinyu's ears. After Qinyu tilted his head to take a look, he discovered that a thin and small figure was stumbling out of the volcanic tunnel he had just come out from. After looking carefully, Qinyu was a little surprised. That skinny figure was that little girl. The problem was that when Qinyu came out, he subconsciously used his soul force to sense. Why didn't he find the little girl before? With a flash, Qinyu's figure appeared in front of that little girl while leaving behind numerous afterimages. Save, the little girl was extremely weak. When she saw Qinyu, she seemed to have exhausted her last bit of strength and fainted on the ground. After Qinyu checked, he found that the little girl had fainted because of dehydration and hunger. She seems to have been waiting for you in this volcanic passage. But how did she know that you didn't leave? The dragon's soul also looked at the little girl in surprise. Soul force, Qinyu carefully sensed, and his eyes flashed with surprise. This little girl's soul sea had actually awakened. Is it a special physique? The dragon soul's eyes flashed with light. Without a trace of cultivation, the soul sea had awakened. This could only be because she had a special physique. The soul fluctuations are quite unstable. It seems that she has just awakened not long ago. Qinyu thought for a moment and pointed at the little girl's forehead to stabilize her soul sea. Half a day later, in an empty cave, Qinyu, who was meditating cross-legged, had a slight change in expression. The unconscious little girl slowly woke up. "Big brother?" The little girl opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw Qinyu beside her, she immediately woke up. "Big brother, I beg you, please save my brother. I beg you." The little girl knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Qinyu. What happened? Qinyu helped her up and asked. From the little girl's anxious voice, Qinyu figured out the whole story. That day, after Qinyu had saved them, they had intended to leave the Lei family's territory immediately, but halfway through, her grandfather fell ill, so he went to the clinic to get medicine, leaving traces behind. In the end, on the second night, they were caught up by the Lei clan's troops. Her grandfather was executed directly. In order to let her escape, her brother lured away the pursuers. However, he was caught on the way, but he wasn't killed on the spot. He was only brought back to the Lei family. With no one to rely on, she could only return to the volcano to see if Qinyu had left. In the end, although she could sense that Qinyu was in the volcanic area, she was unable to enter the volcanic area due to her lack of cultivation. She could only hide in the volcanic tunnel. Seems like he was stimulated, causing his soul sea to awaken. The dragon soul was enlightened. Such a situation had happened before. "Big brother, my brother is still alive. I beg you, please save my brother." After the little girl finished speaking, she kowtowed again. Her forehead was soon stained with blood. At this moment, the only person that she could pray to was the Chinyu before her. I will make a trip to the Lei family, but so many days have passed. I'm afraid your brother. Looking at the little girl's pleading eyes, Chinyu recalled the scene in his previous life where he begged his master to save Xinglua. My brother is still alive. I can feel it. Hearing that Chinyu was willing to go to the Lei family, the little girl cried tears of joy and immediately said, "You can feel it? How can you feel it?" Chinyu and the dragon soul were a little strange. Although they didn't know where the Lei family was, at the very least, it wasn't within the range of Chinyu's spiritual perception. This little girl had just awakened her soul sea. Could it be that she was stronger than him who had awakened his soul sea? I can't explain it clearly. I can feel my brother's heartbeat. Although it's very weak, my brother is still alive. The little girl said in a daze, "Other than your brother, can you feel anyone else?" Chinyu was stunned and asked, "I can feel it." The little girl nodded. It was because of this that she avoided the Lei family's pursuit time and time again and returned to this volcano to find Chinyu. There's something strange. The dragon soul's huge dragon eyes flickered with a deep light as it sized up the little girl. "All right, you stay here first. Before I return, don't go anywhere." Chinyu thought for a while and set up a soul-bewitching array at the entrance of the cave. Immediately, Chinyu ran in the direction that the little girl said, where the Lei family was. An hour later, Chinyu appeared in front of an ancient city. That was Flaming Cloud City. Originally, Flaming Cloud City had 5 martial arts families gathered together. But now, only the Lei family was the strongest. As for the reason, it was because the Lei family had climbed up to the second prince of the imperial family and became a relative of the imperial family. Now, the Lei family's mining slaves and other slaves basically came from the other 4 families, as well as those who were unwilling to submit to the Lei family. Chinyu strolled around the city. After understanding the Lei family's strength, he directly came to the Lei family in the center of the city. "Halt! Who are you? How dare you barge into my Lei family?" Seeing Chinyu walk towards them, the 4 Xian martial realm guards immediately went up to welcome him. "I have something to discuss with your patriarch," Chinyu said indifferently. "Huh, you want to see our patriarch? Who do you think you are? Hurry up and scram, or I'll kill you." The 4 Xian martial realm guards glanced at Chinyu with disdain and waved their hands impatiently. Chinyu's gaze turned cold as a tyrannical pressure exploded out. The 4 Xian martial realm guards' faces changed as they broke out in a cold sweat. Their legs went soft, and they fell to the ground. You dare to commit murder in my Lei family? How dare you?" The slightly stronger guard looked at the guards and got up. His face alternated between green and red as killing intent lingered in his eyes. Ever since they had climbed up to the second prince, even those powerful forces in the Zhen Wu dynasty had to be polite when they came to their Lei family. This little bastard that came out of nowhere actually dared to scare them. He was simply tired of living. What happened? Following the shout of the guard, the Lei family martialists appeared one by one. The one leading them was a middle-aged man with hazy eyes. His cultivation was at the 4th grade Earth martial realm. "Great Commander, I don't know where this little bastard came from. Not only did he want to barge into the family, he even injured our brothers. I suspect that he's a remnant of one of the 4 families." The guard at the door said in a sinister tone, "Aren't you too arrogant to injure our Lei family guards in front of our Lei family?" That level 4 Earth martial stage guard commander stares at Chinyu with a sinister look. At such a young age, he was able to defeat 4 Xian martial realm guards. He wasn't weak, and probably had some background. But since he dared to touch the Lei family, even if he had some background, he wouldn't be able to leave safely. Chapter 52. Injured? More accurately, he was paralyzed by fear. As Qin Yu spoke, his soul power had already spread out in the Lei family. He's actually still alive. Very quickly, Qin Yu sensed the little boy's aura in the backyard of the Lei family. From what he sensed, he should also be tied to a wooden stake. These two siblings are a little strange. Within the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul's voice froze when it heard Qin Yu's words. Rather strange indeed. A strange look flashed across Qin Yu's eyes. One could feel the heartbeat of his elder brother from a few hundred miles away. The other was tied to a wooden stake for more than 10 days, yet he was still alive. His vitality was simply too strong. "You," hearing the words paralyzed by fear, the guard's face turned hot, and his gaze became gloomy and resentful. From the looks of it, he couldn't wait to tear Qin Yu into pieces. "May I know who you are? Why are you looking for my patriarch?" A cold light flashed across the guard's eyes as he inquired about Qin Yu's identity. "I'm Qin Yu," Qin Yu said faintly. "I'm here to see your patriarch to ask for a person." "Qin Yu." The guard commander was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. "You are the one who killed my Lei family? A few days ago, the supervisor of the Lei family's slaves was killed, and the murderer was called Qin Yu. But the elder that they sent to the spiritual dragon city was directly beaten out. They were just thinking about how to take revenge on the Qin family, but they didn't expect Qin Yu to deliver himself to their doorstep. Men, arrest him for me." Immediately, a ferocious killing intent appeared on the guard's face as he prepared to give the order. But before he finished his words, he saw Qin Yu's figure flicker and disappear in front of them. Where is he? The Lei family guards looked at each other with confused expressions on their faces. "Hurry up and inform the family head and elders. Then send someone to seal off the execution ground." That guard commander recalled Qin Yu's words and immediately reacted. He rapidly rushed toward the execution grounds. In the blink of an eye, the entire Lei family was in an uproar. All the martial artists gathered at the execution ground. Someone broke into the execution grounds. In the main hall of the Lei family patriarch, Lei Zongguang, was stunned when he heard the maid's report. After using bloody means to suppress the enemy forces, there was still someone who dared to barge into the Lei family? "Lei family head, do you need our help?" Lei Zongguang was entertaining two young men in their 20s. The two young men were wearing the uniform of the Imperial Academy, and the insignia on their bodies indicated that they were students of the Inner Academy. These two were both martial kings. "Haha, young Master Xianfang. Young Master Baiyang, it was all thanks to the two of you that we were able to quell the chaos previously. How could we trouble the two of you for such a small matter?" Lei Zongguang chuckled and cupped his fists. His attitude was rather amiable. These two were the young talents of the Sacred Academy sent by the Second Prince, so he naturally didn't dare to order them around. "However, I would like to see who dares to barge into the Lei family at this time." Although Lei Zongguang was smiling, his eyes were flashing with ferocious killing intent. Now was the time for the Lei family to establish their dominance. Whoever dared to provoke the Lei family at this time, no matter who it was, they couldn't be let off. Since that's the case, let's go take a look together. The square-faced Xianfang stood up with a face full of smiles. "That's true. After we settle the matters of the Dragon Spirit City's Qin family, we will return to the Sacred Academy directly. If there's really something, let's clean it up before heading to the Dragon Spirit City." Bai Yang, who had pockmarks on his face, also stood up. This mission was personally sent by the Second Prince, so they naturally couldn't be careless. Lei Zongguang was naturally happy. Xianfang and Bai Yang's battle strength was unmatched in the Flaming Cloud City. With the two of them, even if there were really troublesome people who barged in, there was no need to worry. At this moment, at the Lei family's execution ground, Qin Yu saw the little boy. Just as he had sensed, the little boy was tied to a wooden stake and unconscious. Looking at his body, his skin was torn and his flesh was lacerated. Even his bones were vaguely visible. It was obvious that he had been tortured after being caught. Qin Yu put him down, crushed a spiritual pill, and fed it into his mouth to heal his internal injuries. What shocking vitality! While Qin Yu was feeding him the pill, the dragon soul sensed the little boy's situation and said in shock, with the injuries that the little boy had suffered, a normal person, even an adult, would have died long ago. But deep within the little boy's body, there was a shocking vitality. From that vitality, even if the little boy was tied up for a month without eating or drinking, he wouldn't die. One has an extraordinary soul power, and the other has shocking vitality. Qin Yu's eyes flickered with surprise. The siblings were indeed extraordinary. They really came for that little bastard. At this moment, the guard commander had already led a group of guards to the execution ground with a murderous look on his face. Qin Yu picked up the unconscious boy and strode towards the Lei clan's martial artists who were blocking the entrance. I'll only say this once. Make way or die. Qin Yu did not stop walking as he spoke indifferently. Humph, you dare to barge into my Lei family. The rank 4 Earth Martial Realm Guard commander coldly snorted as he stared at Qin Yu with cold, killing intent. But before he could finish his words, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinholes, and the cold, killing intent in his eyes was replaced by a thick color of shock. Sky, Martial Realm. At this moment, the guard commander's lips parted as he felt the fluctuations of true energy from Qin Yu's body. He had never imagined that this youth, who looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, would actually be in the Sky Martial Realm. A mere Sky Martial Realm. I want to see how you will make my Lei family members die. Just as the guard commander and the others were about to retreat, an ice-cold voice sounded. It was Lei Zongguang, who came with a group of Lei family elders. Behind Lei Zongguang and the others, Xianfang and Bai Yang slowly walked over. It was only a Sky Martial Realm cultivator. The Lei family was completely capable of dealing with him. However, to be able to reach the Sky Martial Realm at such a young age, it made them curious as to which power this genius belonged to. Inner courtyard student, Qin Yu swept his gaze over Lei Zongguang and the others. He was slightly surprised when he saw Xianfang and Bai Yang. He did not expect to encounter Imperial Academy's inner courtyard students here. However, one was a rank 2 Martial King, and one was a rank 3 Martial King. Qin Yu did not put them in his eyes at all. Brat, you dare to barge into my Lei family, and even dare to threaten us. You have quite the nerve. State your name. Lei Zongguang's face was ice-cold as he stared at Qin Yu with killing intent. At this moment, the guard commander immediately went up to Lei Zongguang and reported in a low voice. So it's you. First, you killed my Lei family members, and now you dare to barge into my Lei family. Do you really think there's no one in my Lei family? After hearing that, the killing intent on Lei Zongguang's face became even more intense. So it's this brat. It seems that there's no need for us to go to the Dragon Spirit City. Hearing that, Xianfang smiled. Indeed, capture this brat and have the Qin family members obediently come over and beg for forgiveness. Then execute them all. Bai Yang crossed his arms and said with a smile, Chapter 53. Go to Dragon Spirit City, ask the Qin family to come and ask for forgiveness, and then execute them all? Hearing Xianfang and Bai Yang's words, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with killing intent. You are also from the Lei family? although we are not from the Lei family, since you have offended the Lei family, you have offended us." Xianfang smiled proudly. "Boy, I'll give you a chance. Break one of your arms, destroy your cultivation, and kneel in front of Fire Cloud City for 9 days and 9 nights. If you don't die, I'll let you go." Bai Yang had a mocking expression. "Very well. I originally wanted to let you go for the sake of the Sacred Institute, but now none of you will live." Qin Yu's voice suddenly turned gloomy and ice-cold. For the sake of the Sacred Institute, Xianfang and Bai Yang were stunned. "Was Qin Yu also a student of the Sacred Institute?" "Little bastard, you dare to be so arrogant after killing people from the Lei family. Today, I'll let you die without a burial place, and then I'll let the Qin family be slaves for generations to come." Lei Zongguang couldn't suppress the killing intent in his eyes as he gave the order ferociously. "Take him down." Whoosh, whoosh. Following Lei Zongguang's order, the 5 elders of the Lei family in the Sky Martial realm rushed out and attacked Qin Yu crazily. "Die!" Qin Yu rolled up his true essence and carried the little boy on his back. His body flashed, and many shadows appeared. In the next moment, many powerful war dragon fists rushed out like wild dragons. Bang! 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 Sounds of explosions appeared one after another. Those Heaven Realm cultivators that were attacking Qin Yu were like balloons. They all exploded and turned into a bloody mist, scattering in the air. How could— Lei Zongguang's eyes widened in disbelief. 5 Sky Martial Realm cultivators had been killed in an instant. Was Qin Yu's cultivation really only at the first level of the Sky Martial Realm? A king-level martial technique. Xianfang and Bai Yang were also stunned. He had mastered a king-level martial technique at the first level of the Sky Martial Realm. His talent in martial arts was too terrifying. Swish, swish. After blowing up the 5 Heaven Realm people, Qin Yu's body flashed, and dozens of lifelike illusions appeared, causing the Lei family cultivators to be unable to capture Qin Yu's body. Not good. Lei family head, Xianfang, and Bai Yang were the first to react. Their expressions changed as they rushed towards Lei Zongguang. It would be fine if all the other members of the Lei clan died, but if Lei Zongguang died, it would be difficult to explain to the second prince. Raging waves of the sea. Xianfang and Bai Yang also failed to capture Qin Yu's true body. Therefore, as he charged out, Bai Yang formed a seal with both hands, and a majestic tidal True Yuan burst forth like a surging wave. Wherever the true essence tide passed, regardless of whether it was Qin Yu's phantoms or the Lei family's martial artists, they were all swept away. Bang! Qin Yu punched the berserk tide of true essence and leapt backwards, shattering finger. However, as Qin Yu leapt backwards, he jabbed a finger at Lei Zongguang. A faint black war dragon True Yuan tore through the air like a sharp sword, attacking Lei Zongguang at lightning speed. Even though Lei Zongguang had a True Yuan shield, it still pierced through it. Puchi! Lei Zongguang vomited a large mouthful of blood. There was a bloody fingerprint on his chest. If he had not reacted in time and moved to the side, his heart would have been pierced. Young Master Xianfang, young Master Bai Yang, quickly kill him. Kill him. Lei Zongguang, who had just survived the calamity, was pale. His body trembled as he pointed at Qin Yu in horror. Lei Zongguang had just taken a trip to the gates of hell and experienced the true feeling of death. If he let Qin Yu escape today, he would not be able to sleep peacefully in the future. You dodged pretty quickly. Qin Yu coldly glanced at Xianfang and Bai Yang, who were protecting Lei Zongguang, and executed the 100 Shadow Demonic art once more. The might of a 9th grade heaven-ranked movement technique was displayed to the fullest by him. Bang! 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 However, Qin Yu's target this time was not Lei Zongguang, but the other cultivators of the Lei family. In the blink of an eye, the Lei family's Earth Martial Realm and Sky Martial Realm elders fell one after another under Qin Yu's hands. Damn it! This scene caused Lei Zongguang's eyes to widen and his heart to bleed. These were the seedlings of the Lei family, but now they were all killed by Qin Yu. Their Lei family strength would definitely fall to the level of an ordinary small faction. Enough! Xianfang stood out. His square face was filled with chilling intent. In front of two martial kings, Qin Yu actually dared to kill without any fear. He was simply too arrogant. Why? Are you in such a hurry to die? Qin Yu punched an elder of the Lei family, then turned around and looked at Xianfang with an indifferent gaze. Brat, the Lei family is now a subordinate force of the second prince. Do you know the consequences of attacking a cultivator of the Lei family? Xianfang's right hand moved, and a 5-foot-long saber appeared. A tyrannical saber qi swept out. It was a peak-grade profound spiritual weapon. I really don't know. Why don't you tell me? Qin Yu smiled indifferently. He was the emperor of Shenron. Even if he had reincarnated, why would he be afraid of the son of a dynasty? Exterminate the 9 generations. Xianfang's eyes darkened as he spat out these 4 words. Ha! That will depend on whether he has the ability or not. Qin Yu smiled lightly, not caring at all. As he spoke, Qin Yu's finger moved again. Streaks of faint black true yuan pierced through the air and killed several Qin family cultivators who were far away. This made Lei Zongguang gnash his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Even he had almost died in the hands of Qin Yu. He could only hope that Xianfang would kill Qin Yu as soon as possible. The second prince is the most talented person among all the princes. He will become the crown prince and inherit the throne in the future. Do you think the second prince has the ability? Xianfang's eyes twitched and his face darkened. Qin Yu's speed was too fast. Even he couldn't save the Lei family cultivators in time. If he really dares to do that, he won't be far from death. Qin Yu indifferently spat out a sentence. As long as he could get the 1,000-poison inky dragon in the secret realm of the Royal Academy, he wouldn't be afraid of the Zhen Wu dynasty. If he was really angered, he would directly destroy the Zhen Wu dynasty. How dare you? How dare you be disrespectful to the second prince? Die! Xianfang was enraged. Mysterious spiritual inscriptions appeared on the saber in his hand, and he slashed it in the air. The air rippled like water. A long saber radiance tore through the air and slashed toward Qin Yu with a destructive force. 3rd grade King martial technique. Destruction slash. A smile appeared on the corner of Qin Yu's mouth. With a light step, he dodged that destructive blade ray. On the other hand, many of the Lei family cultivators who were hiding far away didn't react in time and were cut in half by the saber radiance. When the other Lei family cultivators saw this, they were scared out of their wits and quickly left the execution ground. The power is not bad. Qin Yu appeared on Xianfang's, left with a series of afterimages. He glanced at the Lei clan's martial practitioners who were innocently implicated and said with a smile, Chapter 54. It's just a heaven-class movement skill. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? The corner of Xianfang's eyes twitched as the dark green true essence swirled around his body. In the next moment, he seemed to have turned into a gust of wind. His speed suddenly doubled as he charged towards Qin Yu. The saber in his hand once again emitted a shocking saber aura as he slashed out. Just in time. Qin Yu did not use the heaven-punishing killing intent. He had already entered the sky martial realm, and his fire-lightning dragon body had reached the 4th revolution. He no longer needed to use the killing intent of the heaven-punishing array to deal with a martial king. Moreover, the killing intent of the heaven-punishing array, was still recovering, Qin Yu did not want to waste it and use it on a martial king. Qin Yu moved his right hand, and the hell-suppressing divine spear appeared in his hand. His body trembled as he thrust the spear at the saber radiance. Bang! A violent explosion sounded out. It was that terrifying saber light that had been struck by the sharp spear light. It directly exploded. An Earth-class spiritual weapon. Xianfang was stunned when he sensed the terrifying spiritual aura from the hell-suppressing divine spear. Qin Yu had just entered the sky martial realm, but he had an Earth-class spiritual weapon. Wasn't that too extravagant? Wait, that's the hell-suppressing divine spear of the North Campus. Bai Yang, who was protecting Lei Zongguang, recognized the hell-suppressing divine spear. The hell-suppressing divine spear. Although Xianfang had entered the inner campus from the East Campus, he had heard of the hell-suppressing divine spear of the North Campus. However, it was rumored that the hell-suppressing divine spear weighed tens of thousands of pounds, and no one could lift it. Why did it fall into Qin Yu's hands so easily? Is he also a student of the Imperial Sacred Institute? Lei Zongguang was shocked. He did not expect that he would offend someone from the Imperial Sacred Institute. However, Qin Yu did not pay attention to Xianfang and Bai Yang. As he took several steps, his body turned into a blur as he attacked Xianfang. Humph. So what if you're a student of the Imperial Sacred Institute? How dare you insult the second prince? You'll still die. Xianfang's eyes were filled with killing intent. The true essence in his body surged and gathered in his saber. 9 dragons heaven-warring formation. Qin Yu let out a low growl. 400,000 vital energy surged into the hell-suppressing godly spear, causing the surface of the spear to light up with mysterious runes. In the next moment, Qin Yu didn't dodge, and the hell-suppressing divine spear stabbed out explosively through the air. Roar! At this moment, 9 lifelike blood dragons erupted from the tip of the hell-suppressing godly spear, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. The terrifying saber light was directly shattered by the blood and qi dragon. What power is this? Xianfang's pupils shrank. Those 9 ferocious blood dragons filled his heart with a sense of danger. He immediately condensed his true essence into a pair of wings, intending to escape through the void. Explode! However, the 9 blood dragons seemed to possess intelligence. Like a 9-dragon formation, they surrounded Xianfang from all directions and completely sealed off his path of retreat. Boom! Boom! Amidst the faintly discernible dragon roars, deafening explosions resounded incessantly, spreading throughout the entire flaming cloud city and alarming countless people. When the 9 blood dragons exploded simultaneously, Li Mu's eyes lit up. On the Lei family's execution ground, a huge pit that was dozens of feet wide and dozens of feet deep appeared. Dust rose into the air. As for Xianfang, who was besieged by the 9 blood and qi dragons, his corpse was completely destroyed, leaving no trace behind. 9 dragons warring the heavens was an advanced king spear art. The 9 dragons heaven warring formation was formed by 9 dragons heaven warring spear techniques. As the 9 spears overlapped one another, their might completely reached the level of a royal martial skill. On top of that, with the explosive strength of 400,000 caddies, Xianfang, who was only a rank 2 martial king, naturally died without a corpse. Xianfang died. Lei Zongguang and Bai Yang were both stupefied when they saw the huge pit that had appeared. A rank 1 heaven realm cultivator actually managed to kill a rank 2 martial king after crossing an entire realm? Wasn't this battle prowess of surpassing levels a little too terrifying? At this moment, Qin Yu's cold and indifferent gaze had already landed on the 2 of them. Although he had just killed a rank 2 martial king, Qin Yu's expression did not change in the slightest. It was as if the astonishing battle prowess he had just accomplished was nothing more than an ordinary thing. This bread is too strange. Bai Yang quivered and regained his senses. He immediately grabbed Lei Zongguang and prepared to fly away. Qin Yu's battle prowess was simply too astonishing. Although he was stronger than Xian Fang, it did not mean that he would be able to defeat Qin Yu. Right now, the most important thing was to protect Lei Zongguang and leave. As for Qin Yu, the second prince would naturally send people to kill him. You only want to leave now. Isn't it a little too late? Just as Bai Yang was preparing to leave, an indifferent voice sounded from behind him. Bai Yang and Lei Zongguang's bodies trembled as they felt a chill run down their spines. Was that Qin Yu's voice? But wasn't Qin Yu standing in the distance? Something's wrong. However, upon closer inspection, Bai Yang's pupils shrank. He saw that the Qin Yu standing there was no longer the hell-suppressing divine spear in his hand. Go on your way. This moment of delay caused Bai Yang to lose the opportunity to escape. Numerous berserk dragons covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged toward them. There were a total of 20 to 30 of them. Rumble! The earth-shattering explosion sounded once again. This time around, the entire Lei family was shaken by the explosion. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. Countless cultivators rushed to escape. The cultivators that had gathered from the Flaming Cloud City were all gathered outside the Lei family. They did not know what had happened to the insufferably arrogant Lei family. The Lei family should still have a martial king. Where is he hiding? Qin Yu jumped and landed on the top of a pavilion. He looked at the Lei clan that was in a mess. Right at this moment, a black silhouette soundlessly sneak attacked him from behind. A rank 5 martial king dares to sneak attack me? Qin Yu, who had been using his soul perception the entire time, instantly sensed it. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yu directly slapped his palm behind him with boundless killing intent. It was as if a flood had erupted and engulfed everything. Before the rank 5 martial king that sneak attacked him could react, he was killed by the heaven-punishing killing intent. It was an old man with a head full of white hair. He should be the Lei family's old master, the only martial king. Whoosh! Qin Yu leaped and left the Qin family, disappearing from the Flaming Cloud City. The Lei family's only martial king had been killed. All of the Heaven Realm cultivators were either dead or injured. They could be said to have completely fallen. 5 days later, 3 figures appeared outside the Dragon Spirit City. They were Qin Yu and the little boy and sister. In the past few days, the little boy's injuries had completely healed. Qin Yu also knew their names. The little boy was called Jiang Yuanyi, and the little girl was called Jiang Qingyu. Qin Yu and the Dragon Spirit were surprised to hear their surnames for the first time. In the Heaven Domain, the surname Jiang was a big clan. Countless experts had appeared. The 2 siblings had nowhere to go, so Qin Yu directly brought them back to the Spirit Deer City. Hearing the news of Qin Yu's return, everyone in the Qin family swarmed out. When they saw Qin Yu enter the Heaven Realm so quickly, all of the Qin clan members were wild with joy. The current Qin family had clearly changed compared to when Qin Yu left. With the heaven-level cultivation techniques and spiritual pills that Qin Yu left behind, several Earth Realm elders had already reached half a step into the Heaven Realm. Qin Tianhu's cultivation had already reached rank 4 Heaven Realm. The current Qin Yu was already the number 1 family in the Dragon Spirit City. Chapter 55. Qin Yu returned to the Qin clan, this time not only to bring Jiang Yuanyi and his sister back, but also to warn Qin Tianhu. After all, Qin Yu had made many enemies outside. It was inevitable that there would be forces targeting the Qin family. However, as long as the Qin family did not leave Dragon Spirit City, no matter how the forces outside targeted the Qin family, they would not be able to succeed. After all, Master Gu Yuan was in charge of Dragon Spirit City. After returning to the Qin family, Qin Yu left a huge amount of cultivation resources in the Qin family, those Sky Martial Realm, Martial King Realm, and even a few Martial Royal Realm experts who died in his hands. After all, they were all extremely wealthy. With these cultivation resources, the Qin family's upper echelon experts would be strengthened continuously. Qin, you only stayed for 2 days in the Qin family before he was ready to leave. However, before he left, Qin Yu went to the governor's mansion to thank Xiangling Feng, the governor. Last time when the Lei family's Sky Martial Realm Elder came to the Qin family to denounce them, he was beaten out by Xiangling Feng. This time, Qin Yu also gave Xiangling Feng 2 spiritual pills. One was the Immortal Elixir, and the other was the Spirit-Breaking Elixir. The Immortal Elixir could gradually change a martial artist's aptitude and enhance their potential. The Spirit-Breaking Elixir could allow a Sky Martial Realm martial artist to break through to the next level without any hindrance. With these 2 spiritual pills, Xiangling Feng would definitely take the initiative to protect the Qin family even without the relationship with the Bai Wu Commandery Prince's mansion. After leaving the governor's mansion, Qin Yu went to look for Master Gu Yuan again. Qin Yu could start refining the soul recovery elixir that he had promised Master Gu Yuan when he reached the Martial King realm. Therefore, he needed to confirm some things. After hearing Qin Yu's intention, Master Gu Yuan spread his wings slightly and brought Qin Yu to see the old woman who was sleeping in the jade coffin. After seeing the old woman, Qin Yu basically understood the old woman's situation. The old woman's soul C was severely injured. Her 3 souls and 7 spirits were scattered and wandering in her body. If Master Gu Yuan had not sealed her body with the jade coffin and supported her with the power of the dragon vein, that old woman's soul had probably dissipated long ago. Qin Yu promised Master Gu Yuan that he would definitely be able to awaken the old woman, which made Master Gu Yuan quite happy. After all, even if he obtained the soul-returning pill, he might not be able to return the old woman's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. However, Qin Yu's affirmation of his promise had a different significance. Ever since Qin Yu took out the Soul Path secret technique, like the 10,000 Souls Great Technique, Grandmaster Gu Yuan had absolute trust in Qin Yu's words. After visiting Master Gu Yuan, Qin Yu set off for the Imperial Sacred Academy. 10 days later, Qin Yu, who was hurrying on foot, returned to the Imperial Sacred Academy. At the same time, in the palace of True Martial Imperial City, in a dazzling golden palace. Your Highness, my father and grandfather were killed by that bastard. You have to seek justice for this concubine. A sorrowful voice sounded. A woman with a charming face and a graceful figure knelt on the ground with tears in her eyes. This beautiful woman was the young miss of the Lei family, Lei Xuefei. In front of Lei Xuefei, there was a figure sitting on the main seat. He was in his early 20s and had a handsome face. This person was the 2nd prince of True Martial Dynasty, Wu Xingchen. Don't worry, my beloved concubine. I have already ordered people to investigate this matter. I believe that they will find out the identity of the bastard very soon. No matter who that person is, no matter what his identity is, I will definitely kill his entire family. Wu Xingchen's handsome face was filled with bone-chilling killing intent. This time, not only was the Lei family almost annihilated, but even the 2 geniuses from the inner yard that he sent didn't return. This was the reason why Wu Xingchen had the intention to kill. Even with his identity, there weren't many geniuses from the inner yard who were loyal to him in the Imperial Sacred Academy. Most of the students were in a wait-and-see mode. After all, he hadn't been officially crowned as the Crown Prince yet. But he didn't expect that he would lose 2 geniuses in this ordinary mission. This was simply a slap to his face. Your Highness. Just then, a martial artist in heavy armor with chilling, killing intent around him entered the palace. Speak. Wu Xingqian waved his hand and ordered people to help lay Xue down. He then spoke plainly. We have already found out the whereabouts of that person. That martial artist in armor spoke in a deep voice. Where? Wu Xingqian's eyes shot out two rays of blade-like radiance. His entire person seemed to have undergone a drastic change. He was like an unsheathed, peerless sword that was about to slaughter all living things. Imperial Sacred Academy. Imperial Sacred Academy. Qinyu, it's great that you're fine. What exactly happened? Where are the other students? Qinyu had just entered the Sacred Academy when Jianglong and the others, who had received the news, rushed over in a hurry. Ever since Qinyu and the group of Northern Yard disciples went missing, the Imperial Sacred Academy had sent many people to search for them. In the end, when they arrived at the mission location, they only saw traces of a chaotic battle and countless dismembered corpses. Among the dismembered corpses, there were many Northern Yard disciples. This made Jianglong and the others feel a chill in their hearts. Although they did not find Qinyu's corpse, after so long, there was still no news of Qinyu. Therefore, Jianglong and the others all thought that Qinyu was most certainly also doomed. Who would have thought that after more than a month, Qinyu would actually return to the Holy Academy unscathed? When we were carrying out a mission, 5 martial kings suddenly appeared and attacked us. Fortunately, a martial emperor passed by at that time, so we avoided death. Qinyu did not tell the truth. After all, if people knew that he could kill 5 martial kings and martial emperors when he was in the Earth martial arts realm, it would be too shocking. When returning to the Sacred Academy, Qinyu had already found an excuse. He and the other students were separated halfway and stayed in the mountain range for a while. Then he obtained an opportunity and broke through to the Sky Martial Arts realm. 5 martial kings? Do you still remember what they looked like? After hearing Qinyu's words, Jianglong and the others' eyes turned cold. In the territory of the Zhenwu dynasty, someone dared to ambush the people of the Royal Sacred Academy. This was simply unheard of. This matter had to be thoroughly investigated. I picked up the tokens dropped by 2 martial kings. Qinyu took out the tokens of the 2 martial kings of the Zhou family. The people of the Zhou family were very confident in that mission, so they even carried the identity tokens with them. In the end, the people they sent all died tragically in the hands of Qinyu. These identity tokens became evidence. The Zhou family was considered a big family in the Zhenwu dynasty, and there was a martial emperor in it. Qinyu naturally could not kill them now. However, with these 2 identity tokens, with the power of the Royal Sacred Academy, if they really investigated, the Zhou family would definitely be in big trouble. If the crime of killing the students of the Royal Sacred Academy was confirmed, the whole family would be exterminated. You actually entered the Sky Martial Arts realm so quickly. This time, you profited from a disaster. As Jianglong and the others left quickly with the 2 identity tokens, Yunxi, who was dressed in martial arts clothes, walked over valiantly. Senior sister Yunxi, your cultivation has also broken through a lot. After not seeing her for more than a month, Yunxi's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Sky Martial Arts realm. Moreover, the fluctuations of qi and blood on her body were also more and more powerful. It seemed that her body-refining technique had also improved greatly. Chapter 56. I plan to break through to the Martial King realm soon. Junior brother Qinyu, you'll have to take care of the northern courtyard in the future. She was obviously in a good mood and smiled widely. Qinyu smiled. He didn't have time to care about the northern courtyard's matters. After returning to the academy this time, he was ready to enter the inner courtyard. According to the rules of the Imperial Sacred Academy, one had to reach the martial king realm to become a student of the inner courtyard. However, Qin Yu's combat strength was already enough to defeat martial kings. He should have a chance to enter the inner courtyard. By the way, junior brother Qin Yu, Master Tianxiong has been looking for you many times during this period. After the two talked for a while, Yun Shi seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, Master Tianxiong? Why? Did he encounter a problem again and want to ask me? Qin Yu asked casually, Can you not be so straightforward? Even if Master Tianxiong really has a problem, you should say that it's an exchange of insights. Yun Shi looked at Qin Yu helplessly. He's a master blacksmith. Ever since Master Tianxiong successfully forged a top Earth-grade spiritual weapon, his status in the Zhenwu dynasty and the Great Eastern region's blacksmithing world had risen. Why is he looking for me? Qin Yu, however, smiled noncommittally. Master Tianxiong might be called a master in the Zhenwu dynasty and the Great Eastern region. However, in front of him, he was barely qualified to be an apprentice. It seems that he really has a problem to ask you about blacksmithing. As soon as he said this, Yun Shi laughed. After a while, he said, If you have time, go and find Master Tianxiong. He seems to be in a hurry. Qin Yu shook his head. He didn't have time. The last time he gave Tianxiong advice on blacksmithing was because he took the primal chaos stone. Qin Yu didn't want to owe him a favor. Qin Yu. Just as the two of them were heading to the northern courtyard, a voice full of murderous intent suddenly sounded. Yun Shi frowned. That voice carried an undisguised murderous intent towards Qin Yu. Who was it that had such a strong killing intent towards Qin Yu? You finally can't hold it in any longer. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. He turned his head to look. A handsome figure walked over, surrounded by a group of students. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as he walked towards him. That person was Xue Tianwu. When he returned to the Imperial Academy, Qin Yu knew that Xue Tianwu would definitely come looking for him. After all, the Xue clan had lost a martial emperor. No matter how strong the Xue clan was, losing a martial emperor was enough to make them feel heartache. You actually didn't die. Xue Tianwu glared fiercely at Qin Yu, the cold, killing intent in his eyes almost solidifying. To be honest, Xue Tianwu found it hard to believe that Qin Yu had returned to the Saint Court. After all, his father had sent out a martial emperor to kill Qin Yu while he was still in the cradle. When he thought of that martial monarch, the killing intent in Xue Tianwu's heart grew even stronger. The martial monarch that the Xue clan had sent out had not returned yet. Xue Tianwu had already guessed what had happened to him. Naturally, he did not think that Qin Yu could kill a martial monarch. However, it would be different if the powerhouse that had been hiding in Spirit Deer City had made a move. That mysterious powerhouse was most likely from the same generation as his grandfather. It was not difficult to deal with a martial monarch. When he saw that Qin Yu had not returned to the Saint Court, Xue Tianwu thought that Qin Yu had been killed, so he temporarily put the matter aside. However, not only was Qin Yu unscathed, but he had also returned alive with a greatly improved cultivation. Xue Tianwu could not tolerate this and immediately charged over. This was the imperial city, his territory. No matter who the mysterious powerhouse behind Qin Yu was, he would not be afraid. You seem to be in a bad mood. Did someone from the Xue clan die? Qin Yu smiled faintly. However, in Xue Tianwu's eyes, Qin Yu's smile was filled with mockery, especially Qin Yu's words. It was a slap to Xue Tianwu's face. Little bastard, I think you're tired of living. Xue Tianwu's eyes were bloodshot, and the majestic aura of a martial king erupted. Xue Tianwu, what are you doing? Yun Shi, who was frowning, took a step forward and stood in front of Qinyu. She did not know what grudges there were between Qinyu and Shui Tianwu. However, as the big sister of the northern court, she could not watch Shui Tianwu attack Qinyu. Even if Shui Tianwu had become a martial king and an inner court student, Yunxi was not afraid at all. They had fought many times in the past, but Shui Tianwu had rarely won against her. Yunxi, this is a private matter between me and this little bastard. You'd better stay out of it, Shui Tianwu said coldly. His murderous intent grew, but he seemed to be afraid of Yunxi. According to the rules of the Saint Court, inner court students are not allowed to attack outer court students. If you really want to fight, I'll fight with you. Yun, she flicked her finger, and the star spear appeared in her hand. I thought you were strong, but it turns out that you only know how to hide behind a woman. Shui Tianwu stared at Qinyu and coldly sneered. There was actually some jealousy in his expression. With Yunxi's talent and status, Shui Tianwu naturally had the idea of pursuing her. Unfortunately, Yunxi had never been kind to him. Now, she had taken the initiative to protect Qinyu, which naturally aroused Shui Tianwu's jealousy. Shui Tianwu, if you want to fight, I'll be there anytime. Qin, you gently pushed Yunxi away. His murderous intent toward Shui Tianwu had reached an unbearable level. Last time in Spirit Deer City, when Shui Tianwu had threatened to wipe out the Qins, Qinyu had wanted to kill him. However, back then, Qinyu was too weak, so he did not make a move. Now, the situation was different. Good, you've got guts. Shui Tianwu's face revealed a hideous smile. However, I'm not interested in small fights. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Qinyu's mouth. Then, how do you want to fight? Shui Tianwu sneered. With his martial king realm cultivation, he was not afraid of Qin, no matter how he wanted to play. At this moment, he was thinking about how he could accidentally kill Qinyu. Let's fight to the death. Qinyu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Do you dare? Although the imperial court forbade students from fighting in private, it did not forbid a fight to the death. However, it was rare for students to fight to the death. A fight to the death. Shui Tianwu was stunned. Then he laughed. Why wouldn't I dare? Qinyu's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. In this way, he could justifiably kill Qinyu with his own hands. Junior Qinyu, are you serious? She's face changed slightly as she looked at Qinyu in disbelief. She did not know where Qinyu got the confidence to fight to the death with a martial king realm cultivator. Chapter 57. Of course I'm serious. Qinyu glanced at Shui Tianwu and walked towards the combat ring. Shui Tianwu smiled coldly and followed along with his entourage. In just a short while, the news of Qinyu and Shui Tianwu's life and death duel spread throughout the inner and outer halls. Almost all the students in the inner halls gathered at the combat ring. There were even many elders who went after hearing the news. The reason why this life and death duel attracted so many people was because of the difference in strength between the two sides. Qinyu, an outer hall student who had just entered the sky martial realm, wanted to challenge Shui Tianwu, who had already entered the martial king realm and became an inner hall student. This naturally aroused everyone's curiosity. I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to have a life and death duel? Once you step onto the combat ring, unless your opponent is willing to go easy on you, only one of you will be able to survive. An inner hall elder of the Imperial Sacred Court frowned as he looked at Qinyu and Shui Tianwu. Qin, you not only had a 9th grade martial vein, but his talent was also comparable to a spiritual vein. Shui Tianwu's talent wasn't as good as Qinyu's. However, he was a direct descendant of the Shui clan, one of the Imperial Sacred Court's 1,000-year-old clans. The two of them wanted to have a life and death duel, which made them hesitate. I'm sure. Hearing those words, Qin Yu and Xue Tianwu both nodded affirmatively. All right. The inner hall elder nodded his head helplessly and activated the defensive array of the combat ring. Qin Yu and Xue Tianwu's figures flashed. They both jumped onto the martial arena and faced each other from afar. Buzz. As the array was activated, a fist-thick defensive light screen fell. This light screen was used to prevent the two of them from escaping and to prevent others from interfering. Bastard, now that you don't have that person backing you up, I'll kill you. After leaping onto the combat ring, Xue Tianwu revealed a sinister smile, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. You should worry about yourself. Qin Yu's right hand moved, and the hell-suppressing divine spear appeared in his hand. You think you can fight me just because you have an earth-grade spiritual weapon? Ridiculous! Xue Tianwu flicked his fingers, and two cold short sabers landed in his hands. That's Ice Fire Blade. Xue Tianwu actually used an Earth-rank spirit artifact to deal with a sky martial realm. Isn't this making a big fuss over nothing? This is a life-and-death battle after all. Xue Tianwu has just become a martial king. It's normal for him to be cautious. I wonder what that new student from the northern campus is capable of. He actually dares to challenge Xue Tianwu to a death match. Looking at the two people who were holding Earth-tier spiritual weapons and facing each other, the surrounding students started to discuss in low voices. What the hell is going on? Jiang Long, who had just received the news and rushed over, was stunned when he saw Qin Yu on the life and death platform. He had just advanced to the sky martial arts realm, and he had a life and death battle with a martial king realm student from the inner yard. This kind of thing was obviously courting death. Was Qin Yu's head caught by the door? Die. Ice and fire slash. On Xue Tianwu's body, the fire and ice true essence swirled and gathered on the two blades in his hands. Then he fiercely slashed out. Whoosh! Two 3-meter-long blades of ice and fire tore through the air and slashed at Qin Yu. Although Xue Tianwu did not have dual spiritual veins, he had awakened two attributes. His combat strength was already stronger than his peers. Adding on the earth-tier spiritual weapon, the ice and fire blades, Xue Tianwu's strength was enough to surpass his cultivation, even if he was in the Imperial Sacred Academy. Boom! Qin Yu took a step forward. The hell-suppressing divine spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Its aura was berserk, and it directly shattered the blades of ice and fire. Freeze! Just at this moment, a dense ice true essence burst out from Xue Tianwu's body. A thick layer of ice appeared on the ground and quickly spread towards Qin Yu. Break! Qin Yu's right foot stomped on the platform. A faint black true essence, mixed with the boundless blood qi, turned into a substantial shockwave. The thick layer of ice that swept over was directly smashed into smithereens. You have some ability, but the true essence of a martial king is not something a sky martial realm true essence can compare to. Xue Tianwu smiled coldly. The true essence of ice in his left hand whistled, and the true essence of fire in his right hand burned. He directly charged at Qin Yu, intending to engage in close combat. After all, Qin Yu used a spear. The closer the fight was, the harder it would be for Qin Yu to use his hands and feet. This is the end. 9 Dragons' heavenly battle array. Qin Yu saw through Xue Tianwu's intentions. He was too lazy to tangle with Xue Tianwu. His right hand shook, and the hell-suppressing divine spear shot out. In the next moment, a sky-shaking dragon roar sounded. 9 streaks of blood qi appeared, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. They directly enveloped Xue Tianwu, who was charging over. Explode! Following Qin Yu's low shout, a series of deafening explosions sounded. the entire life and death stage started to violently tremble. A king martial technique. No, this power has already far surpassed a king martial technique. Could it be a royal martial technique? How is this possible? What the hell? How can a mere sky martial realm erupt with such terrifying power? I'm afraid Shui Tianwu is doomed this time. The surrounding students and elders all revealed looks of intense shock on their faces. The power of Qin Yu's move was already comparable to a martial king realm expert. Its power was frightening, so strong. Yun Shi and Jiang Long both opened their mouths slightly. They thought that Qin Yu's combat strength was already the limit when he was in the Earth martial realm in the new student assembly. They didn't expect that Qin Yu didn't use his full strength at that time. The combat strength that he displayed now was truly shocking. A LV-1 Sky Martial Realm expert was able to fight a Martial King Realm expert. This kind of thing had never happened even in the history of the Imperial Sacred Academy. In a sense, this was no longer a simple fight against an enemy of a higher level. He has quite a few life-saving means. Looking at the explosion area that was filled with stone fragments and dust, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Whoosh! A strong wind of ice and fire swept by, and the dust and stone fragments disappeared, revealing Shui Tianwu. At this time, a thick layer of true essence protective shield appeared around Shui Tianwu. It was precisely that layer of protective barrier that blocked Qin Yu's frightening attack earlier. However, this protective shield was not formed by ordinary true essence, but the true essence righteous force that could only be refined by a martial king realm expert. You, how can you be so strong? At this time, Shui Tianwu's face was faintly pale, and his eyes were filled with obvious fear and horror as he stared at Qin Yu. Shui Tianwu never thought that a sky martial realm expert's martial technique would almost kill him. Die! A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He took a step forward and rushed out like lightning. An even more powerful fluctuation was emitted from the hell-suppressing divine spear. Whoosh! The corner of Shui Tianwu's eyes twitched, and he felt a chill in his heart. Without thinking, he immediately condensed true essence into wings and flew into the sky to avoid Qin Yu's attack. Ha ha ha, you can't catch up, right? Seeing Qin Yu raise his head to look at him, Shui Tianwu's originally pale face became sinister, and he laughed wildly. The gap between the Sky Martial Realm and the Martial King Realm was obvious at this time. Just stand there and wait for your death. Before he finished speaking, the ice and fire blade in his hand danced, and the ice and fire blade was like a storm, continuously slashing towards Qin Yu. You think that you're the only one who can condense true essence into wings. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. His figure flickered, and an afterimage appeared as he dodged the ice and fire blade. While dodging, Qin Yu's right hand moved, and a dark green talisman appeared in his hand. Shortly after, a shocking scene appeared. A pair of dark green wings spread out from Qin Yu's back, and he flew into the sky. How is this possible? The sinister smile on Shui Tianwu's face froze, and his eyes almost popped out. Chapter 58. Is that true Yuan wings? It can't be, right? Qin Yu is only in the Sky Martial Realm, but he managed to form wings with his true Yuan? Isn't his talent too monstrous? Seeing the wings that Qin Yu had condensed, even that inner academy elder felt extremely shocked. The reason why a martial king realm expert could form wings with true origin was because of the righteous force born from the true origin. Without true Yuan, they wouldn't be able to fly even if they formed wings with their true Yuan. However, Qin Yu had now clearly broken through that boundary. Could it be that his true Yuan had already given birth to true Yuan? If that was the case, then Qin Yu was probably the most talented genius in the history of the Zhenwu dynasty. How can you form wings with your true yuan? Impossible. This is impossible. Xue Tianwu came back to his senses when he saw Qin Yu getting closer and closer. Fear filled his heart. Qin Yu's means were too terrifying, so much so that Xue Tianwu's heart trembled. Die. Frightened, Xue Tianwu continuously moved his right hand. Two martial emperor offensive talismans appeared and were thrown at Qin Yu. The flying range of the life and death ring was limited, so he couldn't fly away from Qin Yu. He could only attack. Whoosh, whoosh. The two offensive talismans exploded and turned into a wind wolf and a fire tiger. The wind wolf and the fire tiger were so lifelike that it was as if two martial emperors had arrived in person. After the wind wolf and the flame tiger flew through the air, they turned into two rays of light and pounced at Qin Yu. What can you do to me with your true yuan? Qin Yu's eyes narrowed as he increased his speed. He passed through the wind wolf and the fire tiger like lightning. When he passed through them, the hell's suppressing divine spear pointed at the wind wolf and the fire tiger and exploded. It's time to go. Qin Yu's qi and blood surged like smoke as he charged into the hell-suppressing divine spear. The hell-suppressing godly spear trembled lightly. Runes lit up one after another, overlapping layer upon layer. It was incomparably mysterious. No, you can't kill me. I'm a direct descendant of the Xue clan. You can't kill me. Xue Tianwu, whose face was incomparably pale, could only continuously reinforce the defensive barrier around his body. When he saw Qin Yu becoming one with his spear and piercing through the air, he couldn't help but shout in horror. Stop! At the same time, a calm shout was heard. A silhouette was seen rushing towards the life and death arena at extreme speed. With a palm strike, violent true yuan exploded, and the protective shield of the arena was directly shattered. Martial Emperor? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect a martial monarch to interfere at this moment. However, even a martial emperor would not be able to save Xue Tianwu from him. Boom, boom. In the next instant, Qin Yu's spear pierced a certain part of the true essence barrier, and then, one after another, deafening and violent explosions continuously resounded. As long as the balance of the true yuan sealed within the talisman was broken, it would immediately explode, just like the wind wolf and fire tiger from before. Whoosh! Almost at the same instant that the true essence barrier exploded, a true yuan pillar descended from the sky and swept Xue Tianwu away. The person who attacked was a black-robed old man with an ice-cold expression. Grandpa Jiu, quickly kill him, kill him. In the black-robed old man's hand was Xue Tianwu, whose face was deathly pale and filled with lingering fear. Bastard, you dare to attack after hearing this old man's words. The black-robed old man's eyes were cold as he looked at Qin Yu. He actually attacked, and a wave of true yuan qi filled the sky like meteors carrying a destructive force as it bombarded Qin Yu. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. This black-robed old man had first broken the rules of the life and death arena to save Xue Tianwu, and now he was brazenly attacking him. He really did think that Su Mo was a pushover. Xue Mo, what are you doing? Before Qin, you made a move. The figure of the inner court old man, who was presiding over the life and death arena, flashed and appeared before Qin Yu. He waved his sleeve and blocked the true yuan qi. What am I doing? Qi Ming, I also want to ask you, what is the meaning of this? Why didn't you save Xue Tianwu just now? The black-robed old man, Xue Mo, spoke coldly, and the killing intent in his eyes was not concealed in the slightest. No one is allowed to interfere in the life and death arena. This is the rule of the sacred court. Qi Ming frowned. Even if it is the rule of the sacred court, you shouldn't watch the genius of my Xue clan fall. Shue Emo coldly snorted. You mean that even if the other students can die in the life and death arena set by the sacred court, the people of your Shue clan can't die? Hearing this, Qin Yu spoke indifferently, and a mocking sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. This kid is only in the sky martial realm, but he is able to form wings with his true yuan. He must have used some demonic means. Who knows, he might have cultivated some demonic means. In my opinion, we should hand him over to the Sacred Court's interrogation team and interrogate him strictly. Hearing Qin Yu's words, the cold, killing intent in Shue Mo's eyes became even denser. Demonic means? Haha, old man, do you think that you can save him just because you are a martial emperor? The mocking sneer on the corner of Qin Yu's mouth gradually became a little strange. Shue Mo and Qi Ming were both startled. They did not understand what Qin Yu meant by that. Could it be that Qin Yu could still kill Shue Tianwu under such circumstances? Not good. Suddenly, Shue Mo seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly looked at Shue Tianwu. Bang! Almost at that instant, a violent explosion sounded. Shue Tianwu's body shook, and his eyes bulged. A violent and destructive fluctuation was emitted from his body. If one could look into his body, they would be able to see that a faint black, true yuan had appeared beside Shue Tianwu's heart at some point in time. At that moment, the faint black, true yuan had exploded and destroyed Shue Tianwu's heart in an instant. Tianwu! Shue Mo's expression changed drastically. He quickly hugged Shue Tianwu, whose true yuan wings had dissipated. However, after a quick check, he froze in midair, with his heart destroyed. Even if the Daluo Golden Immortal descended, he would not be able to save Shue Tianwu. This kid is so ruthless. Qi Ming's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Qin Yu to have already prepared a secret method. Furthermore, he did not show any mercy. Yun Shi, Jiang Long, and the others who were watching were dumbfounded. They did not expect that Qin Yu would actually kill Shue Tianwu in front of a martial emperor. Damn little bastard. You actually dared to kill a member of my Shue clan. I will make you pay with your life. Looking at the lifeless Shue Mo was like a berserk demonic beast. He roared furiously, and the berserk true star origin energy on his body turned into a huge hand that covered the sky and pressed down on Qin Yu. Shue Mo, don't be too presumptuous. Qi Ming shouted out loudly. He sent out a quintessential essence giant fist and sent that giant hand flying with a single punch. Before everyone's eyes, Shue Mo actually violated the Sacred Academy's rules again and attacked Qin Yu. This was simply openly challenging the Sacred Academy's rules. It was also equivalent to challenging the true martial royal family. I am presumptuous? This kid clearly used demonic means to kill a descendant of my Shue clan. Today, I will definitely execute him on the spot. The murderous intent on Shue Mo's face intensified. The berserk aura on his body surged continuously. It was extremely terrifying. Don't forget that this is the Royal Sacred Academy, not your Shue clan. Qi Ming's expression sank as well. The aura on his body became even more shocking. As the two martial monarchs clashed, they emitted a soaring pressure. The other elders of the Royal Sacred Academy also gathered around. A life for a life. This is the right thing to do. Elder Qi, you should not have stopped Elder Shue. Just at this moment, a calm voice with an inexplicable pressure came from outside the spectating students. Chapter 59. This voice is hearing the authoritative voice. Shue Mo and Qi Ming, who were confronting each other, turned their heads. Qin Yu's eyes flashed as he tilted his head to look. To be able to interrupt at this time, this person's identity must be extraordinary. Furthermore, He seemed to be hostile towards him. The spectating students around the life and death ring made way for a group of people. The leading youth wore a golden robe and had an authoritative aura. It was the second prince, Wu Xingchen. The second prince, who was ranked third on the genius roll, actually appeared. Looking at Wu Xingchen, who had appeared, cries of surprise sounded out from the surrounding martial artists. Not only was Wu Xingchen a prince of the Zhenwu royal family, but he was also a top expert among the students of the Sacred Institute. Wu Xingchen was ranked third on the inner courtyard genius roll and was one of the 3 most powerful students of the Royal Sacred Institute. It seems that the second prince already knows about the Lei family. Hearing the exclamations, the dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal sized up Shui Tianwu with its large eyes. Shui Tianwu's cultivation was at LV8 Martial King Realm. His cultivation and talent were not bad. Qinyu was not surprised. Back then, he had only killed the upper echelon of the Lei family. The rest of the family members were still alive. With Wu Xingchen's status, it was not difficult for him to find out that he was the one who destroyed the Lei family. From the second prince's words, could it be that he wants to support Elder Shui Mo? What's going on? Yun Shi, who had recovered from the shock, could not help but change his expression. If Wu Xingchen and the Shui clan teamed up, then Qinyu would be in big trouble. After all, Wu Xingchen represented the Zhenwu royal family, in a sense, in the Royal Sacred Institute. Your Highness! Qi Ming was startled and flew down from the sky. With Qinyu, Shui Mo also flew down and walked towards Wu Xingchen. Although Wu Xingchen's cultivation was only at LV8 Martial King Realm, his status and talent were enough for them to treat him seriously. Elder Shui, don't worry. I will give the Shui clan justice. Wu Xingchen said to Shui Mo with a dignified smile on his face. The reason why he appeared at this time was naturally to do the Shui clan a favor. If he helped the Shui clan this time, the Shui clan would more or less stand on his side in the future. Your Highness is fair and just. On behalf of the Shui clan, this old man thanks your Highness. Shui Mo's eyes flashed with joy. With Wu Xingchen's support, it would be much easier to execute Qinyu. After all, the Imperial Sacred Academy was still under the jurisdiction of the true martial royal family. Your Highness, this matter, Qi Ming frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Wu Xingchen. Why didn't you kneel and greet me when you saw me? Wu Xingchen ignored Qi Ming and looked directly at Qinyu. His eyes were faintly flickering with a cold light. Who do you think you are to make me kneel? Qinyu smiled lightly and stared straight at Wu Xingchen. His expression was arrogant and fearless. This guy is too arrogant. Hearing Qinyu's words, the surrounding students were dumbfounded. Facing the prince of the true martial royal family, who was one of the top 3 geniuses on the genius roll, Qin, you actually dared to say he was nothing? His guts were simply too big. How dare you? Not only did you not kneel and greet the second prince, you even dared to insult him. You should be executed according to your crimes. A terrifying light flashed in Wu Xingchen's eyes. Beside him, an armored martial royal shouted angrily, and a majestic aura pressed down on Qinyu. The violent aura was as if an Archean ferocious beast had been born and was about to destroy everything in the world. Executed according to my crimes? Qinyu was unmoved and even smiled with disdain. If you have the ability, why don't you try to execute me? As he spoke, the spiritual array board appeared in Qinyu's left palm. The heaven-punishing killing intent was ready to strike. If this person wanted to die, Qinyu did not mind sending him on his way. Anyway, the killing intent of the heaven-punishing formation had recovered to more than 70 streaks. It was more than enough to make a scene in the imperial city. You are courting death. The armored Marshal Royal was furious. He immediately unsheathed his precious saber, and a chilling saber radiance spread out. However, Wu Xingqian stretched out his hand again and stopped the armored Marshal Royal. In the Imperial Sacred Academy, there was no rule that stated that if one did not kneel and greet him, he would be executed. Naturally, he could not order Qin Yu to be executed because of this. Do you know that according to the Academy's rules, killing a fellow student will result in this? Immediately, Wu Xingqian took a step forward. His eyes were indifferent, and his voice was cold. He went straight to the point. As an elder of the Sacred Academy, you knowingly broke the law. Not only did you interfere with the life and death duel, but you also tried to kill the students of the Sacred Academy many times. According to the Sacred Academy's rules, what should be the consequences? Qin Yu also smiled indifferently. Or do you mean that the Sacred Academy's rules are only for the students? As soon as Qin Yu said this, the surrounding students all started to discuss. Judging from the previous situation, it was indeed Xue Mo who had broken the Academy's rules. If the second prince insisted on protecting Xue Mo, it would indeed be somewhat unfair. Your Highness, just now I lost control of my emotions because my grandson died. However, I have indeed broken the Sacred Academy's rules. I will go to the disciplinary hall to receive my punishment. Seeing this, Xue Mo immediately stood up and admitted his guilt. All right, Elder Xue has already recognized his mistake. Qin Yu, what about you? You know your crime? After Wu Xingqian nodded slightly, his voice suddenly became stern. I really don't know what crime I have committed. Looking at Wu Xingqian and Xue Mo acting like a duo, Qin Yu's face faintly showed a hint of mockery. After Elder Xue made his move, when the life and death duel ended, you still killed a fellow student. Do you still dare to say that you don't know what crime you have committed? Wu Xingqian questioned sternly. According to the Sacred Academy's rules, after entering the life and death duel, unless the opponent shows mercy, only one person can survive. I did not intend to show mercy to Xue Tianwu, so I killed him. What crime am I guilty of? Qin Yu did not back down at all. As a fellow student, you don't have the slightest bit of consideration. Wu Xingqian's gaze became colder. Don't you dare say nonsense like, I don't care about the friendship between fellow students. This will only make others think that you are brainless. Before Wu Xingqian could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by Qin Yu's sneer. The corner of Wu Xingqian's eyes twitched. After so many years, no one had dared to interrupt him when he was speaking. This caused a cold, murderous intent to appear in Xue Tianwu's eyes. Your Highness, although Qin Yu's words are somewhat disrespectful, what he said is also the truth. If Qin Yu were to lose now, the one who would die would be him. Seeing the increasingly cold atmosphere, Qi Ming hesitated slightly and could not help but plead for leniency. After all, there were not many geniuses like Qin Yu who could directly kill a martial king in the Sky Martial realm, even in the history of the Sacred Royal Academy. Such a monstrous genius would definitely become an expert whose name would spread throughout the 100 countries in the future and bring glory to the Zhenwu dynasty. Elder Qi's words are not without reason. Hearing this, Wu Xingqian actually smiled and nodded. Hearing this, Xue Mo's expression became anxious, while Yun Shi, Jiang Long, and the others were slightly relieved. But immediately after, the smile on Wu Xingqian's face turned cold. However, when I said that he killed a fellow student, I was not only referring to the matter of Xue Tianwu. Chapter 60. What do you mean? Could it be that, Qin, you killed other students? That's not right. If it's a battle of life and death, this is the only one this year. Is it outside the academy? Hearing Wu Xingqian's words, the spectators around the life and death ring began to discuss. It can't be? Yun, Shi, Jianglong, and the others could not help but change their expressions. If the crime of killing a student of the same academy was confirmed, it would be a serious crime, punishable by death. Wu Xingchen looked at Qin Yu with a cold smile. However, Qin Yu's expression remained calm, as if the person they were talking about was not him. Half a month ago, the Lei clan of the Flaming Cloud City was annihilated. During the annihilation of the Lei clan, 2 inner academy students of the Sacred Institute, Bai Yang and Xianfang, were also killed by that bastard. And that person is you, Qin Yu. Do you still want to deny it? Wu Xingchen's eyes flickered coldly as killing intent filled the air. Qin Yu's arrogant attitude made him feel extremely displeased. Bai Yang and Xianfang were killed by Qin Yu? Is that true? Bai Yang and Xianfang's cultivations have reached the 2nd and 3rd layer of the Martial Emperor realm. They are not something that Shui Tianwu, a newbie who has just entered the Martial Emperor realm, can compare with them. A Heaven Realm cultivator can kill 2 Martial Emperors? What kind of monster is this? When Wu Xingchen's words came out, all the students and elders present were shocked to the point that they were dumbstruck. This news was even more shocking than seeing Qin Yu kill Shui Tianwu. After all, the combined strength of 2 Martial Emperors was not 1 + 1. Qin Yu was actually able to kill them? Exactly how frightening was that Qin Yu's battle power? Was he really only in the Heaven Realm? Flaming Cloud City's Lei clan? Isn't that the second prince's? Qi Ming seemed to have recalled something as he could not help but turn his head to look at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with great astonishment. The Lei clan had already formed a marriage alliance with the second prince. Qin Yu actually dared to annihilate the Lei clan? No wonder the second prince was so aggressive and wanted to kill Qin Yu the moment he arrived. This brat must die. Shui Mo was also greatly shocked. However, after the shock, an extremely strong killing intent surged in his heart. Qin Yu's talent was too terrifying. No matter what, they couldn't let him grow. Otherwise, the Shui clan might be buried in Qin Yu's hands in the future. Why should I deny it? Qin Yu smiled faintly and admitted it directly. He could already tell that no matter what he said today, Wu Xingchen would make a move against him. Since that was the case, Qin Yu naturally couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. Humph, killing a fellow student. According to the rules of the Holy Institute, he should be beheaded. Men, arrest him. Qin Yu's fearless attitude provoked Wu Xingchen even more. After he finished speaking, he shouted loudly. Immediately, 2 armored martial emperors stepped forward. Their terrifying killing intent locked onto Qin Yu. Wait. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was curious and turned around to look. Who would dare to stand in the way of the second prince at this moment? As the crowd parted, several figures appeared in their sight. It's her. Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the person who had appeared. The person who had stepped forward to stop the second prince was Bai Qingyue, who had been poisoned by the infinite poison's ink dragon. Is that senior sister Bai Qingyue, who ranked 6th on the list of talents last year? What day is it today? Not only did the second prince appear, but senior sister Bai Qingyue, who had disappeared for a year, also appeared in the Holy Institute. Looking at senior sister Bai Qingyue's appearance, could it be that she wants to help Qin Yu? Looking at Bai Qingyue, who was walking gracefully toward them, the surrounding students and elders also began to whisper. Not only was Bai Qingyue talented, but she was also the princess of the commandery Prince Bai Wu. Her status was outstanding. This generation's commandery prince, Bai Wu, not only inherited the title of commandery prince, but also made outstanding military achievements at the border. He was conferred the title of commandery prince by the current emperor. He was one of the top 2 princes in the Zhenwu dynasty. Of course, as the only daughter of the commandery prince Bai Wu, Bai Qingyue's status was naturally noble. Princess Qingyue has the poison of the infinite poisons ink dragon really been neutralized? When Wu Xingqian saw Bai Qingyue, his eyes lit up and he immediately walked over to her. In the entire Zhenwu dynasty, Bai Qingyue was one of the most outstanding women in terms of status and talent. She was also Wu Xingqian's ideal wife. It should be known that Bai Qingyue was the apple of the commandery prince Bai Wu's eye. As long as he could get Bai Qingyue, he would gain the support of the commandery prince Bai Wu. It's all thanks to young Master Qin Yu's help that I managed to survive. Bai Qingyue nodded slightly to Qin Yu, walked toward him, and bowed solemnly to express her gratitude. You are welcome, princess. It's just a small matter. Qin Yu smiled faintly. However, when this scene landed in Wu Xingqian's eyes, his expression became somewhat ugly. Qin Yu was the legendary mysterious doctor who neutralized the poison of the infinite poisons ink dragon. How could this be? Even the most outstanding alchemist in the imperial family was helpless against the poison of the infinite poisons ink dragon. How could Qin Yu neutralize it? How old was he? Your Highness, rumor has it that after the princess went to the Dragon Spirit City, she said that the poison of the infinite poisons ink dragon had been neutralized. Qin, you also came from the Dragon Spirit City. At this moment, an old man beside Wu Xingqian seemed to have thought of something and whispered to Wu Xingqian. So, Qin Yu and Princess Qingyue have known each other for a long time? Wu Xingqian's eyes darken again. The murderous intent in his heart towards Qin Yu became more intense. Could it be that Qin Yu wanted to lay his hands on Bai Qingyue? Thinking of this, the intense murderous intent in Wu Xingqian's heart couldn't be suppressed. Your Highness, regarding the matter of the 2 inner court students being killed, I wonder if you have thoroughly investigated it. Bai Qingyue turned around and looked at Wu Xingqian with her clear eyes. Princess Qingyue, if I didn't investigate this matter clearly, why would I come here personally? The Lei family was annihilated, and Bai Yangxian and Fong were killed. Countless people in the Flaming Cloud City witnessed that it was done by Qin Yu. Furthermore, Qin Yu admitted it himself just now, so there's no mistake. Facing Bai Qingyue, the murderous intent in Wu Xingqian's eyes dissipated as he smiled gently. Under normal circumstances, a sky martial realm cultivator wouldn't provoke 2 martial kings, right? When Bai Qingyue heard this, she turned her head to look at Qin Yu again. Hearing Bai Qingyue's words, the surrounding students couldn't help but nod their heads. Indeed, although Qin Yu had the ability to fight enemies above his level, but no matter how confident he was in his own strength, he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke 2 martial kings. Unless he was forced to, Qin Yu looked at Bai Qingyue in surprise. It seemed that the status of Bai Wu Commandery Prince's mansion in the Zhenwu Empire was not low. Even Wu Xingqian, a prince, seemed to have to give Bai Qingyue some face. Now that Bai Qingyue stood up for him, Qin Yu temporarily put down his original plan. After all, he hadn't gotten the myriad poison inky snake yet, so he would let Wu Xingqian go for the time being. I have a grudge with the Lei family. The 2 of them joined forces with the Lei family to kill me, so I killed them. It's that simple. Qin Yu said lightly. Humph! Now that Bai Yangxian and the Lei family's higher-ups are all dead, you can say whatever you want. Wu Xingqian snorted and said coldly, no matter what, it's a fact that Qin Yu killed students of the same academy. According to the rules of the same academy, he should get out of the way for me. At this moment, another unforeseen event occurred. A strong voice interrupted Wu Xingqian's words. When the voice came out, a powerful true spirit origin energy appeared, and the surrounding students were pushed away by a hidden force. Then, a group of people appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 61. Master Tianxiong. looking at the person walking over, Wu Xingchen, who was angry because he was interrupted, was stunned and swallowed the words he was about to say. The person who appeared was Master Tianxiong, who was famous in the Zhenwu dynasty and the Great Eastern Territory. Master Tianxiong, why are you here? Qiming, Shui Mo, and the other elders of the inner court quickly greeted him with a respectful attitude. Little friend Qinyu, you're finally back. Master Tianxiong ignored Wu Xingchen, Qiming, Shui Mo, and the others. He strode toward Qinyu with an excited look on his face. Qinyu was much calmer. Facing the enthusiastic Master Tianxiong, he just smiled faintly. What's going on? Wu Xingchen, Shui Mo, and even Bai Qingyue were stunned when they saw Master Tianxiong's fanatical and worshipful attitude toward Qinyu. The surrounding students were so shocked that they fell into silence. Master Tianxiong was so enthusiastic toward Qinyu. Master Tianxiong was the most likely person in the Great Eastern Territory to refine a heaven-grade spiritual weapon and become a grandmaster craftsman. Even the emperor of the Zhenwu dynasty had to treat him with respect. Countless experts wanted to meet Master Tianxiong, but they had no way to do so. But now, Master Tianxiong was so enthusiastic and kind to Qinyu, and even seemed to be fawning. This Wu Xingchen and the others had no idea what was going on, even if they cracked their heads. He came just in time. Among all the people present, only Yun, she knew what was going on. Although Master Tianxiong used to be called the King of Weapons, his status was extremely high, but the most powerful spiritual weapon he had ever refined was only Earth grade 7th grade. But this time, Master Tianxiong had refined a top Earth grade spiritual weapon. It was said that the Earth grade spiritual weapon was the most powerful one among the few top Earth grade spiritual weapons in the Zhenwu dynasty. It was even comparable to an inferior heaven-grade spiritual weapon. Because of this, Master Tianxiong's status in the Zhenwu dynasty and even in the Great Eastern Territory had changed greatly. After all, being able to refine a spiritual weapon that was comparable to an inferior heaven artifact meant that Master Tianxiong's refining skills had reached the level of a true heaven-ranked spiritual weapon. Naturally, the top experts of the Great Eastern Domain were all tempted to befriend Master Tianxiong. However, according to Yun, she's guess, Master Tianxiong's rapid progress in refining this time was most likely due to Qinyu's advice last time. Yun, she didn't understand what Qinyu meant when he said that. However, judging from Master Tianxiong's expression at that time, she could faintly guess that Qinyu's words had definitely inspired Master Tianxiong greatly. Now that Master Tianxiong had appeared, he definitely wouldn't sit idly by and watch the second prince make a move on Qinyu. Little friend Qinyu, I have a few questions about refining that I'd like to ask you. I wonder if you have time now? As a Grandmaster artifact craftsman, Grandmaster Tianxiong was rubbing his hands and looking at Qinyu with a somewhat hopeful and nervous expression. It was as if he was afraid that Qinyu would refuse. What? Seeing this scene, Wu Xingchen and the others, who were already shocked, were even more dumbfounded, and their eyes almost popped out. Master Tianxiong, who had become the most famous refining master in the Great Eastern Domain, actually wanted to ask Qinyu for advice on refining. This incomparably inconceivable thing actually happened in front of their eyes. Qinyu, who on earth was he? Not only does he have amazing medical skills, but he has also reached the level of a master in refining weapons. Bai Qingyue was the first to react. Her clear and bright eyes were full of curiosity as she stared at Qinyu, since Master Tianxiong spoke to him as an equal and asked for advice. This meant that Qinyu's refining skills were not below Master Tianxiong's. If so, it would be too amazing. A 16-year-old refining master, what did that mean? Even a fool would know. Sorry, I have some private matters to deal with now. Qinyu said, Private matters? Master Tianxiong was startled. After looking back, he found that the situation on the life and death platform was somewhat unusual. It seemed that Qinyu was being targeted. Yun family's girl, what's going on? Master Tianxiong's eyes turned and fell on Yun Shi, who was under the life and death platform. Yun Shi jumped on the life and death platform and told the whole story. Others might be afraid of the second prince's identity, but she was not. Second prince, little friend Qinyu is this old man's best friend. I believe that he would not kill a student of the same academy for no reason. Did you not investigate this matter clearly? After hearing this, Master Tianxiong looked at Wu Xingchen with a dignified and oppressive gaze. What a joke! There was a real refining master behind Qinyu, who might even be a great master. Wu Xingchen actually wanted to order Qinyu to be executed. Was he tired of living? The connections of an armament grandmaster were enough to destroy an entire dynasty with just a single word. Master is right. Xingchen might have been presumptuous in this matter. I will go back and investigate it carefully. In front of Master Tianxiong, Wu Xingchen's identity as a prince did not have much weight. He was not the only prince in the royal family. However, in the entire dynasty, there was only one refining master who could be called the king of refining. Wu Xingchen naturally knew what was important and would not go against Master Tianxiong. At least, he would not do so openly. Since the matter is settled, little friend Qinyu, let's go. Master Tianxiong turned his head and said to Qinyu with a smile on his face, Then, Your Highness, I will leave now. Qinyu looked at Wu Xingchen with a smile. Today's matter has disturbed Junior Qinyu. I will definitely pay you a visit in the future. The corner of Wu Xingchen's eyes twitched, and a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, there was a gentle smile on his face. This guy is a smiling tiger. In the ancient dragon seal, the dragon soul's laughter was somewhat cold. Although Wu Xingchen concealed his killing intent very well, how could it be hidden from him? It doesn't matter. The most important thing now is to get the myriad poison inky flood dragon. Qinyu glanced at Wu Xingchen, and after a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, he left with Master Tianxiong. Of course, he knew that Wu Xingchen would definitely not give up so easily. However, as long as he got the myriad poison inky flood dragon, Qin, you would have no scruples. If Wu Xingchen still did not know what was good for him, then he would not be willing to die. Damn it! Watching Qinyu swagger away, Wu Xingchen's right hand in his sleeve clenched into a fist. The veins on his arm bulged, and the killing intent in his heart surged. Following Qinyu's departure, the surrounding students discussed and dispersed in twos and threes. As for the inner court elders, they had already flashed away. Today's matter must be reported to the higher-ups of the Holy Court. Second Prince. At this time, Bai Qingyue, who was about to leave, paused her footsteps and walked in front of Wu Xingchen. Princess Qingyue, are you looking for me? Even though the killing intent in his heart was raging, the gentle smile on Wu Xingchen's face did not change in the slightest. There is something that I don't know if Second Prince is willing to listen. Bai Qingyue slowly said, Princess, if you have something to say, just say it. Wu Xingchen's eyebrows moved slightly as he smiled. Second Prince should have also heard that the poison of the myriad poison inky flood dragon was neutralized by young Master Qinyu after I went to Dragon Spirit City. But Second Prince, I'm afraid you don't know that Master Guyuan is also living in seclusion in Dragon Spirit City. Bai Qingyue said lightly, Master Guyuan is in Dragon Spirit City. The smile on Wu Xingchen's face froze, and his whole person was like a sculpture, frozen in place. Could it be that Qinyu so it's better for second prince not to provoke Qinyu. Bai Qingyue glanced at Wu Xingchen, turned around indifferently, and left. She believed that Wu Xingchen should be able to understand the meaning of her words. A master blacksmith and a master alchemist. If Wu Xingchen still did not know what was good for him, and went against Qinyu, then this prince's position would come to an end. Chapter 62. After talking with Master Tianxiong for about an hour, Qinyu returned to the Imperial Sacred Academy. Since Master Tianxiong had helped him today, Qinyu also pointed out the problems Master Tianxiong encountered. Qinyu even imparted some refining experience to Master Tianxiong. Qinyu had been proficient in refining for a long time in his previous life, even if it was just some shallow refining experience. For Master Tianxiong, it was no less than a huge opportunity. When Qinyu left, Master Tianxiong was still in a state of enlightenment and couldn't extricate himself. Senior sister Yunqi, princess. As soon as Qinyu stepped into the Sacred Academy, he saw Bai Qingyue and Yunqi, junior brother Qinyu. Young Master Qinyu. Seeing Qinyu come back, Yunqi and Bai Qingyue both went to greet him. From the looks of it, they seemed to be waiting for Qinyu. This scene caused many of the surrounding students of the Holy Academy to look at Qinyu with envy and jealousy. Whether it was Bai Qingyue or Yunqi, they were both goddess-like figures in the holy courtyard. It was unknown how many students adored them. But they didn't expect that the two goddesses would personally wait for Qinyu at the gate of the Sacred Academy. However, they didn't care about showing any hostility to Qinyu. Not only did he kill a direct descendant of the Shui clan in front of the elders of the Shui clan, but he also dared to confront the second prince and left safely. Such a fierce person was not someone they could provoke. Junior brother Qinyu, did you really detoxify senior sister Qingyue's myriad poison inky flood dragon? At this time, Yunqi took the lead to speak, looking at Qinyu with bright eyes full of hope. Yes, Qinyu nodded. Really? Then I'll go first. Hearing Qinyu's affirmative answer, Yunqi's eyes became brighter, but she seemed to have scruples about Bai Qingyue's presence, so she didn't say anything. Looking at Yunqi leaving, Qinyu's expression changed slightly. Did Yunqi also need him to detoxify her? Princess, it's all thanks to you that we were able to get through this. Immediately, Qinyu cupped his fists to Bai Qingyue. Bai Qingyue happened to be here. Qin, you wanted to find someone to inquire about the secret realm of the Sacred Academy. Although I showed up, I didn't do anything at all. Fortunately, Master Tianxiong came. Bai Qingyue brushed the hair between her eyebrows and smiled. No matter what, I still have to thank the princess. Qinyu smiled, since Bai Qingyue was able to stand up and help him at that time. He reckoned that even without Master Tianxiong, she wouldn't have allowed the second prince to make a move on him. Since we are all students of the Sacred Institute, don't call me princess. Bai Qingyue smiled. Okay, I'll senior sister. Bai Qingyue's also smiled Bai's. Junior brother Qinyu, I didn't expect you to be good at refining weapons in addition to medicine pills. Bai Qingyue tilted her head and looked at Qin Yu quietly. When they first met, she felt that Qin Yu was surrounded by a bottomless mystery. Now, this feeling became stronger and stronger. Just a little. Qin Yu said lightly, Master Tianxiong came to consult you in person, so it can't be a little. After today, you will be famous in the whole dynasty. Master Tianxiong's visit to consult Qin Yu had caused a great stir in the Sacred Academy. It could be imagined that when the news spread, it would cause a great shock in the Jinwu dynasty and even the Great Eastern Territory. Qin Yu smiled faintly. His expression didn't change much about being famous in the Sacred Academy. What happened today is good for you, but it also has its disadvantages. So, you must be careful in the future. Although I've already warned the second prince, there might still be people who will take the risk. by Qingyue looked a little dignified. Qin Yu's refining skills were not inferior to Master Tianxiong's, but he still couldn't be compared with Master Tianxiong. Because Master Tianxiong himself was a martial venerable, other experts would only ask Master Tianqing for help if they needed a spiritual weapon. But Qin Yu was different. After all, even if Qin Yu could fight enemies above his level, his cultivation was only in the sky martial arts realm. Thank you for your reminder. Qin Yu nodded, but his expression didn't change much. With the heaven punishment array, even if someone dared to attack him, Qin Yu didn't need to be afraid. Senior Qingyue, I heard that you were poisoned by the myriad poison inky dragon in the secret realm of the Sacred Academy, right? Qin Yu changed the topic and asked about the myriad poison inky dragon. Yes. Speaking of the myriad poison inky dragon, Bai Qingyue's eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. Then I want to ask, how can I enter the secret realm of the Sacred Academy? Qin Yu asked directly. Enter the secret realm of the Sacred Academy. Bai Qingyue glanced at Qin Yu and said, according to the rules of the Sacred Academy, only the top 10 geniuses of each genius list are qualified to enter the secret realm to gain experience. The top 10 of the genius list. Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned slightly. Only in the annual Sacred Academy assembly would there be changes on the genius list. But there was still half a year before the Sacred Academy assembly at the end of the year. Qin, you didn't want to wait that long. Senior Qingyue, is there any other way to rank on the genius list besides the Sacred Academy assembly? After thinking for a while, Qin Yu asked, you want to challenge the genius list? Bai Qingyue was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that Qin Yu, with his cultivation in the sky martial arts realm, would want to challenge the genius list. There is indeed another way, that is, to challenge the Sacred Academy directly. However, if you want to challenge the genius list directly, you have to start from the bottom, which is very difficult. After all, the inner yard disciples who can be on the genius list are at least in the LV5 Martial King realm. Bai Qingyue explained in detail. Although Qin Yu had the battle strength to challenge those at a higher level, Bai Qingyue still thought it was impossible for him to challenge the genius list and enter the top 10 of the genius list. After all, in the Martial King realm, there would be a huge gap in strength for each level. What's more, Qin Yu was only in the LV1 Sky Martial realm. LV5 Martial King realm? Qin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Are you really going to challenge the genius list? Seeing Qin Yu's serious look, Bai Qingyue asked. Of course. Qin Yu didn't hide it. In that case, you might as well challenge the dragon-subduing pagoda first. Hearing this, Bai Qingyue said, Dragon-subduing pagoda? Hearing the word dragon in the ancient seal of the dragon god, the dragon's soul suddenly vibrated and spread out the perception's secret skill. Where is that? Qin Yu also asked curiously. The dragon-subduing pagoda is an extremely important place in the Imperial Sacred Academy, located in the core of the inner yard. It is said that the dragon-subduing pagoda once suppressed a real dragon. Therefore, there is a huge amount of dragon chi in the dragon-subduing pagoda. If you can get the dragon chi, your cultivation will be greatly improved. Bai Qingyue said, There is dragon chi? Dragon soul, did you sense it? Qin Yu was stunned. When he entered the Sacred Academy, the dragon soul had sensed the entire imperial city. But except for the fluctuation of dragon blood in the imperial city, he didn't sense it anywhere else. It was impossible for the dragon soul to miss the Imperial Sacred Academy, which was so close, right? Chapter 63. I didn't sense any dragon, aura. The dragon soul, which had already finished casting its perception secret technique, had a strange look in its huge dragon eyes. The dragon soul was a soul that was cultivated in the immortal ancient Shinran and could naturally sense all kinds of dragon energy. But this time, it couldn't sense anything even after using the secret technique, which made the dragon's soul feel strange. It seems that I really have to take a look at the dragon subduing pagoda. Qinyu pondered. He had only sensed a powerful seal in the inner courtyard of the Imperial Sacred Academy, but he didn't sense any dragon aura. By the way, Senior Sister Qingyue, I have an incomplete map. I wonder if you can see the place recorded. Qinyu was about to leave for the dragon subduing pagoda when he thought of something and took out the ancient map that he had obtained in the ancient desolate mountain range. This ancient map contained the aura of the 9 Serenities, Hell Dragon. However, Qin, you didn't know at all what was recorded on the map. An incomplete map. Bai Qinyue took the map and looked at it carefully before shaking her head. But the 2 words 100 countries reminded me of the 100 countries battlefield. But immediately, Bai Qinyue was stunned as her gaze fell on the 2 ancient words 100 countries. 100 countries battlefield. What is that place? Qinyu's eyes lit up. He had also let Master Tianxiong look at the ancient map when he was guiding him. But Master Tianxiong didn't have any clues, so he didn't expect Bai Qinyue to find something. The 100 countries battlefield is a training ground established by a sacred ground. Bai Qinyue explained slowly. There were 5 continents in the Heavenly Dragon continent. The Great Eastern region, where the Zhenwu dynasty was located in Qingzhou, one of the 5 continents. There were 4 hells in Qingzhou, hundreds of martial Dao countries, and countless martial Dao forces. The 5 continents of the continent were ruled by 5 huge forces called the 5 Sacred Grounds. The 100 countries battlefield was controlled by the Sacred Ground forces in Qingzhou to select the top geniuses of Qingzhou. It was a training ground established by the hundreds of martial Dao countries in Qingzhou. Only the geniuses who stood out in the 100 countries battlefield were qualified to join the Sacred Ground forces. Of course, I'm not sure if this ancient map is the 100 countries battlefield or not. However, if you have the chance, you can go and meet the dean. After explaining, Bai Qinyue said, Dean likes to collect ancient maps and other ancient objects. Maybe he knows the place recorded on this map. Qinyue, what's the relationship between the Dean of the Saint Academy and the true martial royal family? Hearing that, Qinyu asked, Don't worry. Although the Dean of the Sacred Institute is appointed by the royal family, he is not a member of the royal family. Even the emperor respects him as an elder. You don't have to worry about the grudge between him and the second prince. Bai Qinyue understood the meaning behind Qinyu's words and smiled gently. Qinyu smiled. If there was a chance, he would definitely pay a visit to the headmaster of the Sacred Academy. After all, the 9 Hells Hell Dragon was the only real clue that Qinyu knew about the Dragon Clan. If he could obtain the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon, then Qinyu's cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. But now, he still had to obtain the 100 Poisons Inky Flood Dragon first. Half a day later, in the core area of the inner courtyard of the Imperial Sacred Academy. That's the dragon subduing pagoda. Qinyu stood in front of a valley and looked at the ancient pagoda in the valley with sparkling eyes. The ancient pagoda was about 100 feet tall, and it was glowing with a faint light. It looked very powerful, but it didn't emit any spiritual aura. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't even be able to sense it with his soul power. It's actually the 9 Palace double seal array. Qinyu could clearly sense the fluctuations of a sealing array in a radius of a few hundred feet around the dragon subduing pagoda. No wonder I couldn't sense the dragon aura. The dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seals suddenly realized. Qinyu, the inner courtyard students only have one chance to challenge the dragon subduing pagoda every half a year. Are you sure you want to challenge the dragon subduing pagoda now? Beside Qinyu, the inner courtyard elder in charge of the life and death battle, Qi Ming tilted his head and asked Qinyu. I'm sure. Qin nodded affirmatively. 1 hour ago, Qin came to the inner courtyard and applied to become an inner courtyard student. Perhaps it was because of the life and death battle with Xue Tianwu, but Qin was easily accepted as an inner courtyard student. The first thing Qin did after becoming an inner courtyard student was to challenge the dragon subduing pagoda. Let's go. I'll send you in. Qiming knew Qin strength and didn't say much. He brought Qin through the 9-palace double seal array and arrived before the dragon subduing pagoda. Kacha! Qiming took out an ancient token and touched the mysterious energy barrier of the dragon subduing pagoda. Immediately, the doors of the dragon subduing pagoda opened, and a vast aura surged over. It's indeed the dragon aura. The dragon soul's huge eyes glowed with a dazzling light. To the dragon soul, the dragon aura was much more beneficial than the dragon vein. The dragon aura is so dense. I should be able to cultivate the secret skill of the battle dragon. Qin eyes became increasingly brighter. The dragon subduing pagoda has 3 levels. As long as you can withstand the aura and walk through the first level, you will pass. On the second level, there will be many dragon aura warriors whose cultivation level is equivalent to your strongest combat strength. Qiming said. What about the third level? Qin asked curiously. With the 9-palace double seal array, his soul perception couldn't detect the situation in the dragon subduing pagoda. I don't know what is in the third level. Since the establishment of the Royal Sacred Institute, no student or elder has entered the third level. Perhaps only the dean knows about the situation on the third level. Qiming shook his head slightly. As long as one had a strong will, it wouldn't be a problem to walk through the first level. However, it would be extremely difficult to pass the second level. Those dragon aura warriors were formed from the strongest combat strength of the person who entered. One should know that the strongest cultivation level and the strongest combat strength were 2 different levels. No one has entered until now. Interesting. After Qin heard this, he revealed an interested smile. After speaking, Qin took a step forward and walked into the dragon subduing pagoda. Bang! As Qin entered, the door of the dragon subduing pagoda closed. Devour! The dragon soul, which couldn't hold back any longer, roared excitedly. It came out of the divine dragon ancient seal and sat on top of Qin head. In the next moment, the majestic dragon aura in the dragon subduing pagoda gathered towards the dragon soul. The dragon soul's huge illusory dragon body rippled with layers of deep light. Immemorial battle dragon art. Qin sat down with his legs crossed and circulated the immemorial battle dragon art. Immediately, the extremely pure dragon aura from the dragon soul poured into Qin body. In Qin dantian, golden dragon veins quickly gathered. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th, in less than 15 minutes, 10 dragon veins were formed in Qin body. In other words, Qin cultivation speed would be 10 times faster from now on. Qin cultivation level also rose to level 4 sky martial realm as the dragon aura poured into his body. It's about time to cultivate the secret battle dragon art. Qin formed a cultivation seal with his hands. After a series of changes, it formed a dragon seal. Around the dragon seal, there was a mysterious dragon aura circling around it. A powerful and terrifying dragon aura was quietly emitted from Qin body. Chapter 64. Roar. After 2 hours had passed, the dense dragon aura surrounding Qin's body suddenly started to violently vibrate. In the next moment, a loud dragon roar resounded. Behind Qin, a light cyan-colored ancient dragon appeared. It was vivid and lifelike as it stood in the sky. Its dragon's might was vast and mighty. This pale green ancient dragon was the first move of the secret skill of the fighting dragon. heaven-battling Azure Dragon. The secret skill of the fighting dragon was the original secret skill of the primordial fighting dragon art. There were a total of 9 moves. If one comprehended all 9 moves, he would be unstoppable in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In his previous life, Qin Yu had only comprehended 4 moves of the secret skill of the fighting dragon. Even so, when he was still a great emperor, he had relied on the secret skill of the battle dragon to kill a martial emperor, even before he became a martial emperor. If he comprehended all 9 moves, he could not imagine how powerful it would be. In terms of power, the Azure Dragon's current power is only comparable to a royal martial skill for the time being. The dragon soul that was absorbing the dragon Qi looked at the pale green ancient dragon and sensed its power. It's enough. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. The secret skill of the fighting dragon did not have a specific rank. The higher the cultivator's cultivation, the stronger the power they could unleash. Qin Yu was only in the sky martial realm, but he could already unleash the power of a royal martial skill. When he reached the martial king realm, the power of the secret skill of the fighting dragon would reach the honorable realm or even the ancestor realm. At the very least, in the Great Eastern Territory, the Azure Dragon was enough for Qin Yu to unleash. After mastering the secret skill of the fighting dragon, Qin Yu did not stay idle. In his mind, a profound martial skill of the fighting dragon appeared. The shrinking ground, earth shrinking, a peak emperor level martial skill. This was something that Qin Yu had derived from a remarkable ability. If he succeeded in mastering it, he could reach the speed of a flash within a certain distance. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, it was suitable for him to practice this martial skill. After all, the 100 Shadow Demonic Steps was only a heaven-ranked martial skill. It could no longer keep up with Qin Yu's cultivation. While Qin Yu was practicing the secret skill of the battle dragon, there were 4 figures outside the dragon pagoda, observing Qin Yu's progress in the dragon pagoda. Amongst these 4 people, there were 2 people that Qin Yu knew. It was the inner court elder, Qi Ming, and the peerlessly beautiful Bai Qing Yue, who possessed an extraordinary bearing. The other 2 were young men. One had a ferocious body, an icy cold expression, and his entire body emitted a ferocious and baleful aura like a ferocious beast. If Qin Yu were here, he would definitely notice that the ferocious young man resembled Xue Tianwu. The other person was dressed in black and had an ancient sword on his back. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, and there was a faint smile on his handsome face. He seemed a little cynical. Bai Qingyue's brows twitched slightly as she looked at the uninvited and icy cold young man and the black-clothed young man with an ancient sword. The icy cold young man was the Xue clan's #1 genius, Xue Wudi. He was also Xue Tianwu's elder brother. Xue Wudi was ranked 4th on this year's Prodigy ranking. His strength was among the top of the true martial dynasty's younger generation. As for the black-clothed young man with an ancient sword, he was currently ranked 2nd on the Prodigy ranking. He was also Yun Shi's elder brother, Yun Guxuan. Although Yun Guxuan was only ranked 2nd on the Prodigy ranking, he was the current #1 in the Imperial Sacred Academy. As long as Yun Guxuan was willing, he could become the #1 on the Prodigy ranking at any time. But for some unknown reason, Yun Guxuan had always been ranked 2nd. It was also because of this that the second prince, Wu Xingqian, and the Xue clan's strongest genius, Xue Wudi, were unable to become the #1. They were both suppressed to the 3rd and 4th places. After sizing up the 2 of them, Bai Qingyue withdrew her gaze. Xue Wudi coming to find Qin Yu was within Bai Qingyue's expectations. After all, Xue Tianwu died in the hands of Qin Yu. Even if Qin Yu and Master Tianxiong knew each other, with Xue Wudi's domineering personality, he would not let Qin Yu off so easily. However, Yun Guxuan, who was always mysterious and rarely seen, also appeared, which surprised by Qin Yue. At this moment, Qin Yu, who was originally sitting cross-legged in the dragon subduing pagoda, had already stood up. The light green ancient dragon around him had already expanded several times, reaching a length of 5 feet. Is this the limit? Qin Yu clenched his fist, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. That light, cyan, ancient dragon looks up to the sky and roars. Then it turns into a cyan beam of light and fuses with Qin Yu's forehead, leaving behind a faintly visible light cyan dragon mark. Dragon soul, it's time to go. Qin Yu shouted and strode towards the second floor of the dragon subduing pagoda. The dragon soul, whose cultivation had skyrocketed, immediately returned to the ancient dragon seal and began to refine the majestic dragon chi it had absorbed. The dragon chi in the first floor of the dragon subduing pagoda had been plundered by Qin Yu and the dragon soul, so there was no need to keep it. The second floor of the dragon subduing pagoda was a 1,000-mile-wide arena. On the arena, there were fully armed martial artists. Their appearances could not be seen clearly, and there were no signs of life. However, there was an astonishing dragon chi circling around every martial artist's body. As Qin Yu stepped forward, those martial artists who were originally like stone woke up at this moment, and there was a majestic aura rising from their bodies. It started from Qin Yu's level 4 sky martial realm to level 8 sky martial realm, to level 1 martial king realm, to level 3 martial king realm, and finally to level 5 martial king realm. Only then did the surging aura of those warriors gradually stop. Level 5 martial king realm. Qin Yu's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that the array on the second floor of the dragon subduing pagoda was still unable to detect the existence of the heaven-punishing killing intent, and could not accurately determine his true strength. Qin Yu, who had reached level 4 sky martial realm, had a combat strength that was far above level 5 martial king realm. Dragon soul, prepare to devour the dragon chi. Qin Yu said indifferently. He took a step forward, and, as if he had teleported, he appeared in front of a martial artist. Swoosh! Qin Yu's right hand turned into a saber, and with a slash, the martial artist's head was chopped off easily. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, it could be said that dealing with a level 5 martial king realm martial artist was a piece of cake. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, Qin Yu shrunk the ground into an inch, and like a ghost, he shuttled between the martial artists. Wherever he passed, all the martial artists died, and no one survived. The dragon soul turned into thousands of dragon shadows, and devoured the dragon chi of all the martial artists. At this moment, its cultivation soared again. In less than half an incense stick's time, all the martial artists with dragon chi on the square were killed. With the enormous amount of dragon chi entering his body, Qin Yu's cultivation broke through another 2 levels, reaching level 6 sky martial realm. This is stepping into the 3rd level. Outside the dragon-suppressing pagoda, Qiming by Qin Yue, Shui Wudi, and Yun Guxuan, who were paying attention to Qin Yu's progress, were extremely shocked. He can actually pass through the 2nd level of the dragon-suppressing pagoda so quickly. Yun Guxuan came back to his senses, and his eyes narrowed. It seemed that Qin Yu had secrets on him. How is this possible? Could it be that something happened to the array on the 2nd level of the dragon-suppressing pagoda? Shui Wudi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had also tried to pass through the dragon-suppressing pagoda, and even knew the difficulty of the 2nd level. After all, he had to deal with thousands of people with the same combat strength. No matter how strong Qin Yu's combat strength was, it was impossible for him to pass through the 2nd level of the dragon-suppressing pagoda so easily. What kind of monster is this? Even by Qin Yue and Qiming, who had seen Qin Yu kill a martial king, were still shocked by the scene before them. The third level of the dragon-suppressing pagoda was a gray space, and the visibility was relatively small. But after Chin-Yu came up, his gaze suddenly froze as he looked at the void in front of him. This is Extermination Ghost Eyes.